Hello and welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's Lost Caverns of Ixalan set review for PDH and cPDH. And I'm really stoked to have you all here. I will admit just from the start, as I've indicated in my post, I am sick today. So we're going to be trying to keep the stoke level high. Stoked to have you all here. But if I miss things, you'll know exactly why. I've been sick here since I think beginning of this week. So I'm going to be going to and fro, getting tea and stuff, but I'm really excited about this set. And I haven't actually looked at the most massive, basically, I haven't looked at any of the commons that have come in today, which is the most of them. So it's going to be really fun to look at these with you all and see what fun, juicy common cardboard we got today. Let me know that the audio is coming through nice and crisp on your end. And yeah, we'll get started here. Let's go over to our set review here. Is this the one we're going for? Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Nope. This one? Yeah, there we go. All right, good. We found our way there. And let's get the chat plugged in here as well. Here we go. And make sure it's looking at the right thing. Just like that. Bada bing, bada boom. Found our way home to the big old blue. Okay, cool. So, Lost Caverns of Ixalan. This set has me excited for a couple of reasons. As I kind of showed in the thumbnail, and actually we'll go back to this for the moment because we're going to do a little story time here. Those of you who've maybe stuck with the channel for a while or been a part of the community for a time, you may know that I spent a year living in Costa Rica, in a really rural part of Costa Rica in the jungle, a place called Mastatal. It's maybe like 100 people, pretty remote, living in a place that was bordering on, I want to say it was like 3,400 hectares of virgin rainforest. And I was an apprentice at this Sustainability Education Center, and the whole idea was to learn how to live off the land, provide for myself, be able to build my own shelter, find my own food, grow my own food, and just generally like being in this tropical paradise, which was also very challenging. And so during that year that I spent there in Costa Rica, I came to really appreciate Latin American culture and appreciate like my place in the world as it relates to that. And something that I want to name right off the bat is that the Wizards of the Coast and the designers have done a fabulous job of trying to represent authentically the world of Ixalan in this latest set. And Ixalan, much like Kamigawa, is a representation of a real place on Earth, a real culture, and a lot of different cultures, not just one. And I really want to give hats off to Wizards of the Coast for having done their due diligence, having done their research, having hired people who have really deep cultural understandings of Latin America, and using that information to create something that feels really authentic and feels really immersive. And so when these first cards started to come out and I watched the design videos where they talked about how they went through the design process on this return to Ixalan here for Lost Caverns, I was just really tickled. I was really, really happy to see exactly what they had done to try and enrich this world and make it feel real. So anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there. We'll probably talk about some of the cards as we come along here. But that stuff is really important to me because where I was living in Costa Rica was bordering on an indigenous land of the Zapoton indigenous tribe in Costa Rica. And that tribe is not very large anymore. And it's largely because of the influences of colonizers and of folks coming from abroad who then kind of took that land from them. And so it was felt very keenly while I was living there, just the impact that people like myself had on that place. So so it's good to see folks like this getting recognition and being represented in an authentic way that doesn't sort of misrepresent or slander the amazing cultures of Central and Latin America. So with that said, let's get started with the set review. We're going to go down to this one right here. And let's take our first look at this. And of course, if you are in chat right now, do let me know if the audio is coming through loud and clear. Just give me a little what's up in the message if it's coming through. I can see the audio coming through on my end, but just want to make sure that there's no problems in the transfer there. So, okie dokie. Let us get started here. We're going to start in the white commons here. And once we're done, thank you, Neil. Appreciate it, friend. Appreciate you. We're going to start in the white commons here. And then here, let's go to rarity common like that. Too much do. I'll be listening in a minute, heading out for work. Awesome, do. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you so much. Audio all right. Thank you, Diego. Appreciate you all. So yeah, we're going to start in the white commons here, and then we're going to make our way through all the way to the artifacts, and then we'll go through the uncommon creatures and see what there is to see there. I've seen a couple of these cards so far, but really not most of them. So let's get at it here with Acrobatic Leap. 1 mana instant, grants flying and untaps it. +1/+3. So the first home that I think this card here has, the flying part of it is actually quite good, granting some evasion to a creature. Ironically, this feels more like a defensive card, like you would cast this on a creature as a combat trick to eat an attacker, because it's giving more toughness. It's kind of allowing us to either fog the damage or to block. I would prefer this were +2/+2. I feel like +3 is often sort of irrelevant in toughness, but if that were attack, it would be a little bit better. But there is a potential home for this, and that is in Illuminator Virtuoso, which is a deck that really is just constantly hungry for more and more combat tricks. Basically ways, it's got Heroic and Connive. So Heroic Connive, every time you target it, you're going to connive, and we're going to loot away things, spells, basically. And so this deck is always looking for cards like this because it's flying, it's evasion, and it's power, and it's cheap. It's 1 mana, and that's really good. So I think this is a really good home for it. The flying may find that it has other homes, but who knows. Diego says, isn't this just a functional reprint of another card from March of the Machines or Loader? That's a great question. Maybe one of you can pull up Scryfall here. And we could do it right now, but I do want to keep the pace of things moving. Yeah, we're going to keep moving through the cards, but if you are able to look on Scryfall, just copy that text right here or something like it, maybe like untap, flying, 1 mana instant, and see if anything comes up. Maybe this has been... No, it looks like it's only been printed once. Maybe it's a functional reprint, yeah. So that one seems fine. We've got Adaptive Gem Guard, a 4 mana 3/3 artifact creature gnome. I like this gnome creature type, and it's really cool that they show, in a way, they're like showing what these like Aztec, Maya, Inca, ancient civilizations of Latin America, what they would look like if they had never been like stymied by the arrival of my God, my words in my mind are so muddled right now, of the conquistadors, of colonizers who arrived in Latin America, because they're like powered up. They've got technology, and it's quite advanced. These are kind of like, they suggest that these are like AI on some of the cards. I saw one flavor text that said that they could kind of think for themselves. So they're mechs basically that are like powered by ancient magic crystals, and I really like that flavor here. This one allows you to tap 2 untapped artifacts or creatures you control to put a +1/+1 counter on Adaptive Gem Guard, and you can activate this as a sorcery. This is interesting. The fact that you could do this like several times in a turn is rather interesting. It seems to me that if you were in like Kadira, perhaps Kadira that's the one that of the small, right? It's the one that makes the rabbit tokens. That something like this would get really, really big really quickly. It is 4 mana, so it does need to be quite good for that, given that it has no evasion or anything like that. But you could pump this thing up quite large, almost kind of like a Captivate or a Celestial Unicorn in a sense. So yeah, it's great. It's an artifact creature. Not sure what cPDH applications. Kadira would be the one place. The fact that you can actually continually add counters to this does make me think... will be like Hamza. Does Hamza look at the number of counters? No, it's just the number of creatures. Costs one less to cast for each creature with a counter on it. Okay. So this thing might be nice in that like Hamza allows you to like vomit your hand out, and so once you do that, everything has summoning sickness, so you could take advantage of that turn to, and it's only 1 pip, so you could cast this for 1 white if he was discounting really nicely, and then play a bunch of creatures and then tap them all down to make this really large. That seems like a cool way to do it. Yeah, I like this. Not sure exactly what homes other than that though. We have a 2 mana, 1 and a white Attentive Sunscribe. 2/2. When it becomes tapped, scry 1. Interesting. This doesn't seem like wildly interesting to me. I think that there's probably better allocation of slots that you could find for a card like this, given that the body itself doesn't attack very well, and attacking is kind of our number way of like tapping a creature down. But perhaps there's something with Stony Brook Schoolmaster, where if we have a way to tap things down, perhaps we have a number of creatures recently that like we have the Martyr of Souls, which can convoke. So like with Convoke, that's quite interesting. It's kind of like a way to benefit off Convoke. It is an artifact, so Improvise would work. And then Stony Brook Schoolmaster being another white card that might go along with it to incentivize you to play like Holdout Settlement, Survivor Encampment, maybe Springleaf Drum, things like that. Austin says the +1/+3 card you're thinking of, Escape from Orthanc. Okay, let's take a look at that one. Yeah, so it's a functional reprint of this card. Very cool. Yep, very cool. Yeah, the one thing I'm going to be curious about is like, I don't know the exact math on it. You'll have to ask Brewbear, who's a good friend of mine and a patron of the channel. He's the one who really has pioneered Illuminator Virtuoso, and he has the math on that pretty clear. In fact, let's pull that list up really quick. We're gonna do Explore Decks, Illuminator Virtuoso. Okay, so we need to find Brewbear, Advanced Search, Format. Yeah, let's see. I think it's like +2 power. I don't want to get too deep in too lost in the sauce looking for it, but I think 2 power might be the limit, but I'm not sure. Flying either way is a very good keyword. Untapping it basically means it has Vigilance. Untapping it also unlocks cards like Cut Short, like this. Cut Short, so you might be able to like get yourself to Convoke. Although, yeah, that could 1 mana of that color. It's kind of funky there, but it would also do something for Prismatic Strands. Prismatic Strands, if you attacked all out, you had 1 mana up. You could, although the thing is that having, yeah, you have 1 mana up, you can like untap your creature and then flash back your strands. That's a possibility. I think we're reaching a little bit far in this card. It might not really be all that great, but I think it's worth considering, especially when you have functional reprints. So Attentive Sunscribe might be kind of in that realm of like trying to play in maybe like a monastery, what is it called? Mentor of the Meek, mono white, small stuff kind of a thing that uses Convoke, or it could be, yeah, I'm not sure. Cosmium Blast. We have 4 mana, deal 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. I feel like this is like a functional reprint of something else. I tend not to be a fan of these cards because like we just have cards like Swift Response. You know, just 2 mana, destroy target tapped creature. Which like Swift Response can still kill combo creatures, which is really important. They can kill scouts, which is like cards that put lands into play by tapping them, or it can kill untappers, which I feel like they need a good name too. Chat, let me know what you think below, like for names for like untappers. Like what would that be? Like I think scouts is a good name for like putting a land into play when you tap. Untappers just feels clunky. It feels like it needs a moniker, a nickname. So anyways, this Cosmium Blast, you know, this is a great spell in limited, but for us, I think this is largely not that great. attacking or blocking is just a really difficult limitation. But it is cool flavor. The idea that their tattoos here, as you can read, are laced with cosmium. So this is a cool like integration of like culture and technology to envision like where these civilizations would be if they had been given more time to develop without the introduction of disease on the part of the colonizers. So cool stuff. Like it's like blending magic and technology because they're accessing their technology with a substance, with a power source, the cosmium, that they're able to channel through tattoos, which is kind of like that really interesting mix of like magic and technology that I think is really awesome in some of these sets. So definitely A plus flavor there. We have Deconstruction Hammer. This card is great. I really like this card. Yeah, the naturalize that it gives you or the disenchant that it gives you is expensive, but it doesn't take tapping the creature. You just have to tap the hammer. But the more important thing is that it's +1/+1 for 1 mana and 1 to equip. That's really, really huge because I find that the equipment that they've been printing lately, a lot of it at least, where it's like 2 or 3 to equip and even more to cast, becomes really unuseful to the decks that want equipment. This could almost go in any deck, right? Like you could play this over, say, Break Ties, right? Break Ties is the 3 mana instant, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or exile a card from a graveyard, or reinforce. This does much of the same thing, except it's giving us a combat boost while we do it. So this is an onboard seal of cleansing in a sense. That does pretty cool stuff there. Do you need to tap the creature though, right? It grants the ability to tap the creature. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right, Diego. That's a good point. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, my smooth brain has missed that detail. It's granting the ability tap 3 and tap it. That is worse. But a place that this... oh, awesome. Good to see you, do. Thanks for coming back, buddy. A good place that you could put this actually would be in Laubert's Thraben Watcher deck, which grants vigilance to everything. That deck would not mind having a +1/+1 because it's going to give Thraben Watcher the ability to get 3 power and 3 toughness. And 3 toughness in particular for that deck is big because when you have a Lord that only has 2 toughness, when it dies, all of the things in play as a state-based effect lose that Lord's ability, and then they lose toughness, which often means that then they die to the sweeper. So something like this, where you can just cheaply deploy the hammer, increase the clock on your Thraben Watcher, and you would have the vigilance to be able to attack, and it's untapped to be able to tap it. So I would say the fact that you have to tap the creature is a significant downside, but that there are homes for it, and Thraben Watcher seems like the one that comes to mind. The fact that it's like cheaply pushing this up to 3 toughness protects it from Fiery Cannonade, Breath Weapon, Sulphurous Blast if it's cast at instant speed, and that's relevant. So yeah, good stuff. Cool card. Other places you could find. Oh, another great home for this would be in probably Cole the Forge Master. Although I don't think that people have really cracked the code on that one yet, and I don't know that it really has potential to be with the current card pool. But the other one would be, oh boy, it's the 2 mana that gives double strike to your equipped creatures. Rayav Master Smith would be a good home for this, or Brunor Battlehammer. Although Brunor Battlehammer feels to me like kind of a worse version of Rayav. Rayav is just so much more inexpensive and explosive and just functions so much smoother. Or actually, what's the new Akiri, Fearless Voyager? This would be another great home for it. Really cheap to cast, really cheap to equip, and is going to help you draw cards. So like, yeah, I mean, this is actually a great home for this. Do we need to do like a Let's Build on this card? Because it feels like this card is... they're printing a lot of cards lately that say whenever you attack a player with 1 or more creatures, draw a card. Like whenever you do something to them, we're going to look at the uncommon that does that. And that is so powerful because at the at like the mid level, you draw 3 cards a turn. And in these colors, like red and white, that is so important. Like that single-handedly makes this playable because you could draw 3 cards a turn. But when you add double strike and first strike, you can draw up to 6 cards a turn. Now that's like super Christmas land scenario, but drawing 3 cards a turn is nuts. Like if you all have seen my video on Amber Gristle with the Rakdos build of paired with Agent of Shadow Thieves, you empty your hand and then you just draw 3 cards a turn, and every turn you just empty your hand, and it feels really disgusting, like the way that you snowball. So cards like this really feed into that nicely. So I think this is going to be playable in those contexts. Here we have Envoy, 3 mana 3/3, pay 5 to make a 1/1 gnome. This could find a home in like in Mentor of the Meek. Mentor of the Meek is a 3 mana 2/2. Whenever you have a creature with power 2 or less enter the battlefield, you can pay 1. So basically any engine that allows you to like draw cards while making bodies could be useful there. These are vanilla creatures, so there's that. They're also artifacts, so that's actually quite interesting, the fact that they're artifacts. Let me know in chat below if you think there's another home for this. Maybe it would be in, oh, you know what? Yeah, Great Desert Prospector. Yeah, Great Desert Prospector makes disgusting amounts of mana that you can only... This can't be spent to cast non-artifact spells, which is just awful language, but it can... The TLDR is you can use this for activated abilities. So, and this also, if your commander dies or if you flicker it, and you've been making tokens with this creature, you're going to make even more Power Stone tokens. So this seems like a great home for that, absolutely. Alex says D&D tonight, so I can't hang. Hope you have a great stream, though. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it, buddy. And hope you have a great time at D&D. Yeah, Smegma, definitely. I think this one definitely seems sweet. Family Reunion. 1 and a white instant. Choose 1. Creatures you control get +1/+1. Okay, so we've got an Anthem. And then creatures you control gain hexproof? Wow. This is really strong. There's a couple of things I really like about this. 2 mana, instant speed, hexproof spell. Okay, so the modality of this is phenomenal. If you have no concern about dying, or like losing your creatures in a sweeper or losing a key creature, you can pump everything up and go super wide. Yeah, Diego, Pauper Heroic Intervention. I would say so. Yeah, it's pretty close. The only thing is that it's not giving Indestructible either, which obviously that would be like kind of nuts, because this is, wait, isn't this... This is like really close to Heroic Intervention, but it's just doesn't grant Indestructible, right? Oh, come on. My potato computer. Permanents you control gain hexproof and Indestructible. I mean, this is really close. Yeah, this is a great, this is staple. I have a hard time imagining a white deck that wouldn't want to play this, because white is incentivized so often to go wide. But it's also just another hexproof protection spell. It's close enough. Yeah, absolutely. For untap effects, reversal after dramatic reversal for creatures, specifically a Muse creature. Seedborn Muse. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, this is great. This is like very much like A grade premium white card. Like, I think you might even cut like 1 mana protection for this because it's doing both things. It's still fairly cheap. It still fits into your curve fairly well. If you're in like a Voltron deck, you might not play it because it's like the difference between 1 and 2 when you want to play your commander and then protect it is pretty big. But in a lot of white decks, being able to like pump up all your creatures with a big Anthem and hold a counterspell up, or just like stop your creatures from, I don't know, it's mainly 1 creature, but the way you would do this is you would cast your first protection spell. If they do another, then you cast this and then they all get hexproof. The creatures gaining hexproof is rather interesting too, though, on second analysis, because that's like, if they have more instant speed interaction, they can get under this. The creatures part of it gaining hexproof is kind of weird, actually. I don't know. I wonder if this would... Like, I would almost prefer if this was indestructible. I'm I'm going to reel it back just a little bit. I think this is very good. The flexibility of it is key. It's really like, read this card as this: target creature you control gains hexproof, and then or creatures get +1/+1. So it's an anthem or a protection spell, and I think that's good enough. So I think that's fine. Yeah, very cool. Family Reunion. Glorifier of Suffering. Oh, wow. Has anybody else, for those of you watching, have you noticed that they've done like Shibari? That's some nice rope tying there. This person's, I presume they're, okay, anyways, we're not going to stray too deep onto that topic, but yeah, that's kind of cool. We have a 3-mana 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may sack another creature or artifact. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 2 target creatures. This is, okay. So this could go in something like Conclave Mentor. Although I will say, like, while I'm listing Conclave Mentor as an option, I have no idea how you would make room for it, because really, like Conclave Mentor, every time we get another creature that's like 1 mana and puts a 1/1 counter into play right away, it just immediately cuts from cards that are like 4 and 3 mana, to the point where we really don't have very many cards that we would actually, yeah, I don't know. 3 mana is tough. Like in this deck, you would rather just empty your hand. So it doesn't say non-token. So you can sacrifice treasure, blood, food. I mean, the main thing to look at here is that this is actually a 5/4 for 3 mana, right? Like kind of like what you're saying there, Patrick, about it being non-token. It means we can sacrifice things that don't really matter to us, incidental things, and this puts a lot of power into play. I think I like this quite a lot. Yeah, I mean, it seems great. Maybe this would be good in some sort of like Elisil Core deck, where you could sacrifice a token and then put some +1/+1 counters on your extort creatures so that they don't die to sweepers. Like Basilica Screecher in particular, like pushing it up to a 2/3 makes it a lot more durable, and it means that it hits harder. I think this is quite cool. I like this a lot. This is cool design. It's very flexible. It's actually it's a bit pushed, right? Like you're putting 5 power into play for 3 mana. I mean, and in white, like sacrifice, like you could like sacrifice a bird token from Battle Screech and then put 2 counters on 2 creatures, and then you're kind of like buffing up these evasive flyers in a way that makes them more relevant. I like this card a lot. I'm not sure. Tell me what you think, what the other homes are for this one. Slam Dunk in Elisil Core. I'm finna to say that. Sack Doom Traveler. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, see, there you go. That's where we want to see this, right? Glorifier of Suffering wants to be alongside all of the 1 mana Doomed Traveler, the Hunted Witness, Garrison Cat, all that shit, right? Like you just sack it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, and Abdel Throne. Yeah, Abdel Throne is interesting too, especially if you're buffing up something evasive that would want to attack. The only problem in Abdel Throne is that when you put counters on something, you're going to lose those counters if you flicker it. So there might be some tension there, but it really depends on your build of Abdel Throne. If you're going for more of a mid-range or like even a control Abdel Throne, then maybe this is nice, because you're able to buff up some creatures and get some cheap attacks in with your flyers. Or, you know, the other thing is you could just take like a, well, no, that doesn't work because it's up to 2 target creatures. So that means that you can only, I always get confused with that, but it means you have to target up to 2 target creatures, right? Oh, Gut Leader. Yeah. Gut Leader, actually. This is great in Gut Leader. Because one of the things you want in Gut is you really want ways to take Gut and push it above 2 toughness. If you can make Gut into a 3 toughness creature, it's like a lot less likely to die to the commonly played sweepers like Breath Weapon and Fiery Cannonade, which really wreck the deck. The only thing about this card that doesn't maybe fit there is because like the good here is that it sacrifices artifacts and creatures, so it's omnivorous, and that's important. It can buff up our creatures to give them a little more toughness, which is also good. You know, another use case for this could be like buff up Gut, buff up something else, and then if Gut does actually die, then maybe the other thing doesn't die. I'm not sure. The problem is that Gut doesn't want threats in its 99. it is the threat. Gut is the thing that makes your army. So like the deck basically says like feed me and I will make you an army. And sacrificing an artifact or a creature to this to put 2 power in play is actually a lot worse than putting like 6 power in play. With like if you sacked one of your artifacts and you make a 6/3 haste menace, that's actually quite a bit better use of the food. So I don't know. The playability of this is probably hinging on whether the +1/+1 counter goes on your gut and whether that's really relevant. But you know, it's a great body. You can also you could do 1 on gut and 1 on this, and it would be a 4/3, a 4/3, and a 3/3. So that's good. Iron Paw Aspirant. Yep. All right. Already know where this is going. This is Conclave Mentor Stonks. This is great. Conclave Mentor loves these cards, and the reason why this will immediately go in is because it targets any creature, and it's a 1/2. So like we have 1/1s still left in the deck that only that do the same thing for the same mana cost, right? So this is great. This goes in Conclave Mentor. You know, cards like this and Conclave Mentor is going to be a really interesting place to start for those of you who haven't seen the list. Let me pull it up for you. I'll drop it in the chat below so you can use this as inspiration. One of the uncommons that I have seen from all this stuff from this set is the somebody mentioned it, Kutzil, as you mentioned, Andre. Kutzil, the new Selesnya, very promising new Selesnya commander. And a really good place to start is Conclave Mentor, because Conclave Mentor is full of ways to permanently buff up the power and toughness of your creatures with counters and with like proliferate and things like that. It wouldn't be an exact 1-for-1. There's slightly different build incentives there because Kutzil only asks you to buff up the power different from what it was originally. So that could be a temporary buff with a card like Ramosian Rally. It could be with a card like Warded Battlements, which gives a buff to your whole team. Or it could be the Sergeant that gives power to all your creatures, or the Veteran Swordsmith or something like that. So slightly different build incentives, but something like this could still play there. My voice is starting to die. I'm going to get some tea. I'll be right back. Tell you what, chat, I had a little too much fun in a little too much fun in Vancouver in British Columbia this last weekend, and I'm paying for it now. Bunch of sweaty raves with a lot of good people and a lot of good music. Totally worth it, but oh man, I've been sick for a week now, so I'm gonna try not to cough too much, but we've got my emergency honey, a little bit of echinacea throat coat thing going on here, so hopefully that helps a little bit. Whew. Doozy. What a doozy. Bless this ravaged body. Okay, Miner's Guidewing. This is a card I have seen. Oh, your throat is kaput as well. I'm sorry, Smegma. I'm sorry that that's the case. Miner's Guidewing. I've seen this card. I think this is an immediate include in Conclave Mentor. Although the main reason for that there's actually a number of reasons for it. Like Flying Vigilance is a great combination. That's like aggressive and a defensive mechanic on one. It's not like where they put this is a very flexible creature, and if we load this up with counters, it's going to become an absolute nightmare. Like we're gonna hit people and we're gonna be able to block at the same time. Diego says, bro, paying the tax on the rave study. Yeah, that's right. The rave tax has come to. I forgot to pay the 1, chat. I think that's what happened, and I forgot to pay the 4. The fish in the book. It was a lot of fun though, guys. I went to a place called the Vault in Vancouver, BC, and the Vault has only been around for about 6 months, but it like you descend down into the ground and there are like 3 or 4 rooms. It's 4 rooms that are all way under the ground in these concrete bunkers, you know, and it was so sick. Oh my God. Heard an artist called Black Loops there, and it was insane. You recorded an amateur film last week on Film Camp, and man, I'm glad that I lost my voice after the recording. Still had since I had a roll. Oh my god, yeah, that's good timing. This card is cracked, indeed. The fact that when it dies, it explores is also pretty cool because basically, like, this is gonna read +2/+2 on another creature because of our Conclave Mentor. I don't know when it's gonna die. You know, like I don't know under what circumstances it dies. So I think that this text here is maybe not as relevant. But just as a 1-mana 1/1 flying vigilance, it makes the cut because we want to diversify in Conclave Mentor with creatures that have really good keywords so that we can load them up. We don't want to just play creatures that have counters because we need to have evasion to punch through. So we have like a mixture. It's like mostly cards that put counters on things, and then like a bunch of cards that are just good bodies to load up on. Oh, I'm sorry. This is going to be kind of rough. You had a party in a bunker where you met an artist named Black Loops. Shit, that sounds like an awesome experience. Yeah, it was insane. I had a wicked costume on. I wonder if I could bring up. Yeah, we'll do a quick story time here. Actually, let's see. We're not going to go into photos. We'll do. Yeah, no, it was sweet. I had an awesome costume on. I was like a cyberpunk ninja with like a demon cultist mask on, with like a crazy like red coss and like horns and a big hood, and I had a lot of fun. It was really good. I'll show you guys something real quick here. I actually got in an incredible flow state with a new flow toy that I purchased, which is called a square wave, and this is the package it comes in, like this, and it's a very square object that makes very unsquare shapes, and you can do some really cool stuff here. So I had a lot of fun playing around with this inside the bunker. You can like control different parts of it, and they're kind of like sold out on Amazon as far as I understand, and they're kind of expensive, but I really enjoyed playing with that. So yeah, it was a good time. Bunker was a good time. Definitely going to go back to the vault. Diego, I think you put this in any aristocrat deck just for the value. I'm definitely going to try it in 60 card pauper with Carrion Feeder and friends. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I suppose this is kind of like a death trigger that puts a counter on something while also being like a relevant attacking body. It blocks fairies quite nicely. Like you can attack and block with this, which is good. So yeah, definitely worth trying. But yeah, Conclave Mentor seems like a great home for it, just right off the bat. But also like Mentor of the Meek, which I know I've mentioned a number of times, and this is a hint. We are going to do that someday. Mentor of the Meek is wildly underplayed in cPDH. So yeah, All-Star. This is a deck. This is a card you'll see in a lot of decks. It's pretty like staple in like white weenies strategies. Man, my computer is so slow right now. Let's see if I can close some other softwares here and speed things up. My potato computer is just gasping for air. Let's see. We maybe turn off Twitter, turn off Google Photos. Google Photos. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wow, we got 13 of you in here. Wow, that's awesome. Cool. Well, I'm glad. Hope you all are having a great day out there. Hope your day is going a little better than mine. Not that I'm like sad or anything, but I've just been sick since Tuesday, and paying the rave tax. Black Loops after seeing your item. Ah, so it was you, my rival, Yellow Square Toy. Yeah. I am like, I really enjoy going to festivals and to raves. Like it's an amazing experience for me, like being in these environments where I can really like channel my flow state and dance. I like to dance. I'm quite good at it, and in like performance art dance. And so hey Slats, what's up, bud? And so as I find more of these things like this, I just like find ways to bring them with me. And so whenever you find me in one of these environments, I'm like this like gremlin that has all of these analog flow toys on me, and it's really, really fun to give them out to people and share. Man, what is happening here? Maybe we can try opening up a new one. This is brutal. Is my internet just like taking a dookie right now? Maybe. Is it just my end, or is the chat not showing the new comments? That should do it right there. Yeah, we'll try here like this. Let's try swapping this over like that. Unlock lock. No, it's not. It's I think it's on my end. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. I'm getting some problems right now with the computer. I wonder what. Oh boy, this is this chat is why if you have the resources for it and you are motivated, you like this content, you enjoy what we're doing here, consider joining to becoming a patron, because I am just fingers crossed that my computer doesn't implode. It's 8 years old. It was built with really good components, and so it's lasted a long time, but it's on its last legs. And all the money from the Patreon is going to go into buying a new computer. That is, oh man, exit page. Shoot. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Maybe, oh boy, now it's locking up. Let me know. Can you guys still see me? Am I still coming through clearly in the video? Oh. Okay. Stream is still up and running. Okay, good. I don't really know what's going on here. Let me do a little task manager thing here. Maybe I can exit out of something. You can't hear me. Interesting. Okay. Here we go. Oh, so it's just an update? Oh, that's so obnoxious. Look at this. Chrome update strikes again. Jesus. That is, that's obnoxious. Chrome. Bad Chrome. Okay. We're opening back things back up here. No, I can't. I was just making a dumb joke. Okay, cool. I understand perfectly. Bought a new gaming PC after 8 years in July, and it's a bonkers upgrade. Yeah, I mean, the new computers these days are like, they're gonna make this computer that I've got, which was like a beast 8 years ago, look really antiquated. But the things that I asked this computer to do, it's an amazing computer. Like the fact that it allows me to run like 2 instances of OBS is incredible. Okay, so this is why the chat was having problems. So let's open that back up. Sorry everybody, and thanks for your patience as we navigate these little technical issues. We got ambush vipered by an update on Chrome's end, which is wow. We actually have more people in the stream now. I guess I should have more crashes more often, right, chat? Super stoked to have you all here. If you're enjoying the content, do of course take a moment and leave a like for the video. That's a great way to support the channel for free. Doesn't cost a dang thing on your end, which is great. We love free, right, chat? Okay, there we go. We're back online, folks. Okay, little hiccup, but we're good to go. We were just on Miner's Guidewing. Yep. And then we're going to go over to Oltec Archaeologists. Cosmium Blast is more like Chromium Blast. Yeah, basically. Oltec Archaeologists is a 5-mana 4/4, so actually a pretty nice body. It's an Artificer, which there are things you can do with Artificers, and a Human, which is a good creature type. You can choose one when you ETB, and you can return an artifact from your graveyard to your hand or scry 3. Wow. I wonder if this has a home in Teshar. It's kind of expensive, and Teshar often operates off of like not a lot of mana. But it does allow us to get a artifact card from our graveyard to our hand or scry 3. And the scry 3 in that deck is like kind of a big deal because it's operating with like really poor sources of card advantage that are reliant on Teshar. And something like this where you could like get an artifact back in a pinch. That part of it's not as relevant because Teshar does that. Every time you cast a historic spell, you get one back. It's a classic BOGO kind of environment. Scry 3, but it's a 4/4. It's just a good body too. I feel like there's a better thing to do at 5 mana, but maybe I'm missing something. Quintorius, that's another option too. Yeah. My intuition says that for 5 mana, this isn't good enough, even though Scry 3 is quite good, and it's in white, and it's like not giving resources to our opponent, which is often like how white does it. Like if you're getting something back, you give something to your opponent. I don't know. This is interesting. Like if you're in a deck where the artifacts going into your graveyard is quite common, then maybe this does have some usefulness, or maybe a white version of a Tormod deck. Or maybe like a Rebek, plus Armix kind of a thing. I don't know. I'm speculating a little bit here. This one is not as clear to me where this goes. Oltek Cloud Guard, 4 mana, 3/2, makes a 1/1 flying. It's an artifact creature. I do appreciate that the power is what we're getting out of this. Like we're getting 3/3/2 instead of a 2/3. Because if the 1/1, when the 1/1 dies, we're still left with an evasive 3-power flyer, and evasive 3-power flyers win games, in my opinion. So is it fabulous? Not entirely. It is a human soldier, so maybe this, I don't know. Good, very good for limited. Very, very good for limited. This is going to win a lot of games in limited. First time catching on the stream. Great. Awesome. Thanks on cooldown. Good to have you here, bud, and hope you're enjoying things. I don't really play cPDH, but the Glorifier of Suffering seems amazing to me for my PDH Arcbound Shikari. Oh, yeah, for turning on modular. Yeah. This one right here. The Shibari Vampire, as we're going to nickname it. Yeah, it seems awesome. That's a really good use for it. Like sacrifice an artifact, put +1/+1 counters on things. Later, they're going to modular. It seems awesome. Wouldn't you have a 2/3, though, since it would dodge small sweepers? 2/3 flyers are good blockers as well. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a little bit of this and that in there. Yeah, so it depends on what your goal is, right? Like, I kind of like the 3/2 because it's just more powerful in the air. It's going to deal more damage. But I totally see what you're saying is like, this would survive a sweeper if it were a 2/3 that made a 1/1. So... but I think flying is like a pretty aggressive mechanic, so I tend to prefer the power, but I think that's a perfectly reasonable take as well. And 2/3 flyers are good blockers. Yeah, that's a good point. So more aggressive leaning than defensive. Okay, I have seen this card. I am excited about this card. These 1 mana scry 2 artifacts that just go into play and then sit in play and then do something later on. This is just like Witching Well in blue, right? So it scries 2. The difference is that you pay 4, you draw 2 cards, which admittedly Witching Well is a really good card. It's very underplayed. Like the fact that you just have sort of like a 4 mana draw 2 just sitting there. You like play this out on turn 1. Later on, you zoop it up into your hand. And just draw cards, right? It's great. And also you can like sacrifice it to makeshift munitions and to, black sack draw cards like, Reckoner's Bargain or Deadly Dispute. So this really falls into that same category. 1 mana, scry 2, artifact in play. And then later on you can craft it, which is where you exile an artifact you control or an artifact in your graveyard to return it transformed as a 1/4 that has flying and grants flying to another creature. That I don't know where. Okay, so a good home for this could be in Mentor of the Meek, although Mentor of the Meek has a lot of really good cards for it, so it's hard to imagine that this would beat those out because the deck doesn't have a problem with card advantage. It has just like, you just need to kill people, right? Draw cards and not die to combo. But a card like this, granting being a 1/4, I mean, it's not dying to sweepers. We can sack an artifact. So we have to have an artifact to do with this. This one's one that's like gonna be interesting. Maybe it goes in like the Armix Rebek deck. That would make a lot of sense, actually. This is great in there. This would be good potentially in... Oh, this would be good in Abdel, probably, right? I bet this is good in Abdel. Hey, what's up, Winfro? Woohoo, end of the week and a dinosaur set review. Yeah, we got dinosaurs, pirates, ancient Maya, Aztec, Inca. One thing I wanted to mention too, the basic lands. My partner and I, who both spent a fair bit of time in Latin America, she a lot more than I, we're actually recognizing that each land seems to correlate to a different ancient empire of Latin and Central America, which is really cool. So tell me below what you think they are when you look at the basic lands, the full arts, and tell me which ones you think they are. One of them, the island in particular, has a very clear cultural reference. But something like this could be used in Abdel to like scry repeatedly. You also have a lot of artifacts, so you probably be able to just turn this into a 1/4. Maybe you give Abdel flying. I don't know. You make gut sound positively biblical. Feed me and I will make you an army. Well, yeah. Dude, you can't make me laugh like that. Make me cough. Oh, Cephalopod Sentry. That's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, maybe in Cephalopod Sentry it would allow you to second threat. Giving flying to another thing maybe doesn't matter as much in that deck because Cephalopod Sentry does have it. But I think you're right, though. It's just an artifact that scries too. I'm not sure if this makes the cut considering Blessed Hippogriff exists. You're talking about, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Blessed Hippogriff does something very different, though. Blessed Hippogriff is a protection spell that's very efficient. That 1 mana indestructible that also grants flying to an attacker every time it attacks. This is just a great card, for one thing. Like, Blessed Hippogriff is nuts. Very strong. Protection, it's 2 cards on 1, so it's card advantage. And it's a threat that grants evasion to your attackers. It's great. I love that. This is different, though. We would play this in the slot of, like, card selection, card advantage. So... Yeah, too much, Drew. I've got the croup right now. I'm paying the Ristic Rave study. I forgot to pay the 1, and I definitely didn't pay the 4. And I went to a dirty rave in a really cool place called the Vault, and now I'm paying the price. But I spent a weekend with my friends, and that was worth every cough and every suffering. So you exile the artifact, though not sack. Doesn't really go with Armix. Yeah, that's true. Although Armix in white and black like that, you're probably hungry for ways to like dig for cards. And the fact that it gives flying is really big for Armix. Giving Armix flying over and over. Yeah, this is definitely like a Armix Rebek card. This Oteclan Landmark. This is definitely an Armix Rebek card. It's also, one mana, so it's going to give you protection from those colors as well. Quintorius again. Interesting. Quintorius for this one. Because you're exiling something from your graveyard potentially. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, I wish I was more confident in Quintorius. Both Clay and myself have put a lot of work into Quintorius, and he's stuck with it. I've long since given up. It's just a lot. It's very expensive, and it pulls you in a ton of different directions. Like, you need to have stuff in your graveyard to eat. You need to have ways to eat it. Quintorius needs to survive. You need to ramp into Quintorius. You don't have great card advantage. So it's a tough commander. I don't know exactly what would make it work better, but it seems to me that there's other Boros mid-range commanders that just do better. Because Quintorius is such a lightning rod. Like, if you allow Quintorius to do things with like alms, you might lose the game. So Quintorius does eat removal. And it's hard to play like this 5 mana commander that you need to protect that has no ETB. Yes, the Plains is in Peru. Yep. It does look like Peru. The Plains is Machu Picchu. Yeah, it definitely has Machu Picchu vibes. Commander products, am I right? Yeah, no doubt. Petrify. Is this just a functional reprint? Of what was it called? Type aura, MV equals 2, rarity common, color equals white, O artifact, O creature, Planner Disruption. So it's the same thing as Planner Disruption, but it doesn't hit Planeswalkers. And it's similar to Realmbreaker's Grasp, but Realmbreaker's Grasp allows you to use mana abilities. So these two are like much better than Realmbreaker's Grasp because of that reason. But yeah, it's just a better pacifism. This will be premium removal. Can't wait till we get to the black for the sweet Golem updates. Oh, Golem cards, you say? Very good. Quicksand Whirlpool, we have a 6 mana instant. If it targets a tapped creature, exile the creature. I don't love this. 3 mana, white, exile a creature that has to be tapped. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't love this. Yeah, I don't love it. Don't love it. Soaring Sandwing. Oh, they brought back the Plane Cyclers. They brought back the Cyclers in general. WotC, I love this. I think this is really cool card design. You know, these like expensive creatures that cycle for 2. They're great for limited. They're great for our format because they really, you know, they're giving you a thing to do early to like make sure you hit your land drops. They ensure consistency. Many of them have good ETBs that you can use later on in the game. They allow you reanimation lines. They tend to be fairly like big. Like this is a 3/5 flyer that, yeah, the Soaring Sandwich does not die to very much. It's got 5 toughness and it's, you know, it's kind of underpowered for a 6 mana creature, but the life gain is relevant in today's meta. It's a great blocker. It definitely attacks well as well. The plane cycling is good. These land cycling cards, if they're going to be 2 mana, I would respectfully request that WotC consider making it so that you can cycle for 2 to draw a card instead as well. Like I would love for this to be like plane cycling or cycling, because at 2 mana, the cycling cards have to be really good for them to fit in your deck, okay? Because the 1 mana cyclers, that you can take out lands. You can take out a basic land every time you put Troll of Khazad-dûm or Lorien Revealed in your deck. It's a little more sketchy to do it on these because 2 mana, you start to compete for the 2 mana rock slot, right? So maybe on 2, instead of playing your Arcane Signet, you have to cycle to find a land, play your land on turn 3, and then your Arcane Signet. So I don't like the way these fit into the curve as much, but I would love to see if these, you know, if they could add that to there so that you could draw a card, because they're not, these creatures are not very good, like on their body. Like 3/5 for 6 mana that like gains 3 life and has flying. It's like, yeah, we can do a little bit better than that. Yeah, it tutors up Idyllic Grange. Yeah, it tutors up your duels, but like, I think we need a little bit more than that. Smegma says, I personally love commanders that don't mind missing too much. Rilsa Rail dies sucks, but I function pretty well without her. Exactly, yeah. Commanders that are ambivalent to whether their commander dies or not, or aren't affected by it that much, or have an ETB that gives us like something else when we do it, is really, really good. And Quintorius doesn't have any of those things. Yeah, Rilsa is a deck that like, not only is Rilsa Rail like exceptionally hard to kill, it's like a 5 toughness black creature. It doesn't die to Grasp of Darkness. It doesn't die to Snuff Out, Executioner's Capsule, Doomblade, Terror, Spinning Darkness. Doesn't die to Bolt, Galvanic Blast. It dies to like very, very little. And then when you do kill it, it's like, cool, I get to go through the initiative again. So it presents like a really good challenge for our opponents. It's a lot of cognitive dissonance. Power Creep Pacifism, yep. Yep, these are definitely weaker than the Loader ones. Yeah, the Loader ones are very, very good, but and obviously they're seeing play in like every format now, which is great. I think that's really cool. They're very dynamic design. They allow you to fetch duels. It's only 1 mana. If they were 1 mana, it should never say draw a card on it. But I think at 2 mana, it should be like cycle, like plane cycle, or cycle to draw a card, because these cards are just kind of underpowered, right? Otherwise, because they take up slots in your deck. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing, a great point there, Lasagna, as well, is that they function great with the Undercity. Yeah, so as you increase the creature density in your deck, you give yourself more and more hits off the Undercity and the Throne of the Dead 3, which is amazing. And I've put those creatures into play a ton of times. I've put like a Troll of Khazad-dûm into play as like a 9-power triple menace, and it's gasoline. It feels really good. Cardur is the ultimate example of that. Yeah, Cardur doesn't ever feel good to kill. Like, you're like, okay, now he's going to recast it. I don't, you know, my counter spells aren't for this. Now we're all hitting each other, and he's just cackling. Now he's got the initiative. We can't attack him. He's draining us. We're committing violence against each other and not him, and that feels bad. The Loader Cyclers are staple, like legacy staples at this point. I've even seen vintage lists running Lorien. Yeah, and the big reason for that, of course, is that they are actual cards instead of lands. So like Lorien Revealed is another land that allows you to pitch to Force of Will, which is awesome. Or Force of Negation, or if you had like Oliphant, you could pitch it to Fury. If you had like Generosent, you can pitch it to Force of Vigor. If you have the white one, the Eagles of the North, yeah, they're great. They work well with reanimation. They're good early. They're great early and they're great late. They shuffle. Everything about them is awesome. I would love to see more of those cards. Like print them either 2 mana land cycling or 2 mana draw, or 1 mana land cycling. I think that's a great design heuristic. Since WotC seems to like these land cyclers a lot recently, maybe they'll give us more 1 mana cyclers in other non-standard products. I think that's a good guess. I would put money on that. Pitch the Force, Brainstorm. Yeah, exactly. They shuffle Brainstorm. They're amazing. I love the mono black Troll, Grief. You know, those shells are really sick. They're really sick. Death Shadow type stuff. Okay, we're gonna keep moving here because we're barely through white and we're getting a little hung up here. 2 mana, 2/2, Thousand Moon Crackshot. You can pay 3 when you attack to tap a creature. It's not very good. It is a human soldier, which is a relevant creature type. Tapping down creatures is good, but there's cheaper ways to do that. 10th District, 10th District Guard. No. Ooh, what's it called? 10th. Is it 10th? It's the one that says whenever a white creature enters the battlefield, white creature enter tap rarity common color equals white. Court Street Denizen. Yeah, we have like cards like this. This is just better. Yeah, exactly. Stop getting distracted by us. That's never possible. I always get distracted by you guys. You're just too damn fun. Yeah, sucks to be great like you guys. Okay. I wish this one was when you could tap her so you could have an excuse to play it on Wrath. I wish this one was when you tap her. Yeah, so like if she, like when you tap down another creature and then maybe it wasn't like mana. I don't know. This just seems very rich. It's very expensive. Like I would like this body to be bigger. I don't know, or maybe this be repeatable. Like if you could pay 3 over and over to tap things down, but it's just not. So I don't like it. Thousand Moon Infantry, 3 mana, 2/4. Untap it during each player's untap step. Huh. That's weird. Okay, so this helps you with Convoke. It's quite thick. It's a great target for like all the glitters. What are we doing with this? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure. A little flyer up in my face there. A little 0/1 pest token invading my space right now, driving me nuts. Send help, chat. Bought a couple of new Loader Holiday Reese common foils, and they have quite interesting etched silver effect, especially white cards look really neat. That's what I love the most about playing Pauper. Yeah, it's so great. You just get to buy all the fancy cards, and they don't cost that much. Although I bet Troll of Khazad-dûm is probably... Oh, wow. It's only $5. Yeah, that's so cool. Or like buy the foil for 2. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I mean, not that expensive. I want to get some of these for sure. The Lorien Revealeds are probably the ones that are going to get more expensive. Tinker's Tote, we have here a 3 mana artifact. When it enters the battlefield, make 2 colorless gnome artifact creature tokens. Wow, so this puts 3 artifacts into play, and it puts 2 bodies into play, and we can flicker it. And then we can sack it to gain 3 life. Okay, this card is great. This seems like... Well... Yeah, maybe Rebecca, because it's making a 0 and a 4, although protection from 0 isn't that good. Protection from 3 is fine. Puts itself into the graveyard. This is a Vizkopa Guildmage card. Vizkopa Guildmage has moved away a lot from like playing like a 1 mana gain 5, like Chaplain's Blessing, and towards cards that either draw cards and gain you life, like Lembas, or like a Potion of Healing. that basically ETB, draw a card, and then later we can pay like a tiny amount of mana to gain 3 life. Because the way this activation works is that you can either pay a bunch of mana for a big life gain effect and then use the ability once or twice, or you can use the ability more times on a smaller life gain effect, and you get about the same result. But the difference is that like the most brutal thing in Vizkopa is if you like cast Congregate, hold priority, and then activate, and activate, and activate, and you use up all your mana, and then your opponent counters your Congregate, and you just like time walked yourself for the whole turn, and you did absolutely nothing. You just gained a bunch of life. Whereas like these potion cards that just like gain 3 life, you can't counter these. You can only counter the Vizkopa. If the Vizkopa resolves, everybody is going to take a bunch of damage, like on the spot. And this makes bodies. My current list of Vizkopa also plays ways to sacrifice my artifacts to draw cards, like with Reckoner's Bargain and with Deadly Dispute. I do believe. Let me check here. Let's see. I play, so I play Rowan's Grim Search. I play Deadly Dispute. I do not play Reckoner's Bargain, but both of those could eat up those bodies, which is quite nice. So I like this a lot. Like this is making blockers for us. It's you could actually even bring this back with Recommission, which is pretty cool. And it's only 1 mana to gain the 3, which is great. When it gets to 2 mana, it starts to become like a little less interesting, but this is awesome. Yeah, great for Vizkopa Guildmage. Love this card. This card is probably also just great in any deck that likes lots of 1/1 artifacts. So, this would be good in the Power Stone deck, the Great Desert Prospector. Holy crap, chat's going buck wild here. Foil Lorien revealed is about 10 euros at the moment. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, the funny thing is I was one of the first people to call out that those land cyclers from Lord of the Rings were busted in every format. And you can actually go back on Twitter and look at it. I posted some infographics like right after they printed them that showed exactly everything they could do just in cPDH. And it was still quite a while before people like in Legacy and in other formats started to realize how good these cards were. And now they're just everywhere. They're just everywhere, right? So I should have bought a lot of them. I knew I should have just like stocked up on them because they were very cheap, but I didn't. So, should pick some more up. Yep. Edict Fodder as a win condition in Vizkopa seems fantastic. Yeah, it's doing everything we want. The only other thing it could do is maybe like draw a card or something, but so this is 4 mana to deal 3, gain 3. It could be a lot more than that. Like this is likely to be like drain 6, gain 3 in Vizkopa. Okay, on to blue. Let's take a look here at the timestamp so I don't have to dig later on here. How far are we in? We are 1 hour and 13. Makes it easier for me to go back and add all the timestamps for the colors when I write that stuff down. Ancient Ancestral Remembrance is the next one here. Same, I knew that they would become expensive, yet didn't buy more. Yeah, it is what it is, though. They're still not that expensive. They're still pretty inexpensive if you want the base ones. Sorcery Speed is big sad. This is like a worse version of Reign of Revelation. It's strictly worse. It's just a sorcery and not an instant. So, I don't know. Like these big draw spells are most welcome. It does dig 3, which is good. That's good. But these big draw spells like are most useful in big blue decks where you want to have your mana up to do other things during other people's turns. And so having to pay 4 during your turn kind of sucks. Like I would much rather like cast instant speed draw spells that draw a little bit less and be able to hold my mana up. Brackish Blunder. Return target creature to its owner's hand. If it was tapped, create a map token. Holy shit. Yeah, this is great. This is awesome. This is very awesome. This is a really good home in Sailor's Bane. And I'll tell you why. You are... The map token allows you to make Sailor's Bane into an 8/8, which makes it into a 2-shot. It's like a normally costed 2 mana instant that if you bounce a tapped creature is going to make a map token, and it's going to help you buff up Sailor's Bane in a way that's uncounterable. And Sailor's Bane, sometimes you run the risk when you're playing it of just like not hitting the cards that give you power, and then it feels bad to like hit somebody for 7 if you don't have a way to give it 2 power on the next swing. So this is great. It's also making an artifact token, so maybe there's other homes for it as well. Like what decks would care about an artifact? It's also allowing us to loot stuff into the graveyard. Not loot, but explore stuff into the graveyard, which feeds the Sailor's Bane. Although generally speaking, if you have Sailor's Bane out, it's just not super relevant. Explore. Oh, Explore is actually quite good on Ghost. Ghost of Ramirez de Pietro, because we can explore the card away, put the +1/+1 counter on Ghost. If Ghost has 1 power, it beats most things in combat that it'll bounce off of. And that's really good. You want to give Ghost 1 power and 1 toughness. Otherwise, there's certain things it can lose to. And so I like this for that deck. It's, bounce spell. It's not super flexible, but it's a bounce spell that gives us an artifact that can draw us a card, or it can buff up our team. So I bet this has more homes than this one. Maybe... Oh, if it creates a map token, that is an artifact that you could use with like TPI. Huh. Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting card. Cogwork Wrestler. Okay, so this is the same thing as the type Fairy O Rogue MV equals 1, rarity equals common, color equals blue, enter, something like that. Maybe it's a human. It's a human. Maybe it's not a rogue. Oh, I did black. My bad. We want blue. That's U, not B. Fairy. It's the new fairy that does the same thing. Maybe it's just a rogue. Ah, what? No, it's not a fairy. Maybe it's a human. MV1, enter. Yeah, the Brine Barrow Intruder. Brine Barrow Intruder. This is the card that this is a duplicate of. It's just a human rogue instead of this gnome. This is also an artifact, but it's functionally the same thing. I don't know what decks want this. It's possible you could play all of these cards in Elrond, maybe, because the flash allows you to do combat tricks where you attack into people. You play your creature first, you go to combat, and then in combat you can like nerf one of their creatures. You can switch the tempt onto another creature that's unblocked and get the effect. And it's a gnome. So does that just make it like functionally better that it's a gnome? The fact that it's an artifact, I mean, the flavor here is great, isn't it? This is awesome. Like, he's a gnome brawler. He's like standing on top of this like huge pirate who just got clapped. Yeah, that's great. Fun flavor. I don't know exactly where you put that though. Diadect Echo. I have seen this card. Not a huge fan. 4 mana for a 3/2 that draws a card is like. We'd much rather pay 3 mana for a 2/1 flying that draws a card, and there are multiple of those in existence. I would rather pay 3 mana for a 1/1 that drew a card and had flying. This does not always have flying either, which is like, could it have been like a 3 mana or a 4 mana card? Because it just doesn't always have flying. This card's pretty bad, unfortunately. The thing is that it does have draw a card on it on an ETB, and it is 3 power and it is a flyer. So sometimes, right? Yeah. Frilled Caveworm, 4 mana, 2/5. Descend 4 gets +2/+0. Okay, so like a vanilla 4/5. No, that's not good. We don't like that. Yeah, garbage card even in limited. Yeah, I mean this is surprisingly stinky. Like with that downside on it, this should be like, there should be like a reason to play it. Like the Descend 4 should give us something more. Like I almost feel like this card should be like a 4/4 flyer if you have Descend 4, right? Or maybe like a 4/5 or something. The previous one. Oh, this one here. Garbage card even in limited. Yeah, it could be. Could be. Inverted Iceberg. 2 mana when it enters the battlefield, mill a card, then draw a card. Okay, so that immediately kind of reads to me like a Ghost Armix. I'm not a big fan of that combination of things. But Ghost Armix kind of a thing. Where else will this fit? Craft with an artifact. Okay, what does it do? When it attacks, you may tap or untap target artifact or creature on a 6/6. That's pretty big. And tapping, untapping is going to be, that's actually nice and flexible. We can like tap down a blocker, or we can give something vigilance. Like we could give this thing vigilance. That's nice. Winfro says, really enjoying hanging out, but I've got to scram. Popper FNM, if you can believe it. Winfro, I hope you have a great time at FNM, and thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and we'll catch you on the next live stream. Okay, chat, where does this go? It could... you have to exile another artifact to make this happen. So Inverted Iceberg technically is draw 2 with Ghost, right? So it's 2 mana draw 2. That's actually pretty good. So yeah, you mill the card, you attack with Ghost, you draw your card that you milled out of the graveyard, and then you've got the card that you drew. So it's 2 mana draw 2 that does something else in a deck that actually has quite a few rocks because you're mana hungry. This seems good. It's also like a permanent that you can... Oh, it works with Tormod too. This makes 2/2s because you exile this artifact and one from your graveyard potentially. That might be hard to find. It might be hard to have an artifact in your graveyard. More likely that it's in play. This seems good. I like the idea of drawing 2. I'm actually not a huge fan these days of building Ghost of Ramirez Tormod as like this big control deck that needs like tons and tons of mana and that wants to transmute every turn. It's really quite hard to do everything you want to do in Tormod these days and to protect your engines and to not die to everything that's happening. It's so glacially slow that I think cards like this that just read 2 mana draw 2 or like draw an extra card every turn with a land by cycling it, that's just good enough. And that we want to focus on more mid-range things, which would be, you know, having Tortured Existence in the deck and then being able to like loop creatures over and over and over again to make like a bunch of bodies, right? Like focus on the zombie plan and focus on reanimation and things like that. So I actually like this in that context. Seems good. Patrick says, what is that Kamigawa that makes tokens and artifacts when they ETB? What is that Kamigawa that makes token artifacts when they ETB? I'm not exactly sure. If it's not a common, admittedly, my knowledge of it is going to be rather limited because I basically only play with commons these days and uncommons. But Patrick, let me know if you're able to find that and put it in the chat. And remind us, of course, when you do that. Marauding Brinefang, 7 mana, Ward 3, Island Cycler. Oh, chat. All right, this is one of the best cards in the whole set right here. Holy crap. Yeah, so okay, there's a couple of things. Ward 3 is really, really close to like hexproof. And the reason for that is that the amount of mana it takes to kill this thing is often enough that your opponent is just going to hope it goes elsewhere. But like, Okay, so Ward 3 is good. First of all, it's island cycling. Island cycling, flat out, finding Mystic Sanctuary at instant speed for 2 mana, uncounterably, is just that good. And in fact, actually, I would say that in it's possible that in decks playing Expedition Map to find Mystic Sanctuary that you won't do that anymore. Because these cards are actually so much better. There's so many of them. We have Shoreline Ranger, Tidal Terror, Marauding Brinefang, Lorien Revealed. This is just cheaper and better. It's uncounterable. Wow. And it's huge. A 6/7 Ward 3. This tangos with the biggest shit in the format. Yeah, this is nuts. And maybe you even play this alongside Expedition Map. I don't know, but this is going to go in Melek. This is going to go in Tatiova. This is going to go in any deck that cares about Mystic Sanctuary bullshit. And if you're in blue and you're playing big blue, you can actually just cast this. Like, this is castable in Melek. It's castable in Tatiova. I love this card. This is amazing. This is really, really good. Really, really good. And it's sweet. Look at the art on this thing. Guys, this is tight. These merfolk are just like, get me out of here. And he's like, you can't run. You can't hide. Oh, that's great. I love this. Super cool card. Very powerful. This is going to be staple in cPDH. This is, I think, the best blue card that we've seen so far. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, the markings on the fins, everything about this is super cool. Lately, I've been really, I always like watching stuff about dinosaurs, but recently they just found like the missing link between like the big variety of mosasaur, which is kind of what this is. This is like a mosasaur, and the little ones. There were like little ones, and then there's this big gap in the record between the ones that are like 10 feet long and the ones that were like 50 feet long. And now they've just found the ones that were like 24 feet long. And I found them in like Scandinavia. They're like Jormungandr or something. But yeah, this is the 50-foot long variety. This one's very cool. Very cool card. Yeah, easily one of the best cards in the whole set for our format. All right. 2 mana, Flying Vigilant Siren Pirate. Okay, wow. There's a lot going on here. Artifact Creature Siren Pirate. So it's a 1/2 flyer vigilance that you can tap to cast artifact spells or activate the ability of an artifact source. I'm not a Malcolm enthusiast. Like, I think the the Malcolm is a great commander. But I'm not as I'm not as learned about it, but I don't know how important having other flyers is in the deck. The tap to activate for an artifact doesn't seem like it's going to be that relevant, but it could be. The fact that it has flying and vigilance on a mana rock, I don't know. This seems rather interesting. It's like there's a lot of text on this card for 2 mana. It's like evasive. It can block and attack. It's a pirate, which is relevant for Malcolm. Yeah, tell me what you guys think of this one. Visidrix used to be rare. Visidrix. Oh yeah. Yeah. 7 mana 6/6 with no abilities. That's a great comparison to the dino here. It can cast Witching Well. Yep, it can cast Witching Well. It can even pay to activate the Witching Well. I wonder if this is just good enough, like, as a pirate. That's kind of part of what I'm wondering about. Because, like, there's some really bad pirates out there. And this one is not one of them. This one actually has, like, a number of abilities on it that are quite cool. I don't know. I'll let the Malcolm enjoyers figure out whether this is where we want to be or not. Cool. Well, I just want to take a brief moment here, a brief break, to thank everybody who's come and joined us today. We aren't done yet, so don't leave yet. Just wanted to take a moment to thank you all for joining us in the live stream, and I hope you're enjoying this set review. If you haven't spoken up in chat just yet, say hi. Let me know what's up, how you're doing today, and yeah, let's get back to the set review here. And of course, take a moment to put a like on the video if you are enjoying this. Those likes all add up, and they actually make a measurable difference in putting these videos in front of people who otherwise might not watch something about cPDH, which is really big. In fact, most of the patrons that I've gotten recently have been people who found these videos because people are liking and commenting and engaging on them through their recommended bar on the side or on their homepage of YouTube. So YouTube is recommending that they see them, and then they're joining up, they're enjoying it, and then they become patrons. So that's a really awesome thing. So if you want to support the channel, super free to do is just leave that like before you head out. We've got Orazca Puzzle-Door moving on here. I have seen this card already. 1 mana, 1 to activate, to look at the top 2 cards of your library, put 1 into your hand and the other graveyard. This is great. This is also fabulous in Armix. It's fabulous in like an Armix Ghost version of the deck. This is again a 2 mana draw 2, but we can stock it up. We can play it out for 1 and then we could do it later. It's card selection. This card is basically like a permanent based strategic planning that doesn't look as deep. But because it's an artifact, we get all sorts of other benefits. We can look for it with Trinket Mage, which is great. I quite like this card. I won't go in Sailor's Bane because it itself is not an instant or a sorcery, and it's only putting 1 card in the graveyard. It doesn't have an ETB, so we're not going to be able to flicker it. But I think this is just generically reasonable. I'm trying to think of what other homes this might have. The Siren also works well for Network Terminal. Oh yeah, that's a great point. Activate the Network Terminal, and then yeah, no, that's cool in multiple different ways because it can attack and then it can be used for the tapping of the Network Terminal or for the activated ability cost. Okay, Out of Air, TPI. This card in TPI. Yeah? Yeah. I hadn't thought about that. Pardon me, chat. It's going to be a little more there where that came from. I may need to get some more hot water here too to soothe this ravaged throat. Yeah, you know, I hadn't thought about Lasagna TPI's Third Path Iconoclast. Third Path Iconoclast is one of my favorite commanders. It's a really premium commander in cPDH. It's wildly flexible. It can be played as a combo deck, an aggro deck, a mid-range deck, a control deck. You get basically the best, you get the most and the best and the most efficient removal, counterspells, protection, and card advantage, and pingers of any deck in the format. This deck gets to play, currently it's 11 pingers, which is crazy because pingers, this is like the card that is making the pinger meta, right? Like it's very good in the command zone. So a card like this is saying we get our trigger right away really cheaply, and then we can pay 1 to sacrifice it to look 2 cards deep, but it's also a permanent that we can use to tap to things like, you know, any sort of like metalcraft ability. We can use it with, it's actually putting 2 artifacts into play. So the cool thing is you cast this, you get a 1/1, and then this comes into play, which means we double up on our triggers for cards like Ingenious Artillerist and for Reckless Fireweaver. It's quite good. Yeah, Orazca Puzzle-Door seems awesome in that context. I don't even mind that it's like kind of 2 mana because it's doing a lot more. We can save it up. We don't need to use it right away. We can run it out and get our token. And it's really working us towards having more artifacts in play, which is so much of the deck. We want to have Thoughtcast online as early as possible. And this does a good job of that. We can also, if we don't need the cards, we can sacrifice cards like this to Improvised Club or to Voltage Surge or to Makeshift Munitions or Pendragon, Strong Bull. And it's not as a sorcery. We can do that at instant speed. Yeah, exactly. That's really sick. I like that we can just stock up on this. It's the same reason I like Witching Well in that deck. Like early, like think about it early, okay? So like Witching Well comes down and it scries us into the lands or the rocks or the interaction or the protection or whatever we need, the card advantage. It scries into them. And then late game, we just pay the 4 and draw 2. But in the late game, if we draw it, we cast it, and then we crack it, and it's scry 2, draw 2, which is 1 mana more than Behold the Multiverse, which is a very reasonable card. It works with Reverse Engineer, with Improvise, exactly. Yeah, this is great. I hadn't thought about that. Good call there. Who said that? Yeah, Andre. Yeah, Andres. That was a fabulous recommendation. That'll be one of the better. Yeah, that's great. Out of Air, we have here a 4 mana counter target spell. Costs 2 less to cast if it targets a creature, and then it's counter target spell. Counter spells that are for creatures don't see a lot of play, because counter spells that are only for creatures don't like do the thing that the counter spells are so good for, right? Counter spells are like protection. They're offensive and defensive at the same time, and that's what makes them good. This is kind of like 4 mana to protect yourself from a sweeper or to stop somebody's combo, and then it's a counter spell for creatures. There's only a few 3 mana counter spells that are even worth playing, and they're really only worth playing in like a limited context, because our counter spells have gotten very good, and also counter spells have gotten worse over time. This is a bit of a hot take, but like the reason you don't see people playing like crazy number of counter spells anymore is because counter spells are not like reactive to things that have already resolved. And there's always that like tension between, do I protect myself or do I interact with an opponent? And so a lot of the slots for counter spells have just been eaten up by removal, because a removal spell can be used at any time, right? Like it can resolve later on, you can kill it, right? You just deal with it later. So the counter spells nowadays tend to be primarily for the purpose of protection. This is like, yeah, not that. Rewind and Unwind do find homes in certain decks, particularly like big blue decks, because they have so much to do with their mana, particularly Unwind. Rewind less so. Pirate Hat, what's this? 2 mana, +1/+1. Whenever this attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Oh, wow. Okay. This is like really, really, really good in Ghost of Ramirez. It's like it's 3 mana to play and equip. It pushes him into 3 power, 4 toughness, which means that at the maximum, a 3 toughness creature can no longer profitably block Ghost. You'll win in combat. And it's only 1 to equip for a pirate, so you can swap this around to different things. This is awesome. This is like Goggles of Night, but like, I think Goggles of Night is 4. Goggles of Night is 4 total. This is kind of the same thing. Goggles of Night doesn't give you power, I don't believe. So yeah, like with Pirate Hat, yeah, this one's scry 1, then draw a card. This one here is 2 mana +1. You're looting, which is actually better. Well, no, this is better in Ghost than Goggles of Night. And you can equip it to your other pirates. This is so cool. I love this. Yeah, what a great pairing indeed. Like, this is a perfect equipment for that. Other homes for this that would really like it would be potentially Nightveil Predator, where you're really interested in having like equipment that you can that generate card advantage and increase the size of Nightveil Predator. This is great in Cephalopod Sentry, a source of like card filtering that increases the power. And it's an attack trigger. You don't even need to do the damage. God, that's good. This is awesome. This is also like top 5 blue cards in this set. So like top 5 currently being, we have the Marauding Brinefang, the Orazca Puzzle-Door potentially, the Pirate Hat, and let's see what else we have here. Let me know in chat. Folks, let me know what you think. Oh my God, my words. You can see my brain is so smooth right now. Not a wrinkle or bump, not a valley or lump. So smooth. The thoughts just roll right off. What other homes does this card have? That's what I'm trying to say. What do you think this does in the rest of cPDH? Because the pirate part is like, this isn't such a big difference, right? Like if this were 1 and 3 or 1 and 4, then this would be like only playable in Pirates. But like outside of Pirates, it seems like it does other things too. Great with Malcolm Breaches. Yeah, that's amazing. Relic's Roar, 1 mana, makes a 4/3 with makes an artifact or creature a dinosaur. It's 1 mana. This is kind of like if you have a 1/1, it's like +3/+2. I don't love these cards, but maybe chat, you have another idea about where this could go. It does turn artifacts into creatures. So you could turn an artifact that's not normally a creature into a 4/3, and in that case, it's like 1 mana 4/3 haste. Yeah, it's giant growth. Infect. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, okay, an infect. Yeah, maybe an infect. But no, actually not an infect. And the reason being is that infect, you need your pump cards to be +4, right? Plus, this is +3. The 1 mana part of it's good. If you could also make, if this said land, that would be better, because then this would be edict fodder. 1 mana instant speed, make a land into a creature that with Chainer's Edict on the stack or something for a 60 card. Power Stones or Treasures maybe. Andre says, I need to go. It's 2 a.m. here in the Czech Republic. Oh, well, welcome. Thanks for joining for such a late stream. We'll look at the rest later. Really looking forward to indulging Patrician build. Orzhov for the win. Thanks for the great content as always, and good night. Yeah, Andre, we're definitely going to be coming at you with the Orzhov stuff. I was hoping to do that tonight, but I was just like, I couldn't get the energy to like make the presentation I needed to do, and I really want to do this topic justice because Orzhov is all I've been building lately, and it feels phenomenal. It feels like it has every reactive tool you could possibly want to survive the current meta while also killing people and being just damn near impossible to kill. So yeah, definitely for those of you watching, I set the next one till the 13th. I'm not sure if exactly that'll be the date, but it's going to be a great video. It's the closest you can get to scale up at common, I think. Yeah, exactly. 3 toughness though, again, the problem with that is that like Bolt and Galvanic Blast just kill this card, and they kill the creature anyways. So this is not protection. Yeah, maybe making like an Ichor Wellspring or like a Mycosynth Wellspring into a dinosaur, 4/3. I don't know. I don't like cards like this. River Herald Scout is a 1/2 that explores on ETB. So Explore feels best in decks that lack card advantage, and blue does not lack card advantage. So like if you look on top, there's 3 cases that could happen. 1, it's a land, and you put the land into your hand, and it was 2 mana, 1/2 draw a card, which is good. If it's a card that you don't want, that's another possibility, and it's not a land, so a non-land that you don't want, then you bin it, and you get +1/+1. If you do want it, it's basically like looking at the top card of your library, putting it back, and then making your creature a little bit bigger. That doesn't seem very good to me. I don't really think Explorer is like an amazing mechanic, and I think y'all might disagree with me, but like we can do a lot better with like our ETBs in blue. I mean, I could be wrong. It's cheap. It could become a 2/3. Yeah, I don't know. If it were a 2/2 and it became a 3/3, then we'd be talking. But again, it'd just be like a vanilla 3/3 or a vanilla 2/2 that drew a card. Yeah, it's fine. It's also 2 a.m. for me in Australia. I'll watch tomorrow to see what you say about the Black Artifact Chainer's Edict. Good night. Diego, thank you for joining. Hope you have a great rest of your day, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Thanks for sticking with us today. Oh, great. Thank you, everybody, for leaving those likes. I always appreciate that. Half the time when I mention likes to people, they end up bailing. for some reason. I'm not sure exactly what it is about YouTube culture that like when people give that little reminder, because people forget to do the free thing, that it causes people to leave. But yeah, whatever. It is what it is. I got to do it anyways. Australia, not... Oh, Austria, not Australia. Got it. Austria. Oh shoot. Ich spreche Deutsch ein bisschen. Mein Deutsch ist muy mal. Ist nicht so gut. I got my Spanish and my German mixed up there a little bit, but yeah, I've forgotten so much of my German. But Austria is beautiful. I was in Innsbruck when I traveled there last time. So Explorer is just slightly better Surveil. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Slightly better Surveil. So would we like this card if it was a 2-mana 1/2 that surveilled one? Maybe. As an Explorer, it's a little bit better. Yeah, we're not going to spend too much time on that one. Kein Sorgebruder. Passier oft. Okay. I have to... Okay, we're going to do German here. We're going to figure out what was just said. Don't worry, brother. It happens often. Awesome. Well, Diego, I hope you have a great night. Thanks for stopping in, and we'll catch you on the flip side. We've got Sage of Days. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 3. You may put one of those cards on top of your library, put the rest into your graveyard. Yeah, gute Nacht, schlaf gut, and tschüss. I can speak some German. Yeah, exactly. A 2-mana 2/3 Surveil one. Yep. Sage of Days. Okay, so this is 3-mana 3/2, which is good. It's a good body. Human Wizard. We can flicker it, but if we it puts things on top. I wonder if this goes in Melek. Oh, this could be Melek because we're putting things on top. You put the rest into your graveyard. Your graveyard kind of is like a second hand in Melek, just based on the way the deck works. Yeah, this probably goes in there because currently we're playing cards like Bloodwater Entity, which take a card from our graveyard and put it on top. And this puts any card on top. It's not card advantage. It's just card like selection. It is flickerable. It is a human wizard. I think this has homes. I don't know exactly where, but I think it has homes. Melek might be the best one. Shipwreck Sentry. I have seen this one. 2-mana 3/3 defender. As long as an artifact entered the battlefield, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. Yeah. Nothing really doing here. It's a 2-mana 3/3. It's a little above the curve. Song of Stupefaction. I've also seen this card. I think this is trash, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Mill 2, an enchanted permanent, -X/-0, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Man, that's just so bad. So bad. Unlucky Drop, a 4-mana tuck effect for artifacts and creatures. 4 mana is a lot for instant speed interaction. We prefer to not spend 4 mana. We have the Water Wind Scout, 3-mana 2/2 flying. Creates a map token. Pest tokens. Pest tokens swooping on me here. This is cool. The ability to give another thing a +1/+1 with the map. You kind of pay it in installments. A 2/2 flying for 3 isn't awful. I don't know. You can tell me what you think, chat, about where you want to put this. And when you do let me know, make sure to mark it with Water Wind Scout so that if I'm on other cards after that I'll know what you're talking about. Because there is a slight delay. It's about 3 to 4 seconds, I think, is what we have. I think it's probably 3 seconds. Windsdrake with a map is still a Windsdrake. Yep. Yeah. And if this does draw a card, you know, a 3-mana 2/2 flying that draws a card is actually quite playable. If it doesn't draw a card and it puts a counter on something, it's kind of like a little different than that. I don't know. I have a hard time evaluating Explorer. It's kind of weird. It doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy inside. It is an artifact that we can like sacrifice to other things, that we can do other things with. But yeah. Okay. Waylaying Pirates. 4 mana. If you control an artifact, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Okay. This seems good. There's other creatures that do this for cheaper, but I could see this potentially in some sort of like a more defensive Abdel deck, potentially. Being able to stun things repeatedly is quite good. Stunning is surprisingly strong in a multiplayer game in particular. Yeah, that's cool. It's a pirate. I don't think you'll see play on pirate decks, but all right, on to black. Let me mark down the timestamp here. We are at 150. Okay. 150. All right. Acolyte of Aclotzes. Aclotzes? Aclatzots. Okay. I think I've got it right. Yeah, Lasagna, let me know what home you find for those, because maybe I'm just not... I guess the Explorer could work well with Ghost, too. You know, it's like another way to give Ghost another power. You either draw a land, or you put a power on it, put something in the yard, get it back. Yeah, Explorer does seem good with Ghost. Yeah. No surprise that this deck, set has a lot of like Ghost of Ramirez type synergies in it, because it is a pirate set, so... okay. Aclazots. So it's like Aclazots. Kind of like that. I think that word comes up fairly often, so I feel like it's important to learn how to pronounce that. 3 mana, we have Acolyte of Aclazots. Tap it to sack another creature or another artifact. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1. Okay, this is a direct upgrade on Dreg Recycler, which is a 2 mana 2/2. This one, or is it? This can sack itself. This one's only 2 mana. Okay, it's not a direct upgrade, but 1/4 is a great body. 4 toughness black creature is great. Map tokens are also sacrifice fodder. Yep, they are. That's true. Good way to just fill in the curve. I could see myself playing this over Dreg Recycler in Corpse Augur. The fact that it can't sack itself is a bummer, but it is omnivorous for creatures and artifacts, and drain effects are good. Yeah. Vampire Cleric. Another chance. 3 mana, mill 2, return up to 2 cards from your creature cards from your graveyard. This is the same thing as Unseal the Necropolis, except that I think the Unseal the Necropolis is 3. Yeah, you each player mills 3, which is kind of interesting. I think you want to mill other people. Like, generally speaking, milling other people has the possibility of like taking something out of their deck that they wanted. So, and I just generally don't play these cards, but another chance is good in any sort of Sir Conrad deck. Any Sir Conrad deck wants both of these, because it's like milling creatures into your yard that then leave your yard to trigger Sir Conrad multiple times. I do wonder if we're getting to like, you know, like peak Sir Conrad stonks, where like a mid-range Sir Conrad that isn't focused on like explosively killing everybody at all at once, which is kind of always been a hard strategy, and a one that isn't rats, right? Not rats and not explosively combo killing everybody. If just having like a really beastly, durable black pinger in the command zone would be good enough. Seems to be the case it would be. Peregrine Drake. Peregrine Drake for which one? Peregrine Drake. Untap. Lasagna, tell me what you mean by Peregrine Drake. Cough, 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 cough. Very curious. So another chance is good. Okay, Broodrage Mycoid is one of the best black cards in this whole set. This card is super sick. The turning on Descend is very, very easy. So like to descend in a turn is like, it's just like you can mill, you can sacrifice tokens, Well, no, tokens don't work because it has to be a permanent card, and tokens are not cards. So it would be any card that goes into the graveyard for any reason, anywhere. This card is great. This is the best black fodder producer, like fodder engine that we've ever gotten, because black doesn't have a lot of these like repeatable token makers like this. And the number of homes that this potentially has is probably quite large. This is going to be good in Denethor. It's going to be very good in Denethor. It's going to be good in Slimefoot. It's going to be good in Skyfisher Spider. This is like the nuts. This is very good in Skyfisher Spider, because that deck is constantly reusing its stuff. And if you haven't seen the video that I did on Skyfisher Spider with Daxco's face, I highly recommend you go check it out, because that deck is like a real thing. If you enjoy Golgari, you enjoy Aristocrats, you want to play Control, a commander that like destroys non-land permanents and gains life on an ETB and an LTB is just like, wow. Skyfisher Spooter. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. Turns on some really interesting sources of like ramp. One of the things that I found really good with this deck too was you use Undying Evil effects. So you max out on those, right? You want to play a lot of them. And you can go like Undying Evil on like a Viridian Emissary, which is going to tutor for a land. And you can do some really stupid, shit. What's the card I'm thinking of? O, Kicker, Rarity, Common, Color equals Green, O, Sacrifice, O tag, Ramp. Yeah, with like Primal Growth, where you have like Viridian Emissary in play, and you Undying Evil it, and then you Primal Growth it and kick it and sack the creature, and you put 3 lands into play, and then your creature comes back on the next turn. You Skyfisher Spider, sack the creature, and you're sitting at like 8 mana on turn. Let's see, what's the fastest you could do that? Well, you wouldn't be able to do the Undying Evil part of it, but you could go turn 2 Viridian Emissary, turn 2 Primal Growth, and have 7 mana untapped on turn 3, which is great. So, is this good in Golem? I like the idea that you always can put the ring on a token and help you grind while your game plan continues. So, I see what you're saying, and Golem is almost always, like, well, actually, Golem will always turn on Descend, because you always loot, right? And loot is going to descend. But you're also sacrificing things. Things are dying. You're killing things in some cases. So Mycoid does seem good there. And in fact, actually, yeah. So in Golem, it's even cooler because you can just sacrifice your creatures to Golem to bring him back from the graveyard, and that turns on Descend to make more creatures that you can then tempt onto. So that seems fine. It is 4 mana though. And that deck is a low to the ground, fairly aggressive, fairly proactive deck. Oh, these fungus creatures can't block? Oh, chat. Oh. Oh, it's so tragic. Oh, it's so tragic. Oh, I don't know, chat. Yeah, this is a lot worse because it can't block. It's a lot worse because these creatures can't block. Because like a 1/1 black fungus creature that can't block is almost never actually converting to damage. Now in Golem, you can always tempt onto the 1/1s, and that actually does seem good. But this is overhyped. I have contributed to the overhyping of this card. Unless you are using the 1/1s for other things. So like, this is still really good in Denethor because you can sacrifice the 1/1s to make more 1/1s with Denethor. No, you can't because they're tokens actually. So you're just getting more bodies in play. So it's really Skyfisher Spider, maybe Golem. Maybe the top end in the worst case scenario. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Like, it's just that it's not as good as it would have been had they been able to block. Why did they have to do that? That's a bummer. That's a bummer. I would have preferred they come into play tapped and say that they could block than not be able to block. But well, okay, so the other way to use Broodrage Mycoid is like in and okay, so the best card draw in black sacrifices tokens and creatures and artifacts. So Deadly Dispute, Village Rights, Corrupted Conviction, Reckoner's Bargain, Costly Plunder, Rowan's Grim Search. Those cards, they all required you to sack something, and having stuff like this that just makes our card draw really, really efficient. Like really, really efficient. Like having a deck full of 2-mana draw 2s is super, super strong. Like that's kind of like what TPI does. It's like a bunch of like cheap draws. Although TPI, it's honestly like it's like a bunch of 1-mana draw 3s, 4-mana draw 12s, and 2-mana draw 2s, 2-mana draw 3s, things like that. But 2-mana draw 2 is just like above the curve. It's great. The Broodrage Mycoid just feeding into that with like all we have to do is descend seems fine. Like old Flitterfang probably wants this card. Because like the packages that I'm building nowadays in like black mid-range aristocrats-ish deck, they're really like good stuff black decks that have Haunt of the Dead Marshes, Clay Revenant, Sanitarium Skeleton, and Persistent Specimen alongside Tortex and all the sacrifice draw. That is like its own thing, right? That is its own it's its own synergy. I'm gonna have to get some water, chat. One sec. I'm struggling here. Ugh, the croup is real. I forgot to pay the 1 and the 4. So Spire Descend does not work with tokens, and the reason being is that while tokens are permanents, they are not cards. This is something a lot of people are going to get mixed up. So yeah, just as a heads up for everyone, like that's why this doesn't feed itself, which is unfortunate, right? Is because it has to be a permanent card. Tokens do go to the graveyard first, so this would work if it didn't say permanent card. But like the frustrating thing here is like this card is already hamstrung by the fact that you don't get creatures that you can block with. Why did it need to be a permanent card? Like why couldn't it just been a permanent whenever a permanent goes into your graveyard? Because it being able to feed itself would make it much more useful. The fact that it doesn't and the fact that it makes cards that can't block, you can get around them. You can get around those things, and making bodies like this that you can just sacrifice like willy-nilly is great. So this is still playable, but it's not like one of the best. The best part of this card is definitely the art and the description. This is incredibly metal, like Broodrage Mycoid, like Jesus Christ. And then the text on it is, as the massive mycoids known as Rage Titans, charge into battle, lesser ones swarm in their wake, gobbling up any survivors. It's very cool. I think this one definitely gets a flavor win for being like a black card that's like, oh, Broodrage. Okay. Another deadweight, Deathcat Marionette. 2-mana 1/1 Death Touch when it enters mill. This is great in Sir Conrad. This is fabulous in Sir Conrad. You could also play a card like this alongside what's the it's MV equals 2, color equals black, type creature, type zombie, MV equals 2, or I've already said that. Mill. Mire Triton. So this is like a Mire Triton. It's a worse Mire Triton, but you could play those cards in ghost decks, right? Because you mill 2 and then you get them back. So Mire Triton becomes a 2-mana Death Touch that that digs 2 deep, gains you 2 life, and draws a card. Yeah, Mire Triton. Yep, you got it down for sure. So actually, man, I need to. we really, really need to figure out how to like modernize Ghost Tormod decks. Their Ghost and Tormod is such a strong commander pairing. It was definitely considered like top of the meta, 2 years ago. But as things have sped up, it just hasn't been able to keep pace because it's focusing so much on trying to have these really elaborate turns where you like transmute, get the transmute back. Plus, like the boards are flooded with little random shit that can stop you from getting your card back. So when you transmute a card that you're intending to transmute over and over and over again, you don't get it back because your opponent blocks you, you have no way to get that card back. So like I would much prefer that these ghost decks just have ways to draw more than one card a turn. Just draw 2 cards a turn is plenty good, and then produce a bunch of good threats. Have card advantage and an army in your command zone, and you're set. And I think cards like this may be how you do that, because it's a 1/1 death touch, which is great. You just block and kill something. But it's also kind of like a mini strategic planning. 2 cards deep, take one of them out of the graveyard, get it back. Oh yeah, and Around Me, of course. And Around Me Around Me so badly wants to be good. It does very disgusting and explosive things, but it's so threatening that it often isn't allowed to do its thing. Graveyard hate has been on the down lately, even though graveyard-related decks are up. Don't skip the graveyard hate, folks. Abdel uses graveyards. That's a really powerful deck. And eventually Around Me will come and clap you upside the face. So yeah, this seems great. Sir Conrad, Around Me, and Ghost. Deep Goblin Skulltaker. 3 mana, 2/2 menace at the beginning of your end step. If you descended, put a +1/+1 counter on it. I gotta get my water. One sec, chat. I'm coming back. We're loaded to bear. We got the cough syrup. We got the honey water with like 3 bags of tea in it. Ugh. Got the emergency. Fuck. Ugh. Yeah, we got the Hugh Hefner robe on tonight. That's right. That's right. That's a funny story about this one. This robe here. It's quite nice, quite lovely, very comfortable. I used to have this as part of my like outfit drawer for my costumes, and I love wearing costumes, especially for going to festivals and going to raves and whatnot. And one day I came upstairs and my mom was up there, and she said, Ryan, why are you wearing grandma's bathrobe? And I'd had it for years, but I didn't realize that it was my late grandma who used to wear this, which is crazy. It's like, grandma, you're dripping in swag. Cough syrup, delicious. Ugh. So anyways, I thought that was kind of funny because I'd gone to all these parties and stuff in it and had a nice time. But it's very comfortable. It's very frilly. It's these beautiful little frills on it. So anyways, it's kind of fun. Get to think about my grandma when this happens. So Deep Goblin Skulltaker. Okay, so back to the action. Back to the action. These cards, there's a couple of them. Like Gixian Infiltrator is very similar. They're basically like, I want to find home for these cards. I think it might be in Mayhem Devil. But basically creatures that like grow when you're like sacrificing things to becoming like larger than on curve. Now the reason the Gixian Infiltrator is quite nice is because it immediately grows beyond the curve, right? It's already a 3-power creature for 2, and if you sacrifice a couple of things, it's going to quickly grow really, really big. Mortician Beetle is another kind of example of that, but Mortician Beetle is only creatures, so whenever sacrifice, rarity, common. Let's see if there's anything else that does something like that. Gixian Infiltrator is the big one. Mirkwood Bats, of course, is the payoff for that. Yeah, there's a couple of other ones like Bloodbriar. But basically, like, what saves this a little bit is it has Menace, but it can only become 1 bigger every turn. And it doesn't work with tokens, actually. So this is not a Mayhem Devil card, because tokens are really what Mayhem Devil is mainly sacrificing. Is the group slug played in Golem, but good? Is just like the slug you played in Golem, but good. Oh, this one right here. Got it. So you don't like the gluttonous slug is what I'm hearing. I think the gluttonous slug is gluttonous slug. I think this is one of the better black aggressive creatures out there. Depends on your deck whether you can trigger it multiple times, but if this ever becomes a 2-mana menacing 2/5, that's like really good. But it often grows to be like 3 and 4 power. Golem frequently, when you're Undying Eviling it, for example, will come back in with 4 power because of the ability. And that will trigger this again. So it'll push it all the way up to 4 power. And when it's 4 power, it's like, it's a 4/7 menace for 2 mana. So it more than makes up for the early game where maybe you don't, maybe it doesn't like rapidly get to 3, it'd be like a 1 or 2. But then it scales up really nicely and it doesn't die easily and it's evasive. So it joins those 2-mana black ones. This one here, I just don't know if this makes the cut. This needs to be a 2-mana 2/2 menace for it to be good, or a 2-mana 3/2. But the fact that it's like only becoming a 3/3 menace for 3 after we've done something else, when we want to play this on 3, it's not good. It's not good. It's 3 mana too. Needs to do a lot more than that. Echo of Dusk. 2 mana. Ooh, look at this art. Whoa. Whoa. That is crazy looking. Who made that? I think that something I'd read too was that in this set that they did a really good job of hiring people from Latin America to do their art. And I've been noticing a lot more Latin American and Central American sounding names on the cards, which is great because like the people who live there should be the folks like crafting this story and making the art for this place that represents them. I think that's an important part of like equity and inclusion and really trying to restore some of social justice, really. Echo of Dusk. Okay, but what does the card do? Let's see what we got. Descend 4. As long as there are 4 more cards per permanents in your graveyard, it gets +1/+1 on lifelink. Okay, so it's like a 2-mana 3/3 lifelink if you have Descend 4. That's obviously like, that's above the curve, but it's like pretty vanilla. Great flavor on this. It's a mournful fate to remember so well the taste of blood, yet be forever unable to drink. Wow. Very cool. By Bart himself, the new white-black commander. That's so good. I don't know. Echo of Dusk is probably fine. Fanatical Offering. 2 mana instant speed. Ah! Yeah! We got more of them. Hell yeah. Costly Plunder Plus. This is like Costly Plunder and pointed discussion met in a motel over a bottle of tequila. The blood token is kind of like the map token. It's basically Costly Plunder because it's artifact or creature. This is awesome. I love this card. Love this card. This is like staple black. This is going to impact a lot of my decks for sure. This will either this will either swap out for Costly Plunder in decks that play it, or it'll go in alongside Deadly Dispute, Reckoner's Bargain, Village Rites, and Corrupted Conviction, which are like the 4 currently that see play in most black decks, and you'll probably play a 5th now. Best black card, yeah, it's definitely good. Spire says, I'm a head out. It's getting pretty late in Germany. Have fun reviewing the rest of the set. Well, I hope you have a great rest of your night, Spire. Auf Wiedersehen, tschüss, and schlaf gut, and we'll catch you on the flip side. It's Deadly Dispute. Yeah, this is like Deadly Dispute. Well, it's more like, yeah, it's a little bit different because we are getting a map token, but the map token isn't refunding our mana. The map token is giving us another way to dig while buffing a creature, which is also great. I mean, this is insane. Hence why I said foreshadowing when you were talking about this moments ago. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen this card yet. So this is really great. Yeah, but I see what you're saying with the foreshadowing. This is nuts. This is definitely going to see play in a lot of decks. Oh wait, have I? I feel like I'm getting a little bit of amnesia. I have seen this card. I actually just went back and looked at my Twitter, and I did post about this. I guess I'm a big fat liar. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess my smooth brain just like let go of my awareness of this card. It just like sloughed right off that I posted about it. And we're experiencing the joy of discovering this card again. Yeah, I'm hyper pumped on this. This is going to be amazing this is going to go in Old Flitterfang. It's going to go in Corpse Augur. It's going to go in Golem. It's going to go in probably Passageway Seer. It'll go in any like Gary deck. This is just like mono black stonks, dude. Love this card, and very cool flavor too. Look at this. This guy's getting sacrificed. Blood's pouring out of his neck. He's dying. The gateway could only be opened by the spilling of innocent blood. Vito did not hesitate. Sick. God, I love it. That's great. Yeah, sick card. One of the best black cards in the whole set, for sure. Easy wins. Fungal Fortitude. 2 mana, flash, +2/+0. When it dies, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Okay, these cards, this is a good signal. No veto, please. Stop sacrificing Jesus Christ. Yeah, it does kind of look like a somewhat Christ-like, does it not? White Jesus. I mean, we got to be clear that Jesus was not a white dude. He was dark-skinned Jewish man. And the white Jesus thing is all sort of fiction for the most part. But yeah, but he does look like white Jesus. He looks like traditional white Jesus. He kind of looks like me a little bit when I had long hair. Because when I had long hair, I did kind of look like a white Jesus kind of dude. So I had hair that went down to like past my nipples. Works nicely with creatures that return enchantments from the graveyard. Yeah, this Fungal Fortitude is sick. In fact, this works with a certain enchantment. Yeah, right here. The Mage Marks. Okay, so let's find those. Mage Mark. Okay, so these Mage Mark here, particularly Necromancer's Mage Mark, creatures you control that are enchanted get +1/+1. If a creature that you control that's enchanted would die, instead return it to its owner's hand. That's pretty cool. You could do some looping with something like this. Oh no, this actually just returns the creature. It doesn't return the aura. Interesting. Jesus only looks white here because he got pale from having his blood sucked by vampires before his sacrifice. Yeah. Sacrificing Papa Popper for the sins of them all. I hope not. I don't want to pay for everyone else's sins. Please, no chat. I also don't want to be exsanguinated by a vampire. Speaking of which, I would really like Exsanguinate to be downshifted. Please and thank you, Watsy. Cool, thanks. Good talk. Fungal Fortitude. Okay, so getting back to this. This card is actually kind of great. The power buff and the flash. This is the thing, is when like these cards are so often printed at sorcery speed, you know, like with no flash on an aura, and it just kind of sucks. But the fact this has flash is great. Return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. So this is kind of like, you know, joining the other cards that do this. You'll be in the Rave Bunker for 3 days before returning to that sore throat. Yeah, the Rave Bunker. It's becoming a bit of a myth, a bit of a legend. Fungal Fortitude. Maybe the thing is, at 2 mana, like at 2 mana, we start to compete with other cards like Demonic Gifts. Right? Like you can play a lot of this effect. You can get like well over 10 of them, but generally decks don't have enough room for more than maybe like a few. Golem is the only one that I play like a crazy number in. And Golem is unusual. Golem is very unusual. Every other mono black deck out there usually can max out at like 4 or 6 of them, you know. And at 4 or 6, you're playing mostly 1 mana ones, which you always want to prioritize. Until end of turn, +2/+0. When it dies, return it, and it comes in untapped, right? So this is like strictly better, except that this gives you devotion. So, I don't know. Seems good. Twisted Sewer Witch? Yeah, could be. Could be a card that goes in there. Potentially. Yeah, because it cares about enchantments, so maybe. But I think in Twisted Sewer Witch, the question would be... Yeah, I'm not actually sure exactly how that deck looks in general. So, oh, Neva. Yeah, that's great. This is great in Neva. I don't know if Neva really like... I don't know if Neva constitutes like a competitive deck. I'm not entirely sold, to be completely honest, chat. I know folks have been excited about this one, but like real talk, I think the 4 mana 2/2 Menace that ETBs and returns like a thing from your graveyard, and then whenever an enchantment is, it's like, it's weird build incentives. Good colors. Orzhov, very good colors. So like, how bad can it be? That would be the question, right? Like, how bad can this be as an Orzhov commander that generates card advantage and grows and scries and is evasive? So yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, and that seems great. Fungal Fortitude definitely goes in there. Okay, we got more good stuff, huh? Get ready for even more good black commons, Popper. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Like right away. Greedy Freebooter. When it dies, scry 1, generates treasure token. This is really good. Okay, so this is like immediate home in Gut. Rakdos Gut. Rakdos Gut plays this in a heartbeat. This is very strong in that deck. It's not only making a token, which works with Mirkwood Bats and Nadir's Nightblade, but it's making an artifact when it dies. So it's like 2 cards on 1, and when it dies, it's scrying us. And it's only 1 mana. This is fabulous. Fabulous card. This will be staple black food in decks that really, really care about feeding a commander some effect. I don't know what other places we play this. God, look at the art on this too. The art is just so good. What is behind him? Is this a goblin? Neither Nurgan or the Mycoid who laid the trap could believe their luck. Awesome. Very cool. Yeah, this is great. That could be easily top 5 as well. Fanatical Offering, Greedy Freebooter. Yeah, those 2 are probably there. Okay, Join the Dead. 3 mana kill spell, and it's bad. That's too bad. Like this... yeah, this is a disappointing common. I feel like the Descend 4 on this would have to be like crazy for this to be like playable. Because this is like worse than Murder in a lot of ways. -5/-5 does get away around Indestructible, which is seeing more play nowadays for various reasons. -10 is obviously kills anything, but like for 3 mana, your kill spell should kill absolutely anything. And it doesn't always do that. You don't always have Descend on. So this is like, I don't know, like Obnixilus's Cruelty. Obnixilus's Cruelty is the same card, but it like exiles the card instead, which is great. Like this kills a Dargo, it exiles any creature. Like this is playable for sure because it exiles, but like I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of sad. It's very cool art though. Like wow, very cool art wasted on this bad card. Like T-Rex, this is so epic. T-Rex just getting like dragged down by these sprites. He's like, no, never. The more creatures that plunge to their deaths in the abyss, the more angry echoes that arise. The more angry echoes that arise to drag others down. Wow. I'm just really enjoying the flavor. This is a very cool card. Artistically, one of the things I like about it a lot is that it's a very like dark card that has like the centerpiece of light coming down onto the subject in the piece. Which is this brightly colored thing, and the reds correspond to the yellow of that spotlight there, and then the things around it are sort of corresponding to the darker, like gray blues in the background. I really like that. That's very cool. It's also black. It's hard to splash. Cruelty is easier to cast as well. Exactly. Yep. Mephitic Draught. When it enters the battlefield or is put into a graveyard, you draw. Okay. Wow, this set is gas. This is top 5. Top 5 easy. This is so good in Rakdos Gut. Holy crap. This is just another Ichor Wellspring that's also black for devotion. Guys, it gets better? Gross. Okay, so Mephitic Draught, definitely top 5. This is so sick. I wonder, do you play this in like Abdel maybe? Like an ETB? Sorry, I've got 0/1 pest tokens flying around in my face right now, and it's driving me nuts. So yeah, like in Abdel, you want permanents that draw cards when you flicker them. And this also can be sacrificed to cards that you would also play in black-white Abdel, which would be the Reckoner's Bargain, the Village Rites, the Deadly Dispute, because those are such efficient draw engines in a deck that makes all these like 1/1s that you don't care about. This card is nuts. Yeah, this is like really, really good. This will probably see play in every Armix deck. It's just another black draw spell that that you can sacrifice. It's like in play, it's in your graveyard, it's drawing cards, whether it's in either one. It's up, buffing up your Armix to draw cards. This might be staple black. Is it possible that you just play this in every black deck? Like this goes in Old Flitterfang, this goes in any deck that, wow. Yeah, I mean, Lasagna, mono black control is insane in this format. It's like all I want to build. I only want to build around black decks. Like black decks have draw, edicts, sweepers, kill spells, discard, recursion. They have like some of the most insane card advantage, and there's the amazing for mid-range and control, and for aggro. Your black aggro decks are draining everybody, which means that you aren't like some aggro decks have the problem where like they can swing out on people and they can do a bunch of damage, but if they take damage in return, they don't have ways to like gain that life back very easily. In black, every creature like Vampire Spawn or Okiba Reckoner Raid that comes in is gaining you life when it's taking it from other people. So you're like buffering your own life total while you're like killing the table. I don't know. I think black, personally, in my opinion, is my favorite color in cPDH, and I think it might be the best. I tend to avoid those sorts of hot takes around like what's best and what's bad and good and everything, but black is so flexible. The only thing it doesn't do well is it doesn't combo. It doesn't combo well. Yeah, exactly. Like Vampire Sovereign, Gary, yeah. There's so many different ways to play black. It's just endless entertainment. Mephitic Draught. The more I think about it, the more I think this might go in every black deck. Like I don't know how many black decks you wouldn't play this in. Because now it's like if you play this and then you have a Costly Plunder, that interaction is like 4 mana draw 4, which is very good. and it's like split up a lot, right? It's split up into installments, right? Yeah, cracked. Super good. Let me know in chat where else you want to put this in your life. Buy a lot of these. This card is going to be in every deck you play. It's going to be like Deadly Dispute, right? Like this is very strong. Okay, Primordial Gnar. We have a Dies Discover 3. Okay, I already hate it. Dies triggers on big creatures kind of suck. Now this is a 5/2, which is even worse, right? Like if this were a 5 mana 5/5 that said when it dies discover 3, it might be better, but the problem is that 5 mana 5/5 black creatures don't die. So like so you're paying 5 mana for a 5/5 that probably never gets its trigger. The other problem is that Discover 3 is a lot worse than Discover 4, and that's because Discover 4 hits Vicious Battle Rager, Pestilence, Eyeblight Massacre. It hits Evenkar's Justice. It hits Siphon Mind. It hits Dimir House Guard. It hits like all of the good, like there's a lot of really good black stuff at 4. It hits Chain Devil. Discover 3 is significantly worse. I've used the lands now twice. The new Necropolis, Hidden Necropolis card. I've used it twice now. And the first time I did it, I cascaded, I discovered into Evenkar's Justice, and I bought it back. And it was very good. It was very good. Very game ending. And the second time, I put Vicious Battle Rager into play. And obviously that's stupid. That's really good. So Discover 4, great. Discover 3, not going to be as consistent. Discover 3 is not digging tall enough, I think. Maybe it's still fine, but it's just like, but this card isn't even a 5/5. It's a 5/2. So it's kind of like saying, play this 5/2 that's going to die. I don't know. Maybe like bad players won't block this because they don't want to give you the Discover. 2 thumbs down from Papa Popper. Rampaging Spiketail, we know about this card. This is great. 6 mana 5/6 that gives Indestructible and a buff when it ETBs with Swamp Cycling. This one here is going to replace, well, it depends. 5/6 is a good body. It's only 6 mana. This will definitely replace Injector Crocodile. Okay, so Injector Crocodile, if you are maxing out on these cycling creatures that find lands like this, then sometimes you would find yourself reaching for Injector Crocodile. We won't do that anymore. And Injector Crocodile is bad for the same reason. It's a 5/5 black creature that when it dies, it incubates 3. And that is, I don't know. It's just like, when is Crocodile going to die? Like, when are we going to get this value? Whereas like the other ones, like Gloomfang Mauler puts the counters onto something and grants it evasion. This one, gives something a power buff and grants it indestructible. Now, preemptive indestructibility, just kind of not that great, but it's also a little bit bigger. Yeah, I prefer this. I prefer this over that. Again, I would prefer that this mechanic here were something along the lines of Swamp Cycling 2 or Cycling 2, like both. I want both of them so you could draw a card or find a land. Because cycling for 2 is really awkward on the curve. It's like, we play these because it like increases the number of Throne of the Dead 3 hits. It gives us more tutors for our duels. It gives us more tutors for Witch's Cottage. And because these are great late game finishers. Basically in like black control decks, you play these cycling creatures because they are your win condition in the late game. You like, once you've controlled the board and you've got your Pestilence down, you run out your Spiketail, you run out your Gloomfang Mauler, your Troll of Khazad-dûm, and these are the cards that win you the game in the late game. They're kind of like Celestial Colonnade in Modern or Hall of the Storm Giants, right? Where your mana base has in it the way to win because control decks aren't worried about winning. They'll win in the late game, right? That's their assumption, and that's what these do. That's kind of what they're doing. In black decks, though, the cool thing is we can cycle them and get them back with Tortured Existence or with like Wander in Death or Reaping the Graves or Unseal the Necropolis, Dig Up the Body, that kind of stuff. We just get them back and then we cast them later on. So early on, they're like finding us a land, and then late they're like finishing the game, right? Like you could totally see this thing ETB +2/+0 on a Basilica Screecher, swing with the Basilica Screecher, and then you've got this 5/6 that's just going to like run train. So I think that's going to be pretty staple close, like in black control decks, maybe mid-range, but mainly black control. Ray of Ruin, I have seen this card. Exile target creature, vehicle, or non-basic land, scry 1 for 5. That's just like a lot of mana. It's a lot of mana. Non-basic land is also like pretty bad because that means we can't target like Gretchen lands. And it's sorcery speed. Fuck. This card sucks. Like, I'll play this in limited because I only ever draft like Rakdos in limited. I will always draft red or black because that's where you get like the good removal in a lot of cases. But like, ugh, this card is dog doo-doo. Screaming Phantom, 3 mana. Whenever it attacks, mill a card, 2/2 flying. You could play this in a ghost deck. And so it's milling a card and you're just getting a card every turn. That's kind of interesting. That's not bad. And it's like in that deck too, you want to increase your creature count. So instead of playing a card like Shard of Broken Glass, you play Screaming Phantom because Screaming Phantom is like an attacker that is also a creature and a body. And when you have like extra bodies in your deck, it increases your odds of hitting something good off Throne of the Dead 3, but it also increases your odds of having Tortured Existence and creatures that you want to loop them with Tormod in play. So this is actually like a good card for that deck. It's probably also good in like a mid-range Sir Conrad deck, except that it's only milling us. We'd really like to mill everybody, right? Whenever another creature dies or another creature is put into a graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, or a creature card leaves your graveyard. Okay, so this would become like a pinger if it mills us creatures. That seems okay. Like, you could potentially play that. I think that might be an interesting one to explore. Might need to do a Sir Conrad build. So we've got Mentor of the Meek. We've got Sir Conrad. And that's mid-range. And then, yeah, another Ghost. And we've already done a Ghost plus Tormod rebuild, but we never actually completed it because it got too complicated. But once I started playing that version, I actually found that I was pretty happy with like the core of it, but that I went a little too overboard on the creatures. So we may have to revisit that one again here. Just checking. Just getting a message off to my partner. Okay, next one is Skullcap Snail. There we go. Enters the battlefield, target opponent exiles a card from their hand. I hate it. I don't like it. Maybe this is fine in Abdel, where you max out, where like in white-black Abdel, I think one of the ways that deck is really is advantageous is it allows you to play all these mass discard effects, which tend to be kind of bad. And the reason that mass discard is kind of bad is that essentially like the way it plays out. Okay, so we have to think about not just like what the text on the card is and whether it's good value, but how does this card play? ETB making everybody discard is stripping everybody else's answers away from their hand, and what they're keeping is card advantage to rebuild or combo pieces. Okay, so if you really go hard on it and you discard everybody's cards, and what they're left with is just card advantage and no interaction, and then the combo player still has their combo cards, what you're doing is you're like greasing the way for the combo player to just win with like no interaction presented to stop them. I really, really think that those, like in some ways, Skullcap Snail is better than those cards in the average deck. Because what you want to do is discard a card from a certain player, not from everybody, unless you're a combo deck. So if you're Possessed Scab, Baleful Strix, Black-White Abdel, then I think the mass discard makes sense, because what you're saying is these are my counterspells. They're emptying everybody else of interaction so that I can combo without as much problem, right? You're clearing the way for yourself because you are starting the table as a combo deck in a 1v3. Whereas when I'm playing mid-range, I'm actually playing a 3v1 or a 2v2 because I'm not the scariest thing right at the beginning. That's the game theory around these. So the fact that this exiles a card from target player's hand is almost better because you get to say, like, I want to nerf your hand in particular, but not everybody's, right? In a mid-range context. If you're playing Abdel and you're really hard on the combo, then you might still play this just because it is like a way to remove counterspells. Lasagna says, I dislike cards that say target opponent instead of each. Yeah, I hear that. But from a purely mathematical standpoint, you're thinking, like, why not get 3 cards instead of 1? But the problem with that is that it's what people discard. People discard their interaction, mostly. Yeah, so it's a 1-for-1, but you would never play this in a card where it's only a 1-for-1. You play this card in decks where you are repeatedly reusing it with either ETB, with like flickers, or ninjutsu, or something like that. Oh, interesting. Very nice in Pauper. Huh. I suppose so. Yeah, because it's exiling, right? Which is actually better than discarding. So we had a lot of like 2-mana 1/1s that discarded cards for people. This one exiles them. Maybe this one has a home in the Orzhov Nightmare deck that I've built, which I'm currently working on right now. But for our format, not very good. Tithing Blade, 2 mana. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacks a... What the... Oh my god. What the hell is this? What does it transform? Ugh. What? What is this? This is so good. Whoa! Tithing Blade. Oh my god. Oh, this is so exciting. Man, you can play this in a lot of different contexts, right? Like Drain is both like defensive and aggressive. It's like this is hitting everybody for 1 and you gain 1, right? And every time you do that, that's kind of like you're hitting the table collectively for 3 of its 90 life, which is like 1/30th. Is that how that works, right? So if we have 3 into 90, I mean, this is great. But this is more than even just Chainer's Edict. In 60 card Pauper, this is going to be so... Oh man, this is so good in 60 card Pauper. It's unbelievable, dude. With Glinthawk and Core Skyfisher, you're going to be looping this thing over and over and over and over again. This completely changes the Orzhov Nightmare deck that I have been working on with Ankylosaur and Kylosaur. Holy shit. And then it just becomes this way to like win the game and not die. Damn, dude. Damn. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Well, this is like pretty staple black. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, you can also sacrifice it. Exactly. So it's like a Chainer's... It's like this is like Miracle's Edict, except that you always make everybody sack all their creatures. Like everybody sack a creature, because Miracle's Edict sometimes only gets 1, which is fine, because Edicts are there for 1 player. They're there for 1 player to take their creature that is like untargetable and kill them. The other creatures you get are just like... It's like the cream on top, you know. It's like the little sparkles on top of your little muffin, you know. It's the melted butter on your cornbread. This is always making everybody sack something, and it's only 2 mana. This is really, really pushed, chat. How, like, okay, so Fleshbag Marauder, when it enters the battlefield, you lose a creature as well. So your 1 card got 3 of your opponents. You don't get to keep the Fleshbag Marauder unless you sack something else, but you still lost something. This right here is I get a card, everybody else loses a card from play, and then I can like turn this card into a way that just like drains everybody? Wow. And it's another thing you can just sack with Deadly Dispute. Exactly. Like, I get to keep my card. It's a great blink chart, too. This is so busted in Abdel. In Black-White Abdel is my preferred form of Abdel. I haven't played it, in all honesty. But, like, the deck is, like, in my mind. You know, it's like, it's sort of cultivating in my brain this Abdel deck that I'm gonna bring into the table. And this is absolutely 1000% going in that deck. 1000%. Although in Abdel, it's a little bit interesting too, because in Abdel you're happy to play a Fleshbag Marauder type effect, or maybe a Chain Devil or something like that, because you have 1/1s to sacrifice. So it's like, I mean, this just makes Abdel look like a stacks deck, like Orzhov stacks, right? Where you just play like all these mass edicts, you play all these sweepers, you have a commander that flickers things to draw cards and to generate value. You have like all these good ETBs that you can reuse. You're draining everybody with like Gary and Vampire Spawn and all that stuff. Very interesting. And you just kind of have a combo tucked in. Wow, this is nuts. Yeah, this is easy top 5. Tithing Blade, sick. So sick. Vito's Inquisitor. 4 mana, 3/3, pay a black, instant speed, sack another artifact or creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it. It gains Menace. Okay. As sack outlets go, this one is interesting because it is only 1 mana. It is specifically black, though. It's omnivorous, and I'm really, really big fan of creatures that are aristocrats or cards that sacrifice that do artifacts and creatures. That's like a really good design thing that Wizards of the Coast is doing, because it allows us in our format to sack mana rocks when we need to. And the fact that this gets evasion as well is quite good. The trouble is that it's 4 mana and it's under the curve. So it's a 3/3. It is a knight, which is a trap for, you know, Ariel or something like that. But I think this might find homes. It's just that it's like kind of, I don't know. I frankly think that like these are really hard to make work. Like, I know that Wizards of the Coast is really scared to like reprint Carrion Feeder, but like if it's going to be 4 mana, it needs to be Carrion Feeder's ability. Like, it needs to be a +1/+1 counter on the Carrion Feeder at instant speed for free. And it needs to be any creature. The fact that it's another, that it costs a black, I think that kind of makes it bad, right? Like this needs to be like a 3 mana 3/3 with this ability, or it needs to be a 4 mana 3/3 that has no cost to the ability. And I know WotC is scared to print those kinds of cards because they unlock some pretty like broken stuff. But you're not breaking any formats with a 4 mana 3/3 that has Carrion Feeder's ability. Like, Modern will be fine. Don't worry. So it's fine. The Menace is good. The Menace is good. Maybe like Golem. I don't know. Maybe we play this instead of this could play in Corpse Augur, right? Where you just have like a black sack a creature or an artifact, because this could become quite a threat. Artifact or creature. This could also go in Old Flitterfang. Old Flitterfang is a mid-range deck. It does create lots of food tokens. And yeah, I don't know. It's fine. Not in love with it. Abrade, we know that card. Ancestor's Aid, 2 mana instant, +2/+0, first strike, create a treasure. Okay, well, this is one of the best cards in Zada. This doesn't have a lot of homes, but in Zada, it's really good. Frankly, you could even play this in like a gut deck to give gut +2/+0 first strike so that it can attack while creating a treasure token. It wouldn't be like my first pick, but it's a possibility. 2 mana instant speed. I mean, this is going to be a massive, massive ritual in Zada. And Zada is a very dangerous deck right now. Like, in all honesty, Zada, with how few counterspells there are right now, Zada loses to sweepers and counterspells. And if you take one of those kind of away, because like the counterspells are usually like the way that people are playing counter spells is that they're mainly used to like defend combos. That's what they're there for. And the combo players don't just throw these things around there to like stop something like that. But if you're a combo player and you see a Zada like on the stack, you need to deal with it, because like Zada, otherwise like you're banking on somebody having a fiery cannonade, a breath weapon, a drown in sorrow, a pestilence, but probably not a pestilence because it comes out so early. Maybe a crypt rats for 1 or 2. But this is great. This is really good for Zada. Yeah, everybody let Stein know that his favorite deck has just gotten a really stupid new ritual. Because like if this is 2 mana +2/+0 first strike on your whole board, and you get like 5 mana out of it, this is way better than Seething Song. Way better than Seething Song. Oh, so sick. Brazen Blade Baster. Whenever it attacks while you control 2 or more artifacts, it gets +2/+0/+1 until end of turn. So it's a 4/4 when you have artifacts for 3. And it's a pirate. Like, yeah, like that's good. Like 3 mana 4/4 is fine. But like, I don't know. It's fine. You could put this in, Oxida Finisher, because it'll be a 4/4 that has like 2 artifacts in play because of your equipment always. So it's just above the curve. I think this is fine. It's not like super premium. Maybe if you had like a red Voltron deck, you might reach for something like that. Burning Sun Cavalry, I did see this. Attacking or blocking with a dinosaur, you get +1/+1. And dinosaurs just like they're just not a lot of really good ones. They're not super common. So yeah, this one's just not that good. Child of the Volcano, 4 mana at the beginning of your end step. If you descended this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. This is like the red one. Same as the red one. But it's like not good, right? Like it's a 4 mana 4/4 trample if you descended on the turn that you played it. And it starts to get a little bit bigger from there. Not in love with this kind of design. This needs to be a 3 mana 3/3 trample that gets bigger every end step if you descended. This can't just be a card that is underneath the curve. Like nobody will ever want to pick this in limited. I don't understand cards like this. Like they're not desirable in any format, even in limited, because they're just like, yeah, eventually it becomes like maybe a 5/5 or something, but like, it needs to be on rate at the very base, right? On rate with some plus. Like, think about it this way. A 3 mana 3/3 trample that put +1/+1 counters on it if you descended during the turn is like, compare that to like Jewel Thief. Okay, this is the new floor for what commons do. This is a 3 mana 3/3 Vigilance trample that makes a treasure token. It's way above the curve, right? Like this is what commons need to look like. And I think that commons like this are just like kind of just sad. Like this is a bad card that nobody's ever going to want to play, and no one's ever going to first pick. And no one's even going to second pick this. They might pick it only as like a, oh, I've got to get another red card. I need another threat. It's terrible. It's terrible. Daring Discovery. 3 creatures can't block. Discover 4. Wow. It's very expensive. This like making creatures not block is generally not something that we love to do on 5 mana. But Discover 4... it's Cascade 4. I don't know how to evaluate this other than saying that a 5 mana sorcery that makes our opponents not block is like really bad, and that the only reason I would be interested in playing this card is because of Discover 4. Getting a little bit of music going here. Okay, there we go. All right. All right, chat. get back to this here. Needed to take a quick intermission there to get our things in order here. So yeah, chat, let me know what you think about Daring Discovery, if this is a card that you have an idea for, if maybe you like built a deck around a certain mana cost. I guess the lower costed Discovery cards are better than if you're looking for something that's like a certain cost. Like if you always want to hit a certain thing in your deck, there are ways to do that with Discover. Where you just only play cards of a certain mana value. Like maybe those cheaper ones like Discover 3 or Discover 2 or something like that, if it existed, would allow you to find a really specific thing. Like Tortured Existence maybe? But like, what do you not have to play to like use these as a tutor, right? I don't know. Yeah, this seems terrible to me, to be honest. Discover 4 could be really good. It allows you to hit Stirring Bard, Fiery Cannonade, Breath Weapon. It allows you to hit Trailblazer's Torch. I'm discovering that I don't like this card, Patrick says. I agree wholeheartedly. Dino Tomaton. 4 mana, 4/4, 4/3 Menace. When it enters the battlefield, target creature you control gains Menace. Seems very mid. It's a dinosaur gnome. Then don't know if I ever anticipated that combination of effects on a creature or types. It's not that good. Atali's Favor. 3 mana. When it ETBs, discover 3 and +1/+1 trample. This seems good. I would play this in Dragon's Rage Channeler. Maybe in Rayav. Discover 3 is going to hit most of the deck in Rayav. Almost, in fact, all of it. I don't think there's any 4 mana cards in the deck. So cascading into a protection spell would feel kind of bad, but cascading into an equipment would feel pretty good. It is 3 mana, though. I don't know. I'm not sure where you put a card like this. Let me know in chat what you think of Atali's Favor. I feel like Discover is strong, but I'm not certain like where you want a 3 mana aura that grants power and trample. Captain Ripley Vance. Oh no. The 0/1 pest tokens are killing me. Okay, 3 mana, 3/2. If you cast your 3rd spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on. Okay, and it deals its power to target any target. Yeah, I guess so. How the hell do you maintain 3 cards a turn on this creature in red? In like mono red, you just run out of cards, right? Oh, it is a card. Yeah, it is a card. Not this does work with that card. Yeah, that's definitely the PDH side of things, wouldn't it be? Goblin Tomb Raider. As long as you control an artifact, a +1/+0 in haste. Guys, we have Goblin Guide. Oh my god, dude! Pauper players are gonna be losing their mind. I bet if I went to Alex Ullman's Pauper server right now and looked it up, people would be crying, like screaming bloody murder about this card. Because this means that you now have Goblin Blast Runner, and you have Monastery Swiftspear, and Goblin Tomb Raider as like 1 mana evasive threats. Because that's kind of like a zoo deck, right? Like the new, like red, the most explosive red decks are the ones using Name Sticker Goblin, Goblin Tomb Raider, Kuldotha Rebirth, Experimental Synthesizer, or they're using Blast Runner and Swiftspear right now currently, but they will use this. Like all you have to have is an artifact, and it's a 2/2 haste. This is pushed. This is pushed. And it's a Goblin, which is like not a small deal because a lot of those decks haven't like turned the corner into playing Goblin Grenade, right? And this makes Goblin Grenade very reliable. 1 mana, deal 5 damage to any target is like very strong. You just have to have a Goblin to sack. So Kuldotha Rebirth, Namesticker Goblin, Blast Runner, and this new Goblin Tomb Raider. Yeah, hide the Lotus. Yeah, oh, God. This is so sick. So strong. Wow. Yeah, turn 1, Goblin Raider, Lotus Petal, hit them for 2. You don't even reveal lands off the top. This is arguably like better than Goblin Guide than Goblin Guide would be in Pauper. Goblin Guide would be good in Pauper, obviously, but like this is really easy to turn on. You can turn on with an artifact land too. Jesus Christ. That's one of the best red cards in the whole format, or in the whole set for 60 card. 3 mana, 3/1 artifact gnome haste gives another creature haste. Okay, this is fine. It's nothing special. We'll keep moving. Idol of the Deep King. I've already seen this. 3 mana flash ETB shock. Craft with another artifact. Turn it into a bone splitter. This is actually a great card in Oxida Finisher. It's just a kill spell for combo creatures that we can then craft to turn into more equipment. It's a little spendy on both sides, so I don't know if this will find a home there. This is also very good in Darcy, in Dragon's Rage Channeler. It goes face, it also hits creatures, it's an artifact, and it uses your graveyard, which is, Darcy has tons of cards in the graveyard, and then it becomes something you can equip to Darcy. And when it, see, even better, is when you do the craft with an artifact, it returns to the battlefield and it immediately attaches to a creature. This is really cool. I like this design a lot. This might go in more decks than that one. This could go in... You can only do this as a sorcery to equip it, unfortunately. This could go in Rayav. This could go in Brunner Battlehammer. It would definitely go in the Akiri... Fearless Voyager definitely goes in there because it's like removal and a bone splitter. This is awesome. Very cool card. I like the design on this. Very reasonable mana cost. Panicked Altasaur. 5 mana, reach, tap to do 2 damage to each opponent on a 4/5. Huh. Okay. Well, this doesn't untap, so it's not TPI. And when it taps to hit each opponent, so this is kind of like a pinger that is also a good blocker because the reach and the 5 toughness sound to me like you block with it, end of turn, you ping with it, right? And the 2 damage to each opponent is actually more than its combat damage because it's either hitting for 4 or it's hitting 6 to everybody, right? So this is actually kind of good. Oh, this is really potentially good in Torwauki. Hitting everybody for 3. And it's a big butt. It's kind of expensive. But it's like reasonable even without Torwauki. This is like grindy Rakdos kind of a thing. Like maybe it plays well in Cardour. It could play well in Cardour. It's a body that pings everybody, that blocks well. Yeah. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I also don't love it. I don't know what other places it would go, but pingers are really good. And this hits for 6 unblockably, so I think it gets my seal of approval. Plundering Pirate, 3/2, makes a treasure when it ETBs. Oh, probably fine. I don't know exactly. Yeah, that's fine. Quirion Ranger to tap and untap it. Yeah, that's definitely, now you're talking. Yeah, like make it into a pirate. Make it into a pirate. Put Freed from the Real on it with Malcolm in play. Win the game. Malcolm has much better pingers than this, though. So you're not going to see that happen. Yeah, 1 per turn, exactly. And you have to like return lands to do that. And you have to be in red-green, which are awful colors in this format, unfortunately. 4 mana, deals damage equal to the number of lands you control. This is terrible. It only hits... If this right here is so funny because, like, this card is nauseatingly bad. If it went face, it would be playable. But the fact that it does not go face is just like, who wants to play this? 4 mana, deal maybe 4 to somebody's creature at sorcery speed. It's very stinky. It's very stinky. We have Tendrils of Corruption, which is like 4 mana, instant speed, deals damage equal to the number of swamps I control, and I gain that much life. And this just does not hold up at all. This is terrible. It should have been instant speed, or it should have been like hits players or a lot less mana. And like, look, we have like, why can't we have another card like Skred that costs 2 mana, right? Like a 2 mana instant speed, deals damage equal to the number of lands you control to target creature. That's like a very playable card, but it's not broken, right? It's good early, it's good late. This is disappointing. Disappointing design. Seismic Monstosaur, 6 mana, 6/5 trample. That's a good start. 3 mana, sack a land, draw a card. Okay. Huh. Mountain Cycling for 2. Oh. Well, this probably goes in... this probably swaps out for a basic in Mayhem Devil. Just because it's like a fine trampling card. It's a good mid-range threat. That sacrifices to draw cards will, pinging and fixing our mana. So Seismic Monstosaur seems good. Sacking a land is not nothing, but when you have this in play, you have plenty of mana. So it's okay. You will be okay. Sunfire Torch, 1 mana equipment. That's a good start. Oh, and I see equip 1. +1/+0. Whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice it. If you do, it deals 2 damage to any target. Oh, this is great. Okay, Rayav, Oxida Finisher, Brunner Battlehammer, Akiri, Fearless Voyager. Anything that cares about equipment, this is great. It's also 1 mana to cast, which means that an Oxida Finisher, we can now go up to like 42 1 mana equipment. And it's also a shock. It's a shock on a stick. 1 mana to equip, 1 mana to cast. Love this. Love this card. It's like very innocuous, but like it's definitely doing what we want it to do in the decks that we want to play it in. So I like this. Just having like permanents that can turn into damage later on is great. Like this is this is a Seal of Fire that also like buffs up our creature until we need it. Sunshot Militia is a 1 in a red, tap 2 untapped artifacts or creatures you control, deals 1 damage to each opponent. Oh no. Have we just gotten another pinger for TPI for Third Path Iconoclast? Kind of seems like it. The fact that it's only sorcery is a tragedy, but this like instantly kills the table in some cases. Like, cast Sunshot Militia, tap every artifact we have and every creature we have to deal like, I don't know, like 5, 6, 7. This is gross. It's very, very strong. Yeah, this will definitely be going in TPI. This is one of the best red cards in the set for that reason. WotC is showing its willingness to print lots and lots of pingers, and I'm here for it. It's also human, which means it will scry off of Path of Ancestry. It's very good. Sick. And it's a 1/3, so it doesn't die to 2 damage sweepers. The fact that it activates only as a sorcery is a bummer. That means we just have to do our pinging ahead of time, and it means that we can't... like make creatures during our opponent's turns and then like tap them to activate them. This is great. Very cool. Very cool. This is also one other thing about this card. Like pingers are the best thing you can be doing, I think, in my opinion, in Torwauki the Younger. And I think that like future builds of Torwauki the Younger, which I need to write down here again. Torwalkie the Younger works really well with token makers, actually. And that seems weird because why would we care about that? But any instant or sorcery that makes bodies helps us trigger things like Impact Tremors and Witty Roastmaster, and so the more pingers we can play, the more gutter snipes we have in our deck, right? And so this right here is going to go super, super hard. The only problem is that if we activate it once and then somebody kills it, then we don't get to activate it again, which is kind of sad. But it has haste. So if we can like Undying Evil it, then it comes back and then we can do it again, right? So kind of a weird card. It's going to be like, at some cases, it's going to be like the best pinger in our deck in TPI, and it's just going to win the game. Like, we'll play this out, tap everything down, everybody takes just a shitload of damage. You know, cast a bunch of spells, do a bunch of things, you know, end the turn with like Sunshot Militia in play, tap it all down and win. You know, if they try to kill it, maybe we counterspell and protect it. This card is really good. But in Torwalkie, the bodies allow us to turn on the good card draw. They turn on Impact Tremors and Witty Roastmaster. They also turn on this, because now if we had like creatures in play, we can tap them. And the instance and sorcery versions of those token makers are also just kill spells, right? They're like 2 damage to something, gain 2 life. So that's still reasonable. So there's a build of Torwalkie that I have in mind that goes really deep on tokens. And then you use cards like Heartfire, Voltage Surge, you know, Improvised Club, that kind of stuff to have like even bigger burn spells, sack creatures to do damage. And they also like block and protect your life total and allow you to interact with stuff in play. Yeah, that's one of the best cards in the set here. Tectonic Hazard, each opponent and each creature. This is a functional reprint of oh, let's see here. Can we do this? Does that work? I don't think this works. You have to do yeah, it doesn't work that way. It's too bad. But yeah, there's End the Festivities. End the Festivities. This is another version of that card. So that's good. This is also a card that you can play in Torwalkie because it's actually hitting everybody for 2, and it's hitting all their creatures for 2, which is quite good, and it's only hitting our opponent's stuff. So I think we would play this as well in Torwalkie, just because it's also hitting players, and that 2 damage to everybody is 6 damage to the table. That adds up rather quickly in a deck like that, where you're like actively pinging people. But I guess I see Torwalkie as being kind of like a Rakdos. Sorry, chat. Gotta cough a bunch. For those of you who may be just joining me right now, I am quite sick. And so, got lots of coughing going on. But Tectonic Hazard seems like good. Seems like a good card for a Torwalkie, sort of like Rakdos TPI deck with like life gain and better control. Okay. Volatile Wanderglyph. We're getting there. We're getting to green. 2 mana 2/2. Whenever it becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay, so Convoke in red isn't like super common. Tapping down creatures in red is not super common either. It does work with Springleaf Drum. You can pair this up with the backup creature. This one here. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So you could like double up on it. I don't know. If you pair these with like with something like a Meeting of Minds, that's pretty spicy. But you have to discard first, so it's rummaging. Not my favorite. It's fine. Okay, on to green. When did we leave black? Did we leave black? Yeah, we finished black at, looks like, probably around Probably like 250 or something. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now we're on to green. And here we are at 314. Okay. Oh boy. I'm getting wrecked, chat. Getting wrecked by the croup. Armored Kincaller, 3 mana, 3/3. When enters the battlefield, reveal a dinosaur. If you do, or if you control another dinosaur, gain 3 life. It's like not that good. Basking Capybara, very cute art. This is pretty based. This capybara has ascended completely. Even our most learned philosophers can only hope to approach the inner serenity of the humble capybara. But this humble capybara gets big. This can be a 2 mana 4/3. It's quite aggressive. 2 mana 4/3. I don't hate that. I don't know where you'd play that in particular. I wonder, does this card get its power? I was just wondering for Goreclaw. Like, does this get discounted in your hand? If there's, does it have Descend in your hand too? Right? Would it be like Tarmogoyf, where it says like what its power and toughness are? I don't know. Let me know, chat, if you think that this one would show in your hand as a 4/3 if you've Descended 4, and then would it then benefit from Goreclaw's discount? I don't think we would play it there because Descend 4 is like hard to get in Goreclaw. Our stuff just doesn't die. Cavern Stomper. Here is what I'm talking about. 6 mana, 7/7, ETB Scry 2. See, like this is the kind of common we need. Like, they need to be better than their mana cost, right? With like other things going on. And then you can pay 4 to give it more evasion. This seems like it could play in Goreclaw. But it's 4 mana. It's a 4 mana 8/8 trample in Goreclaw that scries 2, which is insane. That's like very, very pushed. I think this does go in Goreclaw. Yeah, I think this goes in Goreclaw. The ability to give a little bit of evasion could be nice. Because sometimes in Goreclaw you just don't have any cards left in hand. So yeah, this seems great. I'll play this at the top end of Goreclaw for sure. It's just huge. 8/8 trample. Sign me up. 8/8 trample for 4 that scries 2 on ETB. Doesn't get much better. Until end of turn, target land becomes a 4/4 dinosaur with reach and haste. It must be blocked. Yeah. I think Goreclaw only reads the text in hand while Descend is a characteristic on board. I think that's correct, yeah. I think you're right about that. I don't know about this card here. Like, in what world do we want this? It does attack as it's kind of like a one-time 2 mana 5/5 haste trample in Goreclaw, because it gives the +1/+1 and the trample to the 4/4, which is pretty cheap, and it will kill something. It's kind of cool. I don't know. I feel like the thing is that in Goreclaw we have access to a lot of 2 mana 4/4s that stick around for longer. And so this one is really just like a 2 mana 4/4 with its haste, but it's only there for 1 turn. I don't think that's what we need, even though haste is really premium. Like, if they ever make a 4 mana 4/4 haste in green, we are slapping it straight into that deck, because haste turns up the clock so much. It's way faster getting in 1 more attack in that deck. And we don't really have any of those, so. Okay. Huatli's Final Strike. I have seen this. This is a bite spell. It's like this is like there's a whole bunch of these, like Ambuscade basically, and they don't really see a lot of play, frankly. Like, even in the more recent Gnarlback Rhino, we ended up cutting pretty much anything that was 3 mana, even though it's a bite spell. which only deals damage to our opponent instead of a fight. And it's just the 3 mana. There's just better stuff. But the flavor is great. Huatli executing this guy. Huatli looks really weird in this picture, though. It's very green. Very green. Like maybe she caught like a bad jungle fungus when she was under the ground or something. It's good to see Vito getting killed here. Vito's kind of a bit of a douche. So, yep. Inti's name will grace our poems and histories for generations. Yours will collect dust forgotten in this cave. Get wrecked. In the presence of ages. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. If you put a creature, you may put a creature and/or a land card from among them into your hand. Put the rest into your graveyard. This is good. This is a 3 mana draw 2 in green. It's actually a 3 mana dig 4 draw 2. Not always, but frequently it's going to hit at least a land card, and I think creature too. I like this. This is one of the better green cards we've seen so far. And the fact that they go into the graveyard is also kind of nice. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. It's good. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, Kazlem's Stone Tree enters the battlefield. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. Put a land from amongst them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest in the bottom in random order. And it turns into a 5/5. Okay. So this is like a bad Kodama's Reach that turns into a creature. For 6. And you have to exile an artifact. That's... Oh no, craft with a cave. Oh, chat, it's very stinky. This is a very stinky card. You have to craft it with a cave. Yeah, so it's not going to happen. Like, it's just too unreliable. Yeah. And it's not always going to get a land. Sometimes, like, that's going to be weird if you dig 6 and you don't hit a land. But, like, yeah, this is stinky. It's stinky. Malmet Brawler, 2 mana 2/2, grants trample to an attacking creature. Yeah, it's fine. Not super hype. Might be a good room for it, but Malmet Scythe enters the battlefield, attaches. It's +2/+2. Equip for 4 is brutal. This is not very good. This is not very good. There's a lot of pretty bad green cards. I'm not going to lie, chat. This is pretty bad stuff. Malmet Veteran, 5 mana trample, descend 4 when it attacks. If there's 4 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Okay. Now we're talking. 5/4 for 5 with trample that can buff up our other creatures when we attack if we have descend 4. Probably still not playable. Like the repeatability of it is good. Like this would be a cool card in Conclave Mentor if it weren't descend 4 and if it weren't 5 mana, right? If it were like a smaller creature, because the repeatability to put a +1/+1 counter on something is good. 4 mana 3/4 reach, mill 2, stinky. Nurturing Bristleback we've known about for some time. This is one of the early ones. 7 mana 5/5 that makes a 3/3 and Forest Cycles for 2. I think this is actually great. I prefer this over a card like the other ones have like they don't have any ETB on them. There's like a 6/5 trample reach, I think. That you know cycles, but this one gives us value, and this is why like Gloomfang Mauler is somewhat appealing, is because it's leaving 2 power on the battlefield even if it dies, and it's granting evasion. This one here, it's like, well, if this dies, at least you got a 3/3 out of it. And green decks need like sources of like they need good cards off the top when they ramp really hard. They need like you know when they're cycling into the graveyard and they're finding us lands, they're doing their job, right? They're making sure that we stay on curve, that we continue, that we keep playing our normal game. But when we top deck these in the late game, we like to cast this 7 mana 5/5 that makes a 3/3. That's great. And in like a Golgari control deck, this is going to be awesome, especially because you're maybe able to sacrifice the 3/3. It's like 2 bodies. You know, being able to swap this in and out with like Tortured Existence and Golgari is great. I'll probably put this in Skyfisher Spider, just because it's a good finisher. That's like fairly free to play. Over the Edge, 2 mana, sorcery speed, destroy an artifact or enchantment, so we have a Naturalize, or target creature you control explores twice. I don't know. We're going to scoot past this one pretty quick because I don't think Explorer is that good, but I could be wrong, okay? I could be wrong. I thought, you know, one thought I had here was like in Goreclaw, you know, it might, you know, maybe it allows you to, but it doesn't work that way though, because like if in Goreclaw, if you can turn a ramp creature like a Llanowar Elves into a 4/4, then it becomes a 5/5 trample. And I was thinking maybe if you explore twice and you get it up to 4 power, but this only does it twice, so I can only get it up to 3 power. I don't know. Naturalize effects like are pretty good. We have really good ones. Like Return to Nature is super flexible. Maybe you would play Over the Edge if you really cared about like buffing up your creatures or targeting them, or about counters, or about proliferating. Oh, okay. So one good home for this would potentially be in Conclave Mentor, because Conclave Mentor is all about putting counters on creatures, and if you can explore twice, you're actually getting up to +4/+4. That's pretty gross. So like if you target a creature twice, yeah. So target the creature, explore the first time, and then explore again. This could be like kind of like card draw, but if you have the Conclave Mentor in there, then you're able to make it +2/+2, and then +2/+2. Yeah, so maybe Conclave Mentor, maybe Hamza as well could potentially play that. It's like a Naturalize that has like other effects. This card we know about. Okay, this is already one that I've seen. 4 mana, 4/3 that explores. Now, I'm talking down Explore, but in decks like Goreclaw, where like what this is basically just another 2 mana card that's like way over the curve. You know, this is like 2 mana, 5/4 trample that explores when it ETBs. Totally playable, right? Like it either clears a land off our top and we draw it, or it becomes even bigger. It can actually be a 6/5 trample if things go right. And that's very, very playable. If this becomes a 5/4 because we looked at the top card and we either liked it or we didn't like it, and then we buff it up again, then it's actually like one of the more efficient green creatures we have, and I quite like it. This is amazing in Goreclaw. I don't know what other decks you would play this in, but Goreclaw definitely, for sure. Poison Dart Frog. This one's been memed on a lot. I know Yawgmoth on Twitter has been super hyped about this, because the art is just absolutely adorable. Like, look at this thing. It's so cute. And the contrast of like the skull, this jawbone, and this very happy looking frog is very pog. It's quite flavorful, very spicy. Now, for playability wise, this is an interesting one. It has the ability to gain Death Touch, and it makes mana of any color, and it's got reach. So there's like a lot of text on this card, but ultimately it's like a Druid of the Cowl, or maybe something worse. It's like a 2 mana Birds of Paradise that, I don't know. There's only one other O-tag. So let's see, O-tag, ramp, MV = 3, O, Death Touch, rarity, common. There's one. Oh, MV3 is what we want. MV3 is the Deathbloom Gardener, is one of the only creatures that has Death Touch on a mana dork in our format. And I like that ability because it means that your dorks later on have playability and usefulness beyond just like ramping you to whatever you wanted to get into. And so I think that's quite good because this is 1 mana less than that one. It also has reach. It makes mana of any color, and it can gain Death Touch, which is great. We don't need the Death Touch to be on the creature. We just need to be able to gain it. That's okay. Like, we're not using the Death Touch early. We're using it late. Somebody attacks us with a big threat. We put this in front of it. We block it, and we kill it. This becomes, like, very annoying for certain decks that just, like, don't want to attack you because they're going to lose their very valuable creature to this very obnoxious Poison Dart Frog. So, yeah. All right, we're into the last push here, chat. I need to use the restroom real quick, and then we're going to finish up on the artifacts and enchantments, and then we're going to go into the uncommon creatures. So I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out. All right, we're back for the final push, chat. Final push. Okay. It's been quite a long stream, but there's a lot of cards to review, and a lot of them are good. So do want to take this moment to thank everybody who's joined us today. I hope you're having a great day wherever you are out there in the multiverse. And of course, do want to take a moment to remind you, if you do feel like you're enjoying the content, make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you aren't doing so already. And of course, if you want to take your support to the next level, you can always go to patreon.com/commonconnoisseurs to help pay and support me as a content creator, but also in the purchase of a new computer. That's really what we're trying to do. So if you all are interested in doing that, you can find the link in the description below, and there's a bunch of great and inexpensive ways to support this content at any level. So with that said, let's do our last push here. Make that real quick. We have a River Herald Guide, 3 mana, 3/1 Vigilance when it enters the battlefield. Explore. Again, I don't really know how to assess the Explorer here. Like, this might have good homes for it. Maybe like some sort of Hamza. This is pretty like aggressive mana cost or aggressive like templating kind of, but it's like a 3 mana 3/1 Vigilance. I don't know. Not in love with this card, but maybe you have a home for it in your PDH deck. Maybe a Merfolk tribal deck or typal deck of some sort. Seeker of Sunlight, 1 mana 1/1, pay 3 to explore. This is a different story. This is a mana sink, and it's on a 1 mana 1/1. I can't help but think this is that this is good. Like, if you're in an elf deck or something, maybe a mono green deck that has like need of some like big mana sinks to like use all that mana and send it into something. This right here will either make the creature very large, or it's going to put a lot of lands into your hand, or maybe a little bit of both. It's not amazing, but it's not awful. Like, I could see Derek putting this in his Derek from the Rules Committee putting this in his Heritage Druid deck, because it generates so much mana that it could really rapidly start like making use of this effect as like kind of like a 3 mana Surveil. Yep. Seeker of Sunlight's interesting. If you make gross amounts of mana, this card could be really good. I'm trying to think of another green deck that does a lot of mana and would care about a threat. I don't know. It's quite interesting, though. If you go infinite, then, of course, you can surveil whatever card wins you the game to the top. It could work in Conclave Mentor. But the problem is that it doesn't have any keywords. And there's no guarantee that we actually put a counter on it if we like surveil to the top and it's a land. If we explore and it's a land, then it's like, I don't know. It's like 4 mana, draw a card on a 1/1. I don't love it, but yeah, it's possible. There might be homes for it. Staggering size, +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. The trample is really important. Without the trample, this would be terrible. But with the trample, it seems fine. It's just that pump spells like this tend to not have like a ton of usefulness in multiplayer formats. You could play this in... No, you wouldn't play it in Gnarlback Rhino because it's trample. You're paying for the trample. Otherwise, you just play Giant Growth, right? You're paying 1 mana for trample. Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. Walk with the Ancestors. 5 mana, return 1 target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand and discover 4. Okay. Discover 4 could be really good. Returning a permanent is really good. So this can get back like a Tortured Existence. And the reason I think of that is anytime we're doing graveyard shenanigans, I think of like Tortured Existence and having the ability to get it back from the graveyard if somebody blows it up, or if we accidentally mill it. And you discover 4. Let me take a look at my green decks here and see if there's anything that would want this. It's a pretty like high value play. Like wouldn't be a ton. Maybe Skyfisher Spider. Being able to get a permanent back might be good. Discover 4 could be good as well. There's like a lot of good hits in that deck for 4. Nothing that I've got here looks like a really good home for it. It could be like a Ravenous Squirrel thing, but Ravenous Squirrel has better cards to do with that. It'd probably be good in Witherbloom Apprentice. Yeah, it would be good in Witherbloom Apprentice, I think. Get a permanent back. Like, what are we getting? Things that we cycled? Because that deck is mostly about spells, instants, and sorceries. So if we're getting something back, this is like 5 mana, get back. Like in the best case scenario, we get back a Pestilence, right? And that's good. Like, best case scenario is like return Pestilence to hand, cast, like, you know, discover into Vicious Battle Rager or something like that. But I think in Witherbloom, it would be mainly like picking up a creature for 5 mana and then discovering, which is like, so it's kind of like 4 mana for Discover 4 and then 1 mana for Raise Dead is kind of what I'm seeing here. I don't know. I think that cards like this, like these Discover cards, could potentially be like super broken in 60 card because they are just like Cascade. Right, and if you have a specific thing that you want to get back or a specific thing that you want to cast every time, you can design your deck to do it, but you would want a lower discover cost, not a higher one. I don't know. This is a very interesting card, but I don't know exactly what to do with it. Seems kind of hard to grok. Okay. We made it through the green cards because they were kind of bad. And we're at 338. Okay. Probably not finishing this in 4 hours, but we can try. Okay, Buried Treasure, 2 mana, tap it, sacrifice it, make an artifact. So it's a treasure. Okay, it is a treasure. Pay 5, discover 5. Huh. Oh, you get to do both, though, because you use it from your graveyard. Huh. Huh. I don't know what to do with this. Discover 5 compared to Discover 4 is good because it means that we can hit things like, we can hit all the initiative cards and all the Monarch cards. And that's a really good use of mana to like discover 5, dig a bunch of cards deep, like go through a bunch of lands and then like hit one of those cards. Does this feel good though when we pay 5, and then hit the top card of our library, and it's something. So this card has got to be in like mid-range decks, right? Discover 5 is quite a bit. It's quite a bit. But like 4 to 5 only mainly gets us the initiative and the monarch. Where would we play this, chat? Tell me in the chat below here, or to the side. I'm not sure where your chat is for you. Where you would play this? Like, where is this good? Because this is weird. It's a 2-mana, 1-time rock that we can discover 5 from the graveyard. So it's a form of like, it's kind of like a form of card. It's not card advantage necessarily, but it's like we're paying a lot for this activated ability to dig for a card that we then cast for free. So it's like cheating a card into play, kind of, in a sense. Tormod? Yeah. Yeah, Tormod might work. I don't know. Yeah, like it's interesting. Very interesting. I'm very curious about this card and like what we're supposed to do with it. I mean, it's weird that it isn't just an artifact. Like, I would prefer that this card had been like a 3-mana manalith that could also pay 5 to discover 5. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, for Kalane, that makes sense. But like, wouldn't that be a lot better if this were like a 2-mana rock that made colorless and came into play tapped maybe, or not, or a 3-mana manalith that made a mana of any color, counted as a treasure, and then could also be sacrificed for 5 to discover 5. I think that would make a lot more sense here, because otherwise it's like this one-time rock. Oh, there is one place I would play this. Okay, I got it. Passageway Seer is always looking for more 2-mana ways to bridge you to 4 mana on turn 3. That's what this does. And it's card advantage. So this is actually very good in Passageway Seer. If you are Turbo Passageway Seer, where your goal is to introduce Passageway Seer on turn 3 every single game, this is going to do it. Because it's going to ramp you. Right, it's going to ramp you into your 4th mana on turn 3. And then later on, you'll be able to exile it to discover 5 and get another card. So I like it. I like it in that use and that use only. Any deck that mills this over as well. So any deck that mills themselves. Oh, okay. Okay, here's another option. You play this in Sir Conrad. In Sir Conrad, this is a card that leaves your graveyard. In Quintorius as well. It's good in Quintorius. Potentially good in a Tormod deck. The way I see this in Tormod, or in a Ghost Tormod deck, is that maybe you like mill this over with other things. So there's like a bunch of things that you mill over, and you just leave this in the discarded stuff. Maybe maybe it's like a strategic planning. You go strategic planning, dig 3, you take the card you want, you put it into your hand, you pitch the 2, you get this one, you get the other one back, and then this one stays in the graveyard, and then you exile it later on to discover 5. That seems fine. And then Sir Conrad also, right? Like, this is not a creature, but it is something we can do with our graveyard when we mill things over, right? So this is got play. It's just weird. Cartographer's Companion. When it enters the battlefield, create a map token. Weird. It does create 2 artifacts. It's fine. It's fine. Compass Gnome, 2 mana. Search your library for a basic land or cave card. Reveal it and put that card on top. So we have a new tutor. Are the caves good, though? Oh, well, wait. Isn't... Oh, these are caves. Okay. Well, these are really strong. These caves are really, really, really good. But I don't think they're good enough that you would put this in your deck. Especially because it's putting you behind on cards. Like, it's putting you 1 less deep into your deck. Maybe if there's some other cave stuff that we care about, could be good. Disruptor Wanderglyph. Another golem, 4 mana, 3/4, exiles cards from an opponent's graveyard every time it attacks. That could be good. Like anytime that you want graveyard hate in a deck, but you don't want to allocate a do-nothing slot to a card that you or to a slot that you'd rather just have an attacker in, you could play this. How do you feel about map tokens as another way to put counters on Conductor of Cacophony? Oh. That's a great idea, Slats. I think that is good. Because if you find a land, it's good. Because if you find a land with Conductor, it is good. Because you want more and more lands. You want more and more resources to like activate your stuff more times. You want to increase your action economy as a control deck. And the +1/+1 counter is good as well. But the problem is that Conductor of Cacophony, for those of you who don't know Conductor, let's pull it up here. It's Pestilence in the command zone on a 2/1. It's technically a 3/3 4/3 for 4, and then you can remove counters to deal damage to each creature, each other creature, and each player. So it's Pestilence in the command zone, and the ideal thing is to be able to feed it counters so that it can continue to wipe the board. So map counters allow us to do that. Now the thing is that Conductor of Cacophony, if it sticks around and does its thing, it's very game ending. So I don't play this deck expecting my Conductor of Cacophony to like remain in play. Like it's kind of like Pestilence. A lot of times Pestilence is so good and so game ending if it sticks around that like people are going to work really hard to like kill the last creature in play so that Pestilence goes away, right? Because Pestilence staying in play is like not conducive to anybody else winning other than the Pestilence player. And Conductor of Cacophony is much the same. So having Conductor of Cacophony and a map token in play might work if Conductor has already like been cast and has died, so that maybe you like cast it again and then with priority we crack a map token to explore. Obviously, like one of the better cards for this deck is going to be the new black one that makes the map token. But yeah. That's interesting. That's definitely interesting. We'll want to pay attention to that. If there's any Explore cards that seem good, that's a great point, Slats. Okay, Hunter's Blowgun. Let's see this one. 1 mana artifact equipment. Gets +1/+1. Equipped creature has Death Touch. Otherwise has Reach? Holy shit. This is a really big deal, chat. We don't have any equipment. This is our first equipment that gives Death Touch, and it's 1 mana, so it's tutorable with Trinket Mage. This is foul. Wow. Huh. Okay. So this is like immediate home in Mayhem Devil. Colorless Death Touch, yeah. Where does this go? Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, Mayhem Devil. I mean, this goes in Torwauki. Give Torwauki Death Touch. That's really sick. That's really gross. Yeah, Torwauki Death Touch, cast End the Festivities, wipe everything in play except for your stuff. Damn, this is strong. Yeah, this is really strong. +1/+1/2 is also like the funny thing is that we would even play this in we'll probably even play this in Oxidative Finisher just because it's an equipment that's 1 mana. Any sort of pinger as well that deals like damage to creatures. Wow, yeah, this is insane. This is the best artifact in the format, or sorry, in the set so far, other than the black one. If we're just talking about colorless artifacts, this is like wildly above everything else. Crazy. Runaway Boulder, 6 mana, flash, ETB deals 6 damage to target creature an opponent controls. Yeah, Death Touch, Trample, and Oxida is dope. It is. It's very strong. Giving Oxida Death Touch is no joke. And the reach might even be relevant too, because in that deck you frequently give it vigilance. You give the finisher vigilance. So having reach and being able to block flyers is like not nothing either, and it's 1 mana. So that's great. It's really sick. Runaway Boulder though, it's so weird. 6 mana flash. So it's like a 6 mana terminate. It's gonna kill anything at instant speed, and it cycles for 2. You know, as weird as it sounds, if you play enough ramp in like a, man, what do you do with this? Weird. You want to be able to reuse this over and over again. So like Abdel is like the classic place that this comes to mind. Yeah, Armix could be. And then it's just like another kill spell kind of. But it's like a really bad one, right? And then we can sacrifice it later on to like the, you know, Reckoner's Bargain types effects. It does gain a lot of life with Reckoner's Bargain. Someday a Meteor Golem downshift. I know. I think Meteor Golem would be an amazing downshift. I'd love this. Yeah, this is like perfectly reasonable in my opinion. I know some people disagree with me. They think we should have like some people believe that we don't need more removal in this format, and I don't think it's about needing it. It's about wanting it. It's about having more and more like flexible options for removal, so that we can pick the removal that's right for our deck. People like get concerned about, well, what about the person who just shows up and puts every black kill spell in their deck ever made? It's like, well, they already have the ability to do that. You know what I mean? Like they already have the ability to like play like a zillion kill spells with no win condition and be a miserable person to play with. But that's like a rule 0 problem. That's not a competitive problem, because that deck won't be very competitive. It won't have like enough win conditions. It won't have enough card advantage. It won't have enough threats. Like you just won't have enough of anything. If you play like 30 or 40 kill spells, you're having to cut other cards for that. Whereas in casual, it's like you can look at that person and be like, this isn't very fun for you to just play removal.deck. And maybe you should not do that, right? And then just rule 0 it away, right? And like a reasonable person will realize that their trolling was not fun for other people, and they'll figure it out. And if not, it's like whatever. Like these problems exist in Magic, you know, like these problems where you know, where people want to play stuff that is unfun for other people, right? That's that. So I think Meteor Golem would be great. The fact that you can flicker it is very cool. The fact that you could like reanimate this huge creature is also very cool. It dies to a lot of things still. I think it would be cool. So anyways, Runaway Boulder seems like Abdel. And I know like that's weird, but because it's so expensive, but Abdel makes a lot of mana. If you're playing Abdel like responsibly, you do make a lot of mana, right? Because you want to be able to cast your 5 mana commander and like ideally protect it. And you want to take a lot of game actions. You want to be like flickering your commander and all this stuff. And something like this is just another ETB way to kill things. And those tend to be really valuable. There's another 6 mana card that does the same thing. And that's Alabaster Host Intercessor. This is also 6 mana. This also exiles a creature until it leaves. And we play this. And this one finds a land for 2. Right? In the early game, we can reanimate it. We can flicker it. This is an amazing white card. One of the best white cards they've printed in a long time. But it's really similar to this. This cycles to draw a card. It's got instant speed. It's 6 mana, which is just a shitload. But the ability to reuse this over and over again by flickering it with Abdel is sweet. It's very good. I think this is an Abdel card and maybe an Armix card. But Okay, we have a new cave, Captivating Cave. This is Cave of Temptation, but it also fixes your mana. This is a strictly better Cave of Temptation. Oh no, it's the same card. Let's see, wait, but why is the language different on it? This one has... Put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature. Activate this ability only anytime you can cast a sorcery. Okay, so it's just the way that the card was written in New Horizons. So, but because when you look here at the Oracle text, it's the same thing. Yeah. Okay. So it's another Cave of Temptations. That's good for like Herd Baloth or Scurry Oak, I guess, if you're doing that. Scurry Oak dedicated more to the combo. For what it's worth, I don't think there's any reason to play Scurry Oak over Herd Baloth, but yeah, so Herd Baloth likes this. And then we've got the Cataracts. These lands are insane. These are very, very, very good, especially in mid-range and control. They're a lot better than the lands that, like they even play an aggro in a sense, because if you flood out, like you just have the ability to like find another card and dig for it, which seems great. Promising Vein. All of these cards play well with Scare Tiller. All of these work well with Scare Tiller. So yeah, we got to the end of the artifacts there. Let's see, we are at 355. 0. Okay, now we are into. Wow, we still got 9 of you degenerates in here. Hope you all are having a great day out there, and thanks for joining us today for this live stream and for this set review of the Lost Caverns of Ixalan. It's great to have you all here. Now we're going to go to the uncommon creatures. Let's see what we got. Okay. Let's just let's have a talk chat. Okay. This card right here is not good. Okay, don't play this in the command zone in cPDH. Like, dude, like live your best life. Like, play what you want to play. It will not be good. Okay, this card is really bad. This is the weirdest form of like stacks like on some people's ramp in mono white. You're gonna struggle so hard with this card. And it says destroy each artifact with mana value X. Look, if you want to wipe everybody's artifacts out of play, and you need to pay 7 mana to do it. 7 mana. And it's only going to hit the 3s. If you want to hit the 2s, it's going to be 5. This is like the Mox Monkey thing. It's like, Gorilla Shaman. This is like, this is bad, okay? I'm sorry, believers out there in the mono white stacks. There are better mono white stacks decks than this. This is not good. 2 mana 1/4 is defensive. It is a human artificer. Artificer works with like Inventor's Goggles, I think. Artifacts entering the battlefield tapped. Does stop Malcolm combos. That's about it though. It stops the Malcolm combo because the treasures are going to enter tapped, and they will just make infinite mana, and then when, bounce this thing, bounce it out of play, and then, bounce it out of play before they combo. It just seems terrible. This is terrible. Guardian of the Great Door, 2 mana 4/4 flying. You can, as an additional cost, you have to tap 4 untapped artifacts, creatures, or lands you control. Huh. So like a cheap Voltron commander. That's kind of cool. It's evasive. It's like it's not really a turn 2 thing. I mean, you could do turn 2 if you had like a Quarters Shield, which Vigilance is part of a Voltron plan. So yeah, you'd play like a Quarters Shield and Cathar's Shield and Silk Net or whatever it is. And you'd play Springleaf Drum, and you would play lots of 1 mana creatures to eat edicts, but also to tap this down. You'd probably play creatures that want to be tapped. And you can tap lands to do this as well, which is interesting. I like how this in the late game is just very, very inexpensive, right? As an additional cost, you may tap artifacts, 4 artifacts, creatures. So it doesn't allow you to reduce the mana cost. But if you pay 4 for a 4/4 flying when it's died once, it doesn't really feel that bad. So I don't know what this looks like, but maybe this is an option. You'd want to optimize it to always play this on turn 2 though. Otherwise it's not that good, because turn 3, then you're swinging for 4 and you can do some other stuff. You can get underneath protection. Enters the battlefield, explores, double strike. We just have Illuminator Virtuoso in the command zone. Malamet War Scribe. I know about this card. Admittedly, this is like a pretty depressing uncommon. This should have been a common. This is like a very embarrassing uncommon. 5 mana, 4/3 that gives everything +2/+1. Now, +2/+1 is a lot. And if this were a common, this would be one of the best commons in the whole set. Right? Because you can flicker this, and you can quickly, like, if you play this and flicker this, you could quite easily, like, kill a player or two, maybe, with it. But it's expensive, man. Like, what do you... I don't know. It's weird. Dies to bolt. You could play this in the command zone. Play like a white weenies go wide strategy with like a bunch of healers, hawks, and everything like that. But what this suffers from is something similar to Grey Merchant of Asphodel, which it's like, it's a really, really powerful ETB that's just sitting there waiting to be used. But because it's just sitting there, everybody's kind of like watching, you know? That's why I don't really... I know Gary is like a very popular creature, but you should just play Gary in your 99. Like, just play Gary in your 99. But like in the command zone, it's weird because you're sitting there. It's like everybody knows you're going to cast this card, and it's either going to make you a huge threat because they can't deal with it with a counterspell. Like if there are no counterspells at the table and you're playing Gary, you're going to get a lot of hate. Your creatures are going to die. People are going to sweep you. People are going to attack you because they know that, like, if they can keep the permanents off the battlefield, like, you're not able to Gary very effectively. Because once Gary gets in play, then really busted stuff starts to happen. You go like Undying Evil and Village Rites it, and it comes back in. You're getting multiple things. It's just so face up. It's so face up that people just don't like that. And this is kind of the same way. If you have like 4 creatures in play and you play this, you're gonna hit somebody for a lot, you know. And maybe because this is not as like dangerous as Gary, they allow you to do it. But then you just have like this 4/3 commander that dies to a lot of things in mono white, which is not my favorite thing. Mono white, unless you have some form of card advantage or a lot of pressure in the command zone, it's often not a great way to be. This is a lot of pressure, but it is also 5. It's 5 mana. I don't know, chat. This should have been a common, is all I'm saying. Market Gnome. Whenever it dies, you gain 1, draw a card. Whenever it's exiled from the battlefield while you're when this is exiled from the battlefield while you're activating a craft ability, you gain 1 life, draw a card. Okay, this is dog shit. Mischievous Pup is basically like a Flicker Wisp. 3 mana, flash, return a permanent you control, so it doesn't hit your opponent's things like Flicker Wisp does. It's a 3/1. It's a form of card advantage because you're able to reuse things over and over in play, things like the initiative or draw card effect. But then, like, what do you do with this? It's just like a 3/1 for 3. Pretty sad. Ruin Lurker Bat, 1 mana, 1/1 flying lifelink. If you've descended, scry 1. This is actually kind of interesting. It's not amazing, don't get me wrong. This is like kind of a not like a card that I would be like reaching for my command zone really quick. But 1 mana commanders tend to be very good, even when their abilities are like, if they have any amount of text on them, that you have to pay attention. Like Dragon's Rage Channeler is a very good cPDH deck. It applies a lot of pressure. It interacts really well. It only draws good cards because of the Surveil that it has. And this one is kind of a little bit of the same thing, right? Like we have a flying lifelink commander that we play on turn 1, and we immediately start hitting people. And if we've descended, we scry 1. So if we build our deck to do this every turn, then we're going to scry 1 every turn. It's not amazing. Like DRC would be a much better choice, but you just have to like think about, like, you have to fully think it through to really see whether it's not going to work or not. Vanguard of the Rose protects itself. It's a sack outlet. It's omnivorous. It sacks artifacts and creatures. It's I don't love it. Yeah, don't love it. Council of Echoes, 6 mana flying, descend 4. When it enters the battlefield, if there's 4 or more permanents in the graveyard, return up to 1 non-land permanent other than Council of Echoes to its owner's hand. Wow. Um, non-land permanent. That's very interesting. That's very broad text. Generally speaking, our recursion effects don't get us back non-land permanents when we're in blue, in mono blue. But this is also like 6 mana for a 4/4. It does have flying, which is good, but like permanents in the graveyard, that's a little harder to make work. Um, if you flicker this and you're able to get things back from the graveyard, that's good. Um, and it only returns it to your hand. If this was like return a non-land permanent to play, which would be very weird for blue, then it would actually be a combo commander with you'd be able to do combo stuff with like Ashnod's Altar or maybe Ghostly Flicker or something like that. I'm not sure. Hermetic Nautilus, nothing special. Cave Diver, nothing special. Benthesaur is cave specific, so not good. And not good for us. I wish this were a common. I will say this is one of the saddest of the uncommons we got printed this set. 1 mana, 1/1 flying, ETB, make a map token would have been such a cool thing for Pauper. To like go into these like, you know, tempo, blue tempo decks and like increase their pressure a little bit, right? Or even in the all that glitters blue-white affinity decks, right? You could do the same thing in here. Any sort of ninjutsu would work with it. I think this would have been a really cool common. So I'm sad that it's not. I'm sad that it's not a common. We've got Staunch Crewmate. Enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards, reveal a pirate or an artifact from among them and put them into your hand, and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Yep, it's nothing special for us. Abyssal Gorestalker is disappointing, okay? This creature should read each opponent sacks 2 creatures. For 6 mana? For 6 mana, this needs to be better than this. This is another one of those things where it's like we've got a bit of an interesting like delta between like cards that are like kind of pushed in this set and then cards that feel very regressive. Like they feel like they're going back in time. Like Abyssal Gorestalker costs us 2 creatures. 2! If this was a 6 mana 6/6 that made each opponent sack 2, it would be worth paying 6 in the command zone for. It would be worth paying 6 for in general. But I think this card is god-awful at 6 mana when it makes us lose 2 creatures. It's terrible. Or make it a common. If it was a common, it would see play. Because sacking 2 would be in the main deck, you know, is good, right? And it would be a great card to dread return. This would see play at common, but at uncommon, it needs to have been each opponent, right? To like 6 mana needs to be very, very good. Right? And then this would be a very good deck. This would be a mono black control deck of the very oppressive sort, right? Just like constantly eating our opponent's creatures over and over and over again, grave flickering it, reanimating it, all that bullshit. But instead, it's just terrible and unplayable. Chupacabra Echo. I was really hoping we would get a Ravenous Chupacabra downshift, but instead they made a new Chupacabra that is worse. It's a 4 mana 3/2, so it's slightly bigger, but it only gives -X, where X is the number of permanents in your graveyard. This is so much worse than just like destroy target creature. So it's kind of disappointing. But I also mainly just like this card right here could have been a common. Ravenous Chupacabra could be a common too, but it would be a very, very good common. A very good common. Maybe a little too good. Like, yeah, I mean, I would love to get Ravenous Chupacabra at common. I think that like fair decks in Pauper need a hand, and like mid-range decks always love a card that's just like ETB destroy something that you can reuse over and over again. But this right here, where it's like contingent on the number of permanent cards in your graveyard, is totally fine at common. So I don't know why, like, just print like the 2/2 for 4 that you know gives -X, where X is the number of permanents you have in your graveyard, and that would have been fine. So I'm also disappointed. These uncommons are very disappointing. They're just not that good. This one discards cards. We don't care. It's like a bad Bad. Mnemotic Fiend or whatever. Yeah. Gargantuan Leech cares about caves in our graveyard. Dog shit. It sucks. Soul Coil Viper. It's 3 mana, 2/3. You can sack it to return a card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, so this is one of the few like reanimator creatures we have in the command zone. But it's only as a sorcery, and if the creature dies, it's exiled. However, if the creature is flickered, it does lose the finality counter and then re-enters as it is. But you can't flicker here because we're in black. We can't. There is no ghostly flicker, displace for it. We just have gray flickers, which don't work to clear the finality counter. The finality counter will exile it instead as a replacement for the death effect. But we could gray flicker the Soul Coil Viper to repeatedly sacrifice it, but then it's only as a sorcery and it's a tap ability. Like, this is another one where it's like, man, why does it have to tap and why is it as a sorcery? Like, it's just so bad otherwise. Like, it's just terrible. Stinging Cave Crawler, 3 mana, 1/3 Death Touch. When it attacks, if there are 4 or more cards in your graveyard, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. Well, commanders with Death Touch are always something to pay attention to, because then we get Viridian Longbow, we get the new, we get pingers, right? But we only, and this is a card advantage engine. If you have 4 or more permanents, that's fairly easy to turn on if you really want to like build your deck around it. So you build it around all the cycling creatures, and you just really rapidly fill up your graveyard, you sacrifice things, and then you draw cards every turn. I mean, just drawing 2 cards every turn is not bad. This is actually like classic, very like simple, like uncomplicated, synergistic black commander. You could totally play this, and it would be fine. Just drawing 2 cards a turn. Death Toucher in the command zone. It's kind of like a kill spell. It'll eat something. It'll disincentivize commander attackers. Synapse Necromage. When it dies, create tokens. Nope, this is bad. Visage of the Dead we can't play because it's not a creature in the command zone. This one here gets bigger when Dinosaur enters the play, and we don't have lots of dinosaurs at common. This is bad. This one here, Discover. When you discover again for the same value. This ability triggers only once each turn. It's not that good. Enterprising Scallywag. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended, create a treasure. Geological Appraiser. Okay, so Geological Appraiser is kind of interesting. Like, I was kind of hoping we would get like a Discover 4. Like a black ETB Discover 4. Maybe I haven't seen it yet, but I'd like to see that. If there was a black ETB Discover 4, we would be in business, because there's a lot of good hits in black. Mono black, just something silly. Gold Fury Strider is one that some people have tagged me in. 5 mana, 3/5, so it's quite big, but it's expensive. Has trample. You can tap artifacts and creatures to give +2/+0 and activate only as a sorcery. There's a lot holding this back. It's mono red. It's 5 mana. And it can only activate as a sorcery. If it could activate at instant speed, then we could like pump up creatures that weren't being blocked. But the problem is that this activation doesn't give trample. If it was sorcery speed, it would need to also give trample for this to be playable. But instead, it's pretty bad. Rampaging Ceratops. This is a reprint. Has like 3 or more creatures. It's mega, like, what is it? Mega Menace. Scytheclaw Raptor. This card is literally like gaslighting people for interacting with the combo player. It's awful. What this does is punishes your opponent for interacting with you, but what it always pretty much reads is they maybe try to interact with you on your turn, and they just interact at sorcery speed from now on, right? So on their turn, they just kill it, right? It's just terrible. And then it like punishes people for interacting with the combo player, which is gaslighting. It's terrible. Like, don't play this card unless you're in casual, and I don't know. It's just awful. I really wanted this card to be a common. This is another disappointing uncommon. This is not uncommon quality. This is like, if we're going to get a Goblin guide in red at common, like, what about this 1 mana 1/1 that explores is uncommon? This is a common, okay? This is a common rarity card, like in terms of like power level, but instead it's just like it's not. It's just terrible. It's a terrible uncommon too. It's just embarrassing. Quadi Scavenger is basically like Eternal Witness, kind of, except it's a permanent card and you have to have Descend 4. Colossadactyl is also like fuck. It's so weird to see like the delta between the cards being so wide. There are so many cards in this set that are really, really pushed. The black ETB, LTB draw, the Death Touch on an equipment that has mana cost 1, so it's tutorable. There's like a lot of like really good stuff here, and then you have this. You have this like 4 mana 4/5 reach trample that is an uncommon. This is a common rarity power level card. Okay, like, and I wish it were common because you would play it in Goreclaw. It'd be a 2/2, 2 mana for a 4/5 reach trample that became a 5/6, right? Like, and yeah, it's like, in what instance, in what world are you ever like picking this over something else? It's just bizarre. Super bizarre. Earthshaker Dreadmaw. This is a great casual deck. I'm sure like color equals green, type, dinosaur, rarity, common. There's probably not a lot. Yeah, there's 20. There's 20 of them. And then you're going to get some changelings. So it's not very good. But this is very, very gross in like some EDH deck where you get to draw a card for every dino you control. Very cool upgrade on the Dreadmaw. I suggest we leave this cavern for someone else to conquer. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Here's a 1 mana 1/1 that casts dinosaur spells. I like that, but again, it's uncommon. This is going to be like great in EDH decks. Tendrils of the Myco Tyrant. This one probably has some playability. 2 mana 2/2, pay 7 to make a 7/7 land creature token. That's a fungus. We've seen creatures like this before, where you have a cheap creature that has an expensive activated repeatable ability that makes big creatures. And I think that there is a world where they work, but I don't know. There's one that's like 7 mana that does that. I think it's like Multani's something. But I mean, yeah, I mean, you just like ramp really hard, play a lot of card advantage, and then just like try and resolve this and make 7/7s. They have haste. That's quite good too. So this is probably like the first playable one that we've come across here, really. Tendril of the Myco Tyrant. Thrashing Brontodon, another card I'd really love to see downshifted to common. It's a little pushed for that, but it is double green. So, yeah. Akawali, the Seething Tower, is interesting. Golgari is great grindy colors. As long as there's 4 or more permanents in your graveyard, it gets +2/+2 and trample. So then it's a 5/5 trample for 3. If you descend 8, which is a lot, descend 8 is going to be hard to get to, I think. There's cards that we could play that would help us get there, but I don't know. I'm not sure if that's worth the ability. An additional +2/+2 and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. So it becomes a combat monster. It's a nightmare, right? Like this is a 7/7 trample that can only be blocked by 1 creature. So it just won't get blocked. It'll just get killed. Or if it's getting blocked, yeah, I mean, the creature, it just won't get blocked. So it gets huge. This thing gets huge for a 3 mana commander. It's legendary, so it doesn't die to cast down. It does turn on effects like Haunt of the Dead Marshes, and it does work with cards like Nasty End. Maybe a cycling deck would be good for the fungus. Yeah, it would. Yeah, I would play like a lot, like all the cycling creatures. I would play like your Street Wraiths. I would play Tortured Existence, all the land cyclers. I would probably play something like Grapple with the Past or Grizzly Salvage type cards. We would probably play Wasteful Harvest and ways to get permanents back from our graveyard. Because if you're milling willy-nilly, where you just like put cards into the graveyard, the problem you run into is that you put cards in the graveyard that you don't want to be there, like Pestilence, right? Or something along those lines. And being able to get them back is important. So we need ways to get permanents back. There's that like Return to the Shire, or the Shire something. Shire. Revive the Shire. So 2 mana, return a permanent, make a food. This seems like it's probably quite playable, right? This is big. 7/7 means that you are going to 3-shot somebody, even with blockers. And it's hard to block. And if you give it 1 more power, it's a 2-shot. And if you give it 1 more power, then they have to start blocking it, and it's gonna be chumps. It's gonna be like just trying to absorb damage. So I think this is actually good. Descendate is gonna be hard to get to, but we have lots of tools to do that at common. So definitely expect to be seeing this one. This is maybe we'll put this on the list here as another one to. I bet this will be a donation deck if somebody wants to do that. It's not high on my list just yet, but if you want to do that, that is an option. Get this moved up the list. Yeah. The fact that it can play Haunt of the Dead Marsh is really good, because Haunt of the Dead Marsh is the best of all those creatures. It comes back to the battlefield and scries, but you have to have a legendary creature to do it. This is a legend, so it's quite good. I like it. Works well with Rancor as well. Urborg Repossession would probably be good here. Yeah, Urborg Repossession would be great. Yeah, totally. But otherwise, you'd just be like a green-black mid-range deck with like a very scary commander, which I like. That's actually kind of cool. It's like a proactive Golgari deck. It's like a proactive commander in colors and with an effect and an incentive that leans us towards grinding. So like our 90, this is actually kind of interesting. Our 99 would be very grindy. It would be mid-range, but our commander would be very aggressive. And I think that that's a good set of ingredients. Sometimes you'll see the opposite with like Real Surreal, where it's like you have a very, Real Surreal is both aggressive and defensive, because she's a 2/5 death touch, but she also like combat stims our team and gives like a form of haste in a way, because when you play her, she immediately gives the death touch. And then the rest of the 99 in Real Surreal is very aggressive. It's very low to the ground. It's very efficient, low curve, lots of like high action economy kind of a deck. This is inverted, right? We have a very cheap commander that grows by doing something that Golgari already wants to do. And the thing that Golgari wants to do is to grind. So we're getting like this creature that's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, regardless of whether it's in play or not, because of the Descend. And then our 99 is like a bunch of just like good green-black grindy cards. We just play like good green-black mid-range. The fact that we have Trample and like Mega Evasion on this creature when we have Descend 8 makes it great for controlling the Monarch and the Initiative as well. This is cool. I like this creature. It's going to be a great Tortured Existence deck. Bart is great. I saw Chris from One More Games MTG play this in a game. It never died. It became a 16/16. He one-shotted somebody who was playing a monocolor by giving it protection from green, and he just one-shot them. So it's omnivorous for artifacts and creatures. It's free, and it's a cheap creature in white and black. White and black, great colors. It's a cheap creature, and it's a legend, so we're also going to be able to play Haunt of the Dead Marshes and things like that. So this card is going to be is excellent. The only problem it has is that it doesn't have any keywords. Doesn't have any like lifelink, doesn't have any menace, doesn't have flying, doesn't have any of that. But it's Carrion Feeder that eats artifacts in white and black for 1 more mana. And I think that's actually just plenty playable. This thing grows frighteningly fast. Like if you have a Nimble Right schematic in play, it immediately gets just like monstrously large. Like a Mycosynth Wellspring, like this right here, where you play out your Bart And then if you don't hit your second land drop, you just play this, get your land drop, play it, sack it. You've got your next land drop after that. This is going to be really good with the new artifact that sacks to draw cards as well. It's just great. 100% going into my Tyam cEDH deck. Prized statue. Absolutely. Yeah. And Michael's Magic, welcome to the chat. I actually just realized that I don't think I've seen you in the live streams before. So welcome to the stream. Yeah, prize statue, also phenomenal in this deck, in this commander. Show off that alternate art one time. All right, let's take a look at it. This one right here. Yeah, this is pretty phenomenal. Wow. You know, one thing I do want to talk about is how interesting and how intentional it was that Wizards of the Coast designed the Ixalan set with like the white, with the creatures that are white skinned being vampires coming to a new land that isn't theirs to pillage it and suck its blood, to like drain the vitality from a place, is a really, really strong political statement. Like, just let that sink in. Like, the idea of the colonizers being vampires is a really interesting one. And there's a really good book if you all have the stomach for it, because it's an upsetting book, but it's an important bit of literature if you want to be a citizen of the world. And it's called Open Veins of Latin America. And you can read in excruciating detail all of the ways in which the colonizers that came to Latin America and to Mesoamerica, Central America, like pillaged those places. And when I was living in Costa Rica in 2019 and I was living there, it was just like so painfully clear everywhere I went after I read that book, like the lasting echoes of that and how those patterns still play out today. So I do want to congratulate Wizards of the Coast for doing a phenomenal job of capturing like the religious zeal and fervor of these vampires that feel entitled to come and pillage this place, this beautiful place of Ixalan, for their own benefit. And the same for the pirates, right? And for the sirens and the other creatures that are coming there to steal from the indigenous people. And it's a very powerful political statement, I think, that's very relevant. It's very keyed in and clued in. And this card really captures that really well, because those people truly felt like they were on like a religious, in some cases, it felt like they were on like a religious mission to claim what belonged to them, right? And that's what this guy, like clutching this rag as if it's like the rag of a martyr, you know, like the rag of some religious zealot that died or something. Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. So anyways, just wanted to kind of throw that out there for those of you who might find that that sort of stuff curious. Okay, we've got Caparocti Sunborn. Caparocti Sunborn is a 4-mana 4/4 in Boros. Every time you attack, you can tap 2 untapped artifacts or creatures, and you discover 3. I don't love... I think this card is playable, and I think if you brought this to a cPDH table, it would be reasonable. But I just do wonder whether it's anywhere, like, if this is comparable to, like... Oh, I forgot her name. Liara Portier. Like, Liara Portier says that you exile the top 3 cards off your library. You also can't get lands. You can only cast the spells. You can't cast lands. So neither of them get lands. Liara Portier also discounts those cards. And it kind of says discover 3 in a sense, right? Like Liara says if you attack 3 players, you're going to go 3 cards deep and you're going to discount them by 3. And you're going to cast a whole bunch of spells for really cheap. Ideally 3, but statistically you're going to cast 2 spells. You're going to cast 2 spells and they're going to be discounted by 3. Liara is 1 more mana. It's a little more vulnerable to removal, but like Liara just seems like a better version of this. Like Discover 3 is only 1 spell. Now, Discover 3 will go until it hits a spell, and it will cast it. But like Liara gives you choice as to whether you want to cast those or not. So if you like get a sweeper on top, you don't want that sweeper, then you just don't cast it. And in this case, you could also just put it into your hand. So that's fine. Maybe you play it with like equipment that you like equip to this card. It is an attack trigger, which is nice. You don't even have to hit anybody. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little harsh on it, but it just seems not phenomenal. I really like the art on this card though too. This is again sort of like capturing like the pride and majesty of what these old empires would have been like, you know, before people were really like recording a whole lot of history. And maybe they were recording more history, but that it just got burned down by the people in, you know, in like in our real world, you know. But like this is just like very like cool art, very iconic. Yeah, and maybe I'm being a little hard on the card itself. It does allow you to just draw the card, and you will get a card off of it, and it is going to go past your lands. So, like, how bad could it be, right? Seems fine. It's a human soldier, too, so there's some benefits there. I don't know if it's the fairest comparison, because I don't think they're the same deck, as Ian says. Yeah, Ian, tell me what you think. Like, why are they not the same deck? Because I think, like, my impression is that this card is only getting one card where Liara would get more than one. This is a better attacker because it's not going to get profitably blocked as well. Ugh. Like Liara just seems like it draws more cards. Liara does have to like set up a little bit differently because you have to have like a lot of evasive cheap creatures. You run out your cheap evasive creatures, you ramp a little bit, get to Liara, cast Liara, attack 3 players, flip 3 cards up the top and cast them for really cheap or for free. Usually like that deck is designed to cast like mana rocks for free because you attack 3 players, you get X's 3 discounted, you flip a Bonder's Ornament. It's kind of like a ritual too. Like you flip Bonder's Ornament, Network Terminal, and a land, and you play those 2 for free, and then you get more lands to play more stuff. Just seems like Liara is a little bit better, but I guess it's a little bit different. My mind went to cheap equipment plus interaction and wipes. I'm Ginger Snap, by the way. Oh, got it. Yeah. So Ginger Snap, you were, I wondered actually when you commented if this was you, because I know you'd been a proponent of it, and we were kind of like not at odds, but you were believing that there was some room for this, and I never want to discourage anybody from like building something that seems reasonable, because I think this does seem reasonable, right? Like it is just cast a card for free every turn, or draw a card if you don't want to cast it right away. And its requirement is very easy to meet. And in red and white, we have lots of ways to make sure that this can attack over and over and over again. And card advantage in Boros in the command zone is good because it's allowing us to like maintain pressure in colors that tend not to have a lot of like resource advantage in the traditional sense of like cards. And this is doing that, right? I can see this cheating in a Voltron package by tapping your equipment. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like tapping your equipment is exactly what Ian or Ginger Snap had in mind. I'm wondering, like, are you playing this without mana rocks? Like trying to just play this on 4? Because I don't think this dies. If somebody plays this on turn 4, I don't think anybody's like rushing to kill it. So it's kind of like in the category of like commanders that are like not scary enough to warrant immediate attention, and so you get a lot of leeway to do what you want to do because your commander isn't immediately ending the game or presenting like a super scary threat, right? So if that's the case, then because you don't want to put mana rocks in this deck, do you? Right? Like discovering into mana rocks is going to feel bad. So I'm thinking like no mana rocks, mainly like equipment and auras. If you do an aura and it allows you to cast it, then you cast it for free, and you can put it on the commander before you do damage. So maybe like so like Scourge of the Noblest would be an option. Give it +2/+2 lifelink and fire breathing. That's not evasion, though. Because average CMC won't be too high. You'll have very few, if any. Right. Right. Yeah, we're not playing rocks in this. Exactly. But it is a 4-mana commander. So it's like we play the 4-mana commander on 4, which isn't terrible, right? For like a Voltron-y commander, it's fine. A lot of times we end up playing our Voltron commanders a little slower because we want to hold up protection. That's okay. And it is card advantage. And it is a 4/4. So like it doesn't take a lot. If you can give 4 power to this, it's a 2-shot. If you can give 2 power to it, it's a 3-shot. Oh, good place for the equipments that auto-attach. Yeah. So rarity common, ID equals Boros, O attach, like that. Wow, we have a lot of them. Oh, it can't hit Brass Knuckles. That's really sad. I would be so sad to discover past Brass Knuckles in this deck, because that would be really cool. Champion of the Flame is a good hit. There's actually like a lot of good creatures like Goblin Gavalier, the Casual Troll Collector. There's another one that is Equip. If we look up Equip, it's from... it's a red creature. Yeah, this one right here, Bladecraft Aspirant, 3 mana. It's going to reduce the activated abilities of equipment that target it, so you can equip it really cheaply. It's got evasion, and it reduces the cost of equipment spells. It can cascade into idle, which is cool. So what are some like 3 mana? Let's look up Boros MV equals 3 type equipment. Like what are some equipment that we would want to cascade into for 3 that have cheap equip? Like Haunted Cloak is great because Haunted Cloak is expensive to cast but cheap to equip, so I kind of like that. These Gold Warden, these 4 Mirrodin cards are actually pretty good here too, because it's like a creature that we can then like leave behind as edict fodder while also equipping to our commander. Gimli's Axe is great. Oh, wait. As long as it's legendary, it's got Menace. And we don't have legendary. Never mind. I was thinking of Dwarven Hammer. This one right here. So if you discover into this, then you just pay 2, get a 2/1, and it's got +3/+0 and trample. This is good. It is 3 to equip. Volshock Battle Gear might be good. Whisper Silk Cloak would be gross. But nobody's going to let you do that. The moment the Boros creature gets targeted with Whisper Silk Cloak, everybody kills you. Is it legendary? Oh! Oh, this is a legend. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate the fact that you're here right now. So let's look up something here too. Type equipment. And actually, let's just say equipment or aura. MV... Let's just say O legend. Let's just see if there's any references. So it's only Gimli's Axe. Gimli's Axe is really good here. Menace. It immediately... So it doesn't work the turn you attack though, because it's not auto equipping, but it is good. And I guess one way you could look at it is like it doesn't have to be just the Caparocti. It doesn't have to just be the Caparocti Sunborn that's equipping, right? We could equip to other creatures, right? What about in Boros? Is there anything else that references legends? Like Benalish Honor Guard, Altar of the Pantheon. Oh, Errand Rider of Gondor is good. This one's good. 3 mana, 3/2 that draws a card if you have a legend in play. Esquire of the King. This is also another one. This can pump up our team. +1/+1, costs 2 less if you have a legend. Gimli's Fury, grants Trample. Not like a ton. Not a ton. There are stuff about like humans. So we could do like human or soldier. Oh, we need to add another parentheses on that. So there's 72 cards that reference soldiers or humans. This reduces the cost of them. This gives vigilance. That's really good. If it's a human or an angel, it grants vigilance. Bladed bracers would definitely be solid because vigilance would be worth playing. Cavalry Pegasus would give it flying. There's actually a number of cards that we could use to do this, right? There's the new 1-mana Scry artifact that turns into the 1/4 flying that can attack and give flying. So this one's the same way. Same with the Griffin, Blessed Hippogriff. Bonds of Faith is cool. +2/+2 as long as it's a human. If it's not, it's a pacifism. So this one's a buff and a kill spell. Cataphracti is, yeah, Legendary Menace. This one right here, Dunedain Blade, is kind of like an upgraded Bone Splitter, but it costs 1 additional mana, so it's fine. Flare of Faith is good. +2/+2, +3/+3 and indestructible for 2 mana. What else? Let's see. What other sort of incentives are there for humans? Human creatures you control gain protection from non-human creatures. So that's like unblockability. Oh, look at that. +2/+2. If you control an equipment creature, if you control an equipment, create a 1/1. Oh, no, we don't want that. I was thinking the one that move. Is there something that like attaches? Like like type instant attach? Like something that attaches an equipment to something else? Yeah. Oh, this is only for warriors. Oh, +2/+2. If it's a warrior, you may attach equipment to it. Strip Bear, destroy the auras. These are all destroy. Tap 2, choose 2 creatures. Tap those creatures and unattach all equipment. Yeah. Not that good. For warriors, yeah. Okay. Well, I think the conclusion I have here is that there's potential here. It is different from Liara to a degree because it's much more equipment focused. So it's like the Voltron version of Liara. And like in general, when we have like an on-rate commander with like relevant creature types and in colors that don't draw cards, but it draws cards for us, it's like alleviating our problem. I think that's a good sign. And I think that this is probably reasonable. And I hope you try it out, Ian. I hope you try it out and I hope it works. I'm always happy to be wrong about something when it strikes me as maybe like it's not good enough, because that just means that the format gets bigger, right? Like you get more options. So, and I generally think that this is playable. That's the other thing. I think that's playable. Captain Storm puts counters on pirates. Yeah, not that awesome. Not that awesome in my opinion. This one here just like fights creatures when you play dinosaurs. Or wait, when you do target dinosaur, yeah, this is bad. Gruul is just such a sad color combination in this format. Okay. All right, this is what everybody's been waiting for. Kutzil Malamet Exemplar. This card is very good. We won't spend a ton of time on it because it's already been like, talked about so much on Discord. I think it's so exciting for people because it's a good Selesnya commander, and Selesnya is like kind of like alongside Gruul with being like sometimes not great. There are good examples of what it can do. Conclave Mentor is extraordinarily aggressive. Satyr Enchanter is one of the best commanders in the format. Like it's definitely like a really good one. It's a great option for people to play. But like this card is pushed. It's not that often that you see a card with like, this is just a very rare card in the sense of not like a rarity, but like it's a rare thing that we get a card that is so good. Can't cast spells during your opponents can't cast spells during your turn is like a lot of people's minds immediately went to combo. Um, because if we can get our combo going and do our thing, then nobody can interact with us, and that's strong. The combos in Selesnya, there's a couple of them. You can do like Pili-Pala and Careful Cultivation, or you can do like Midnight Gond, Midnight Guard plus Presence of Gond. But I actually think that the combo route for this deck means that you rarely get to draw cards. Because what's going to happen is that their opponents are then going to be obliged to kill this thing or proactively kill your combo cards when they come out. And all of these combos largely require like a full turn cycle, right? I think what happens is that you dilute the deck, you make the deck worse by playing the combo, and furthermore, because you will be very scary, you will not get to do this drawing cards thing because people will be punching you and it'll be hard to attack. I think that this is a Selesnya mid-range farm deck with a proactive creature base that hits people every turn. Turn 2 onward. Turn 1 Healer's Hawk. Turn 2, 2 more 1-drops. Turn 3 Kutzil, draw 3 cards. This is like Tymna Crom in a way. Like you are being told to attack players, and when you attack all the players, you draw all the cards. Notably, you can also give first strike or double strike to a creature to draw up to 6 cards in a turn, which is crazy. First strike is not hard to come across in white. Granting first strike to our creatures is going to be like not that hard. We got cards like Eagles in the North, which will give all of our creatures first strike. But of course, that doesn't really work. That just means that we then, the way that would work is we'd still just draw 3. It's just a buff. But basically, all you have to do is modify the power of a creature, and that's not hard. This is very, very easy. Like Conclave Mentor is a great place to start for this commander, where you just look at all the counters that you can put into play. But the incentives are slightly different in Kutzil. Both decks want lots of cheap, aggressive, evasive creatures to hit people every turn with. Kutzil just says they don't need to be counters. They can be like Ramosian Rally, or they could be anything that buffs their power up. It could be Warded Battlements, which gives, buff to everything. It could be the Sergeant. It could be all sorts of things, right? Like the veteran Swordsmith, right? Anything that's giving power to our creatures is going to allow us to draw. This is so synergistic, and it's so good. This is immediately in its best builds going to be like top-notch cPDH, because it's going to cause your opponents to do weird things in their head. The fact that they're going to have to use their instant speed removal as a sorcery speed spell, for the most part, they're going to have to do it during their turn, or they're going to have to do it at the end of somebody else's turn to stop what we're doing. And we'll have ways to stop them. Green and white, amazing protection colors, and we're happy to load up on protection because it's going to mean that our engine is retained. Our engine of drawing 3 cards a turn is going to be insane. And look, like you may not have seen the stream, but if you haven't, I do recommend you go check it out. Amber Gristle O'Maul paired with Agent of Shadow Thieves is the same idea, except that you have to discard your hand. Now, that's not that big a deal. The first hand that you discard is often going to be like a lot of stuff that you weren't able to cast, and you're just going to have to get rid of it, and that's fine. But every turn from then on out, we're going to Ancestral Recall, because we're going to empty our hand, draw 3 cards, empty our hand, draw 3 cards, empty our hand, draw 3 cards. Now, the way that we do that in this deck is that we give her Indestructible and Death Touch, and we make her big in combat with Agent of Shadow Thieves. So this is how we consistently do it. Now, Kutzil is kind of the same thing, except that we have to have lots of creatures. So in some ways, Kutzil is kind of like more simple than Amber, because Amber, you have to attack with Amber and you have to have creatures. You have to have lots of cheap evasive creatures that just hit every turn, and you want to just do that over and over and over again, right? But you have to have like Amber and your creatures, right? Kutzil just says creatures. Kutzil does not need to attack, which is great. If this thing said that it needed to attack, it would be a lot worse, because you would have to build around preserving this thing in combat. But as it currently stands, you just chill. Kutzil sits back, Healer's Hawk, Battlefield Raptor, I mean, Saragovian Angel, the new dinosaur bird thing. Like just literally like random 1/1s with flying and shadow, and first strike. Like, all of the shadow. So like rarity, common, ID is equal to green, white, O, evasive, O, evasion, of evasion type creature. Mana value is less than or equal to 2. Evasion, evasive. Oh, we need O tag. Did that not work? We need evasion. Okay, that's the tag. Evasion. Yeah. 137 cards that like give us like cheap evasion. So let's even get greedier. Let's say we only want to play 1 mana ones. Well, Aven Skirmisher, Battlefield Raptor, Beloved Princess, Benevolent Guard, you know, cards like Fairy Guidemother. I don't know if Glinthawk will make the cut. Gingerbrute, definitely. And let's see, does it need to be a specific? Yeah, they do have to deal combat damage. So we can't just have like a 0/1. But like Loyal Pegasus, Lantern Kami, Healer's Hawk. This one says it needs to be equipped, so maybe not. But equipment is another way of like getting additional power and toughness. Moth Rider Patrol is a classic. The Miner's Guidewing, this is the bird. It's not a dinosaur, so yeah, bird. Ranger's Hawk, Rustwing Falcon, Saragovian Angel, Skargan Pitskulk. Skargan Pitskulk is even better in this deck because it's like it's gonna become like unblockable, right? When we load this up with counters. And it's also got a counter. It's also modifying its power and toughness, right? So we don't need to have other ways to modify it. Soltari Foot Soldier, it's great. Treetop Scout, Squire Hawk, yeah. Knight or Soldier. Knight or Soldier. It's a warrior. That's too bad. But anyways, this is going to have a lot of different builds of it. It's going to be very interesting. I think that the mid-range Selesnya farm is going to be the way to go. And it's going to be awesome because this is going to be yet another Selesnya commander that kind of like outdraws Simic decks. Like, Kutzil is going to start drawing a lot of cards really, really quick. And I think that's great because, yeah, it's drawing a lot of cards, but as like a threat that you're like facing against, it's not going to be a lot of damage at first. And I think that buys us time to like start doing our thing, right? And it gives us time to develop, right? And this deck is going to snowball incredibly hard. So yeah, Kutzil, very good. Very excited about that. We will be doing this one on live stream. I believe we're looking at this coming Monday. So keep your eyes out for that one if you're watching currently. All right, and we are getting to the end here. This one here, whenever you explore a land card, this is Explore Synergy. It's terrible. There's not enough Explore cards to make this work. Okay, Uch Benbach, The Great Mistake, which let's just take a moment to appreciate how fucking scary this creature is. This thing is like definitely nightmare fuel. Yeah, very, very cool. The Great Mistake. What a name for this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-legged. Oh, it's terrifying. Now, I've had a number of people poo-poo on this card. I don't think it's very good. I think that they're probably wrong. It is 5 mana for a 6/4 Vigilant Menace. Now, the first thing to note... Oh, Nito from Dark Soul. Yeah, no, this is definitely Dark Souls vibe, doesn't it? Yeah, it's got big Dark Souls energy. 6 power, evasive, and defensive. Okay, this looks a little bit like Real Surreal. It doesn't have an ETB, but the fact that it's like, it is the beat stick and it is the defense at the same time is very interesting. It's a commander that costs enough that like, we're going to have to ramp into it, which means cranial plating is going to be very good. It's also a card that we could put like the new pirate hat on so that it could loot to feed Descend 8, right? Descend 8 is a lot. But it's a 6 mana. We can return it from the graveyard to our battlefield with a finality counter. Now, the finality counter can be circumnavigated by using Displace or Ghostly Flicker or any blue flicker spell that exiles it. Because when it exiles, it leaves the battlefield. It doesn't die. It leaves the battlefield and it loses its finality counter. So there are ways to like basically not ever have to recast this from our command zone. If we do recast it from the graveyard because we have Descend 8, then we're essentially getting a 1 mana discount on our command zone. Because it's 4 blue and a black instead of 5 blue and a black. So, sorry. Yeah, most Josh... we got to do it, you know. I try to keep really consistent on my schedule. I know, so thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thanks for the words. We are drinking lots of water. We're loaded to the gills on Dayquil and Nightquill. Nightquill's coming. Dayquil's all day. This package has like 2 things left in it. The little throat coat lozenges. And we've been drinking like honey agave warm water tea throat coat all day. I'm ready to not be sick anymore, and I am getting quite tired, actually. We're going to try and wrap this up soon. Okay, so Uch Ben Bach, The Great Mistake, seems to me like a really decent Dimir mid-range deck. It kills people very quickly. It doesn't feel good to kill because it's a 4 toughness black creature that doesn't die to a lot of things. It doesn't die to sweepers. It doesn't die to a lot of red removal. It doesn't die to a lot of black removal. And it's not likely to die to edicts. So it's just not really killing, like losing that. It's not dying to a lot. And even if it does die, like we can get it back really easily. Like feeding Descend 8 is going to be a challenge, right? Like that's not nothing. And Graveyard Hate might set us back. But we're going to have ways to protect it. In blue, right? Like when you get blue-black, then you start to get like hexproof stuff, right? And I think that this commander kills people quick enough with a cranial plating that like having hexproof in our deck and counterspells is going to be great. Also, when you're in blue-black mid-range, you get all of the best in black paired with counterspells, which is great. It's It seems to me like this just gives us a lot of like things to do, a lot of really interesting ways to build. You know, we can build into like a grindy tortured existence plan where we're like playing all the cycling creatures to feed the descend while also just having good cards that we're descending with. And then, yeah, I don't know. My intuition says this is like just a good blue-black mid-range deck. And, you know, maybe I'm wrong. But it seems quite reasonable. Ian says, feels like we want from Akawali, but in UB, big beats surrounded by grindy 99. Oh, yeah. That's a really good comparison, Ian. Right, so for those of you who weren't here for it, Akawali, Akawali, I think that's it. Yeah, Akawali. What we were realizing there is that this is a Golgari, a cheap Golgari creature that grows pretty rapidly with things that we just normally want to do anyways, which is graveyard synergies in Golgari. But graveyard synergies in Golgari are actually very grindy. They're not very aggressive, which that's very cool. That means our commander is this like persistent source of like pressure that we can deploy early and that we can enable very quickly, while our 99 is very grindy. And that's great. That means we have like a grindy deck that's supported by... It's very dynamic is what it is, right? We have the ability to apply a lot of beats with this commander very quickly. And in some ways, this would be a better commander than the Uchembach Great Mistake. Because... And I don't know, maybe that's what this does. Maybe this is actually a Dimir control deck. Right? You have the best control colors you could possibly get. Like, it's better than Dimir, or sorry, than Rakdos. Rakdos always feels like it's giving you more removal spells that compete for slots with already good black removal spells, right? But what you get with blue is card draw that doesn't cost you life. You get blue-black synergies with the tutoring, and you also get the blue counter spells, which are really good to be able to sprinkle a couple of them. Not a ton. I prefer removal in general still, but like sprinkling counter spells in like a pestilence deck is really sick. This creature is also quite big, so using like Eternal Thirst or Sadistic Glee, you put like, if you imagine you put like Eternal Thirst on this, and then you like activate your Pestilence a couple times, and you make it utterly massive, and then you like lifelink and you kill somebody. This is a great commander for Pestilence, right? Because it's a big commander. It's a big black commander that supports Pestilence and Crypt Rats well. It can, you know, hold lifelink nicely. With Brass Knuckles, this thing only needs 2 more power to be a 2-shot. So Brass Knuckles plus Bone Splitter. Bone Splitter is tutorable in this deck. Brass Knuckles is too with Dimir Houseguard. You could make this into a one-shot. And the Vigilance is so strong. It's going to make it so hard for our, like, you know, our Voltron opponents to, like, prey on us. So, yeah, this one, I don't know how exactly to build it, but it could be, like, Dimir Control. It could be mid-range. Probably one of those two, because you do want to be able to, like, ramp. You're going to want to ramp into this thing. You probably don't want to, like, run it out on turn 5. Like, turn 4 would be ideal. But, yeah. Very cool. It's legendary. It's also going to enable all of our good recursive Tortured Existence stuff with Tortex. I wonder if that finds... Yeah, nice. Tortex, and with Haunt of the Dead Marshes, because it's a legend. This is just a really good card. 1 mana scry 1 on ETB. Pay 3 to return it to the battlefield tapped. Allows you to play into that Descent plan, but while also supporting like Village Rites and Deadly Dispute and that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Okay. So we've covered Uchambach. Zoyoa. Zoyoa Lava Tongue is a Goblin Warlock, also legendary. This is going to be a similar vibe where we want to grind pretty hard with this commander. It's a 2/2 in Rakdos with Death Touch in the command zone. So that does allow us to use pingers. And actually red has a lot of aura pingers that we can put on this as well. So it's not just longbow. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, each opponent may discard a card or sack a permanent. It deals, and then the Lava Tongue deals 3 damage to each opponent who didn't. So this is a weird one. It comes out early enough that this sort of stacks effect of making everybody take damage or sack permanents is actually more likely to be relevant. So if you play this on turn 2 with like a Lotus Petal or something like that, or maybe you maybe turn 3 with a sacrifice land, or I don't know exactly how you would do it. Maybe it would be like Springleaf Drum, Zoya into something that sacrifices itself. I'm not sure. It's most likely that it would be on turn 3. But on turn 3, if you're on the play and you start making people sacrifice permanents or discarding cards, they're probably going to take the damage. So this does quite a bit of damage, I think, in the first couple of turns, and then people start to have things in play that they can sacrifice. It's a weird one. It's a really weird one. I don't like the idea of making every opponent discard a card. You guys know why. It's not good. But sacking permanents, like attritioning their board, applying a bit of damage to people. If people stumble, this is going to punish them really hard. If people keep greedy hands, which I see happen a lot, where people just like don't have enough lands, they don't have enough stuff, like just mulligan, just do it. Like make sure your game is going to go well. But a lot of times they don't. This card will punish them. It plays well with like cards like Crack the Earth and that you know, that make everybody sack permanents, and works amazing with edicts. It's going to be great with Grave Flicker effects. This is like Rakdos stacks. And this is a miserable deck to play against, I think. This is a very slow, miserable experience playing against this. But it's probably reasonable. And you can look to Nate Diggity in the Discord for inspiration on exactly how to make this work. Because he loves that kind of shit. He loves the misery. Your misery, not ours, not our own. Um, yeah, like Rakdos is just really good colors for this sort of an effect. You know, Descended also is going to work great with the cycling creatures, which we could like reanimate as well. Um, yeah, this will look a lot like Rakdos Gut. You know, like things that want to be sacrificed. You'll play all of the black sacrifice draw effects. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, three more. They're colorless. They're probably not worth playing. No, no. This one discovers 4 when it dies. This one's Ward 2/5, and it's got Graveyard Hate. Yep, these are all bad. Okay, there we are. Holy shit. Ugh. Bless this ravaged body. I'm so ready to be done. This was really fun today, though. I enjoyed the hanging out with you guys and going through all of the different cards that we have from this amazing set. Just like a couple of wrap-up thoughts. This set, like I think, is like as a whole, from a flavor standpoint, it feels really, really authentic to Central Latin Mesoamerican cultures, and I think that was really, really, really good. That was a really important thing that they did by hiring people from those communities who are like in touch with like the cultural narratives and histories of these ancient cultures, and no longer some of them that are gone and some of them that have just evolved over time into what we have in Latin America now. And it's a really powerful, like I think, like political statement in a lot of ways too, to have constructed the dynamic on Ixalan the way they did. And I really like that. I appreciate that because I felt I was really emotionally impacted, I think, by my time in Latin America and experiencing kind of the not experiencing, but seeing firsthand kind of what the oppression of Latin America looks like. So that's great. And I want to really thank WotC for really like diving really deep into that. They hired a lot of Latin American artists. They made sure to do their due diligence. This isn't just like some cash grab to be like, oh, here's our Latin American set, buy our product. It feels like it really did like good justice and honor to these cultures in a way that's also like fresh and exciting and fantastical, right? I also, particularly from a flavor standpoint, really like that they integrated these ideas of like a high-tech civilization that's almost kind of like a it feels to me a bit like a alternate universe or like a different ending where maybe like if this was in the real world, that these like what would have happened to the world had Latin America not been decimated by disease early on, which really like curtailed and like inhibited a lot of like the evolution into advanced societies of civilizations that were in Latin America. It cut that short, right? Those civilizations were already very advanced, but it cut that short. And this sort of reimagines what Latin America would be like had that not happened, where you'd have like really high tech stuff. And then because it's magic, they made sure that the high tech was kind of also like magical with like these tattoos that have like this, you know, crystal in them that allows them to activate these, you know, things that were left there by their ancestors. It's just very cool. So just wanted to make that point that this set feels really, really good from that standpoint. Amazing flavor. So good on you, WotC. We got to make sure to celebrate the good things that they do when they do them and not always just the bad. The other thing is that we have a number of great multicolored commanders from this set. Akawali, Bart, the Caparocti Sunborn, the Kutzil, Uchbenbach as well, and then the Zoyowa, that's a hard one to say. All those seem great. We've got good coverage there. We've got a Dimir, a Rakdos, a Selesnya, a Boros, an Orzhov, and a Golgari. That's like amazing that like of all the uncommon creatures that were multicolored, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of the 9 that we have, there's only 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 of them that aren't good. So like 6 out of 9 is a great it's a great rate. Oh my god, chat, I'm dying. In the 99, we have a lot of really, really good staple cards in every color. I'm going to point out the last ones here. If we're just going to go a quick sweep here with the commons, we had all the caves are great. We had the Pathfinder Axejaw for Goreclaw. We had the cycling creature for Spider for the Spooter, Skyfisher Spooter. We had the Presence of Ages, a 3-mana dig 4, draw 2. We had this new card here for Goreclaw as well, which is going to be a 4-mana 8/8 trample scry 2 in that deck. In red, we had a bunch of cool equipment, right? We have the Sunfire Torch for Oxida, Sunshot Militia for TPI, and potentially other decks too. Seismic Monstrosaur for Mayhem Devil and other decks that might want that. We have another Pinger with the Panicked Altasaur, which might be good as well. We have some Discover cards with the Atali's Favor that gives trample and +1/+1. The Idol of the Deep King being great in in DRC, in Dragon's Rage Channeler. We also had the Ancestor's Aid, which is going to be insane in those Zada decks, right? In Zada decks, this is going to be a massive ritual. Black is fucking insane in this whole set, right? Like Tithing Blade, like most of these cards have good homes, but like Tithing Blade, Mephitic Draught, Greedy Freebooter, Fanatical Offering, the Broodrage Mycoid, and even this Deathcap Marionette. Another chance also just being good in Sir Conrad. Lots of good sacrifice outlets as well. Blue actually does not feel like it got like a ton in this set, but there's some good stuff. Pirate Hat seems great. Sage of Days might find a home in Melek, just to be able to rearrange dig through the top cards, put the card that we want on top, and then copy it with Melek. Could definitely be good. Orazca Puzzle-Door is great. This is going to see play. This is like staple blue for Artifact Matters decks. This is going to be great in TPI. Oaken Siren could be good in pirate-based decks because of just all the text. Marauding Brinefang is like one of the best cards in the whole set. This is going to be incredible in Tatiova. It's going to be incredible in any deck that cares about Mystic Sanctuary as a combo card. That includes Melek. But it's also just a good thing to reanimate if you're in Dimir. And it's a massive threat. 6/7 for 7 mana. And Ward 3 is great. Inverted Iceberg, going to be great. There's a lot of good stuff here for Ghost and for Tormod. Ghost Tormod decks. And then in white, we got a bunch of stuff. White got juiced this set. Tinker's Tote. We got another cycling creature. This one's maybe not super premium, but it is flying. We got another Pacifism Plus that hits artifacts and shuts off activated abilities. We got the Oteclan Landmark that scries and becomes a 1/4 that gives evasion to another creature without flying every turn. This is going to be definitely could definitely be very good. These one very, very cheap card selection that has other things to do with it. We had the Miner's Guidewing, which is going to be great in Conclave Mentor and really any deck that cares about having a lot of cheap evasive 1-drops like Mentor of the Meek. Ironpaw Aspirant, another Conclave Mentor deck card, also potentially goes in Hamza. Glorifier of Suffering, also to be now dubbed the Shibari Vampire. Is actually seems very flexible, and we like this, putting 5 power into play by sacking an artifact. It doesn't say non-token, so this will be good. Family Reunion, 2 mana, giving hexproof to all of our creatures or an anthem is incredibly flexible. Definitely like this. Envoy, this one here is going to be great in Great Desert Prospector as well as Mentor of the Meek. Any big mana mono white deck that cares about artifacts in play and tokens, or just creatures. Deconstruction Hammer is going to be great in any of these equipment focused decks, right? Like your Rayav, Bruner Battle Hammer, Akiri, Endless or Fearless Voyager or whatever. This is going to be great there. This will also be good in the Sunborn deck. And then the last one, and that's it. Sweet. We made it through. Chat. Holy smokes. This is a long one. And we've definitely powered through with the magic of Dayquil. I'm ready to get some rest. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate it. I hope you all enjoyed the stream today. I'm going to sign off for now. If you do want to support the channel, first things first, of course, make sure to leave a like, comment if you have any feedback for us. The comments always help support placing these videos in front of more people in the algorithm, which is really, really helpful, because what I've noticed is a lot of those people that stumble across the content, they really shortly after become patrons, and that's great. And speaking of which, if you do want to take your support to another level, we have a number of really inexpensive ways to do that. And that is through super chats. If you want to do one-time thing, you can do super chats. There will be a website eventually where we will, where I will have the ability to do donation deck techs. So if you want a commander to be built and you want to move it ahead in the line, that'll be a way that you can do it. You can pay me to basically take that commander and build it for you on live stream. We can even build you, bring you on to the live stream and build it with you. That's going to be an option here before the end of the year. But of course, we do have the Patreon, patreon.com/common connoisseurs. You can find it in the description below, where there are levels from $2, $5, $10, $20, and $50 a month at all different levels of support that get you access to the great supporters only section of the Discord, where I share all of my updates on all of my decks. Yes, all of them. I have 130 cPDH decks currently, and all of those decks, I share my updates there in real time on the Discord. So if you want to be privy to all the Let's Build decks, if you want to be able to participate in the conversation ahead of time, where you can actually see me talking with the deck builder that we're going to bring on for the co-host, you can actually participate in those conversations as much as a week ahead of time, or even longer in some cases, where you can see exactly what we're building, and you can help us build the deck before we bring it to the Let's Build. And that's a really great way to do that. Wow, Ryan is a one-man gang. Yeah, no, we are, and it's kind of interesting, you know. Like Clay and I, when we were doing this project together, had a great working relationship, and we left, you know, we sort of separated on completely good terms. He really just wanted to focus on his work as an RC member, and that became like even more clear when we went to Vegas and we were having these incredible interactions with the with like Gavin Dugan of the EDH Rules Committee. We had an amazing conversation with him, and it just became very clear that like there was a lot of Rules Committee stuff that Clay wanted to continue to work on and develop and push forward, that kind of, they weren't at odds with what we were doing here, but you know, with a full-time job and like being being the Rules Committee member and also doing like this content, that became more than was reasonable. So when we split like that, it has left it like a one-man gang, and it's quite challenging. You know, I definitely, it's a lot of work, and even, you know, like on days to like today, it's particularly noticeable because I didn't have anybody for backup really to like run the stream. There's just me, so it's either cancel the stream or you know, or do something different. So. But anyways, yeah, if you want to support, Patreon is a great place to do that. We have 20 great patrons who support the channel and pay into the Buy Ryan a New Computer Fund, which is increasingly, yeah, I don't even want to look at it. I feel like, yeah, it's coming. It's time is nigh. And I'm hoping by the end of the year, I'll be able to afford to get something different, at the very latest, like January. Yeah. So, but with that, super exciting set, super fun time with everybody here today. The engagement was great. I was really grateful to see everybody super plugged in. We had a bunch of people in chat. It was really fun. It was like, I think we had as many as like 16 at a couple of times, which is good numbers for us, you know? So, but with that, we're going to sign off. I'm going to give my voice a rest. I'm going to try and meet up with my partner, hopefully, before things get too late. And I'm going to call it quits for the night. Rest this ravaged body and get some sleep. So, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, thank you so much for joining us today, wherever you are in the multiverse, and we'll catch you on the battlefield. Peace out.